This main character isn't hiding anything after his rebirth. A spirit herb that even gods and demons would fight over only costs him 5 points to exchange. Turns out, he awakened the martial arts system, so why would he bother hiding anything? He chooses the strongest attributes and can exchange them for items. Even the newly descended Demon King is beaten like a child. The UN held an emergency meeting to recruit him. 3 years ago, the world began to recover its spiritual energy, and some awakened superpowers, while our hero was provoked by his girlfriend, Liu Ruyan. Her new lover even came to say goodbye. "You fool, I've already taken out all your teammates. Now it's your turn. Any last words before you die?" Ku said, kicking the main character into the horde of monsters. Before he could utter a word, the apocalyptic monsters descended upon him, and he was filled with despair. "If I hadn't been such a bootlicker, my teammates wouldn't have abandoned me." But as I fell into the jaws of the apocalyptic beast, the supreme martial arts system was activated. Detecting that the host is about to die, the winner-takes-all, loser-gets-reborn process is initiated. The moment he opens his eyes, he finds himself on the sofa and quickly grabs his phone. Today is October 16th, 2032. At that moment, an interface appeared, startling him. The supreme martial arts system had been activated. "Host, please choose an attribute to cultivate." What a pleasant surprise. Not only has he been reborn, but he also has a legendary system. Judging by the timeline, he's been reborn a month before the apocalypse. But in reality, the spiritual energy has already begun to recover. It's just that ordinary people can't sense the restoration of spiritual energy, which also brings many good things. All kinds of natural treasures spring up, and absorbing them grants superpowers. There's still a month before the cataclysm, enough time for them to exploit the system to its fullest. But first, let's see what other functions it has. The interface displays 4 options: attribute cultivation, attribute bonding, point exchange for fruit, and daily tasks. So, the main character clicked on the attached attribute option, naturally choosing the strongest fire attribute. Let's see if he can get a powerful cultivation technique. The system is drawing fire attribute techniques. Congratulations, you've received the Purple Flame attribute. Heavenly Flame Decimation Art. The host has obtained a purple skill for the first time, rewarding 5 points. What a steal. In my past life, even blue skills caused bloodshed. My first draw and I got purple. I wonder how strong it'll be. Then he crushed the purple crystal. In just a second, flames engulfed his body. Was this the power of the fire element? In this life, he's destined to rule the world. At this moment, he was completely reborn. Just then, his phone rang. It was that green T-bitch, Liu Ruyan. The main character's eyes filled with murderous intent. "Hey, sugar daddy, I saw a cute handbag, but I'm short 20,000. Hurry up and transfer the money to me." The male lead angrily scolds. Get as far away as you can, and he warns Liu Ruyan never to call him again. Liu Ruyan was stunned, standing next to her boyfriend. What the hell was that? Lin Tiandors to talk back like that, and the rich second generation beside her sneers, "Is your ATM angry?" Who knows what's wrong with him? He probably took the wrong medicine. Bo asked if they should go appease him, but Liu Ruyan said, "If you're going to appease someone, appease me. Who cares if that bootlicker lives or dies?" Meanwhile, the male lead is exhausted from running to 5 hospitals, still searching for Wu Qing's. He vowed to protect Yu Qing for the rest of his life, so she would have no regrets after her spiritual power recovered. Inside the operating room, a group of doctors were busy at work. What's going on? Why are her vitals normal, but her temperature won't rise? "Master Gui, please save my daughter. Let me check her pulse first." Then, Master Guy placed his hand on Yu Qing's wrist to take her pulse. "Old Su, where has your daughter been recently?" "Last month, to celebrate her getting into Qingbei University, I took her to an ice island. She was like this when she returned. Your daughter is possessed by yin energy and needs an object of extreme yang to be cured. I'll give you a prescription. Fill it accordingly. I've done all I can. Whether she can resist it depends on your daughter." At this moment, the male lead pushes open the door and says, "Stop." The Su family father and son were shocked. "Master Gui, is this your disciple?" "No, I've never taken on a disciple." A group of doctors quickly stepped forward to stop the main character. "Where did this stray dog or cat come from? Can't you see we're in the middle of an emergency?" Seeing this, the main character shouts, "Mr. Su, your daughter isn't sick. She's awakening the 1 in 10,000 ice attribute." He warns that acting rashly will ruin her future, but the doctors dismiss him as crazy, saying he's read too many stories. Just then, Master Gui told them to stop. "Boy, how do you know about ice affinity and spirit recovery? Just who are you?" The main character replies that who he is doesn't matter. The most important thing now is to wake Wu Qing. If you can, young man, please offer a solution. The words sound polite, but they're actually a test. Then, the main character reveals several remedies. The doctors were astonished, as it was the same prescription Elder Gui had just given. How could someone so young possess such advanced medical skills? Young man, your prescription is just like mine. It won't work. I hadn't even finished speaking before he interrupted. This prescription is missing one crucial ingredient, the Stardew flower. Little brother, your prescription could indeed awaken her and restore her health, but I fear the entire world couldn't find the dewdrop flower. The doctors were shocked, never expecting the esteemed elder to say the protagonist could cure the girl. Seeing his daughter could be saved, the father asked how much the flower cost, saying his family had nothing but money and begged to know where he could buy it. It can't be bought, not the Stardew flower. Because of its star-shaped blue petals with a silver ray at the center, the petals glow at night like a planet. The essence of the Stardew flower has the ability to heal powerful internal and external wounds. This is what I read in ancient records. This flower only grows in the age of spiritual energy and cannot possibly exist now. What? Is my daughter going to be like this for the rest of her life? The hero tells them not to worry. He can save Su Yu King. Young man, are you saying you actually have a Stardew flower? A doctor scoffed, telling Elder Goi not to believe the boy, as someone so poor could never obtain such a thing, adding that he'd overheard the prescription earlier. He must be lying about the Stardew flower. At that moment, the male lead activated his point exchange system and immediately traded for the Stardew flower. Enough arguing, everyone. Look at this. Everyone was shocked, never expecting it to actually be Stardew flower. Young man, how did you get such a legendary elixir? Do you believe I can heal Wu Qing now? Master Guy apologizes, saying they were too talkative, and urges him to hurry and heal her. He looked at the unconscious Wu Qing, then held the flower to her face, channeling spiritual energy for her to absorb. At that moment, a female doctor shouted, "Her temperature is rising, but it's stabilizing." Wu Qing slowly opens her eyes, and the hero tells her to rest, saying they'll meet again soon. Overjoyed, Boss Su shakes the hero's hand, thanking him profusely. Just make sure she gets plenty of rest, Mr. To. With that, the hero turned to leave, but Master Kwai called out to him. Young man, how about I treat you to a cup of tea? But the male lead declined, saying there would be other opportunities. Young man, I don't even know your name, Lin Tian said, waving goodbye to them. Back home, he immediately went online, remembering an old post that foreshadowed the cultivation levels after the return of spirit energy, and he quickly found it. It says that spirit cultivation is divided into 8 levels. In his past life, he only reached level 3 through hard work. It wasn't a lack of talent, but a lack of good techniques. He's already sweating after cultivating a little. This heaven-rending flame is indeed domineering, and in this life, level 8 Emperor Venerate is his goal. Meanwhile, in a high-rise building, the old master says he's found a boy with the star spirit flower, whose body also radiates spiritual energy. Yes, Director Liu, I can confirm that this boy is a genius at cultivating spiritual energy. If he matures, he could definitely change the world's landscape. He told Xiao Yu to go and probe his limits. Old guy, if what you say is true, then you've truly done a great service. At this moment, the main character's body is overflowing with flames, truly worthy of a purple cultivation technique. He's already reached the 2nd stage of qi refining after his first cultivation. After training, he takes a shower. By evening, he's starving. He feels like he could eat a whole goat. He strolled to the convenience store, whistling a tune, unaware of the eyes watching him from above. The girl gazed at the image. Found him. Don't disappoint me. She tossed something out, and a monster filled with death energy appeared behind the main character an instant later. Seeing this, the main character smirked, realizing the mutation had begun. Facing the menacing monster, he felt no fear, only disgust at the wolf's stench. In a split second, the evil orb lunged toward him. He leaped back to dodge the blow, but the evil orb lashed out with its long tail. The hero couldn't dodge in time and was struck in the thigh. The sound of cracking bone filled the air, causing him immense pain. Enraged, he gathers flames into his fist, engulfing it in fire. Bodogard's fire fist, combined with a powerful punch, immediately makes the evil dog spit out tomato syrup, shocking the girl. What? This dog's death is truly pathetic. Lying motionless in the street, it truly didn't know the value of life. Now feeling even hungrier after the fight, he needs to quickly find something to eat. The girl found it hard to believe that the main character had killed a level 1 mutated beast with a single blow. A fire attribute, yet he awakened the most powerful offensive fire ability. Seeing him leave, she quickly landed to investigate. She was shocked to see the monster's tail had been severed. Was that cracking sound the monster's tailbone breaking and not the hero's bones? Just how tough is his body? No, I have to report this to my superiors. The next morning, Lin Tian brushed his teeth and felt aches all over his body as if he'd been beaten. Even so, he had to continue cultivating. Just then, an important message arrived on his phone, followed by a breaking news alert. This morning, the temperature on the summit of Purple Cloud Mountain reached 81 degrees. All tourists, please be careful when visiting Purple Cloud Mountain and don't believe the rumors that the high temperatures can remove moisture. Trust science, it's just a hole in the ozone layer. The male lead found this strange. If his memory served him right, the summit of Violet Cloud Mountain wasn't just a hole in the ozone layer, but the place where a powerful fire attribute, spiritual energy, awakened. The protagonist grabbed his clothes, determined to seize this opportunity. But little did he know, he'd run into Liu Ruyan right outside. "Give me 200,000. I need a new bag." Hearing this, the protagonist's veins throbbed. "Are you stupid? Didn't I tell you yesterday to get lost and stay lost? Lin Tian, I know you're doing this on purpose, trying to get me interested in you, but I'm warning you, if you don't give me the money now, I'll really leave you." Lin Tian didn't want to waste any more time on her. "Get lost and don't bother me again. Just looking at you makes me sick." By now, many people had gathered on Mount Ziyun, and the area was cordoned off for safety, with strict warnings not to cross the line, as the temperature inside reached a deadly 81 degrees. This was no joke. People had already been roasted alive. Yeah, right. No way it's that hot. Then, this guy throws corn over the barrier, and in just 1 second, it turns into popcorn. Everyone was stunned. It really was hot enough to kill someone in there. At this moment, Lin Tian arrived, and the fire energy was as strong as he'd predicted. If he could absorb all of that, he'd level up for sure. And with that, Lin Tian jumped into the isolation zone. Everyone was dumbfounded. Someone actually wasn't afraid of death. "Get out of there, kid. You'll burn to a crisp." It's fire energy, indeed, and incredibly powerful. It hurts. Every cell in my body feels like it's burning, but he endures, determined to become strong in this life. Whoa, what's up with this guy? Is he evolving or something? Sparks flew from his eyes, and Lin Tian knew he had to leave before attracting too much attention. He then transformed into a stream of fire and shot through. Immortals. There are immortals. Did we manage to catch the immortal on camera? The police were dumbfounded. What was that heat just now? Why doesn't it feel hot anymore? Could that boy really be a god? Meanwhile, Chief Liu is on the phone, and the news is on TV. That afternoon, a mysterious young man appeared on Purple Cloud Mountain, dispelling the abnormal climate before vanishing before everyone's eyes. Hearing this news, Director Liu cursed and ordered them to suppress the news about Purple Cloud Mountain immediately. "We can't let this spread any further. You really saw that kid blow up a mutated beast with one punch last night?" "Yes, and the mutated beast's attack didn't seem to hurt him at all. It seems we've encountered 2 geniuses in just 2 days. He felt that he couldn't let other forces get to him first, and that Lin Tian had to be brought into the organization as soon as possible. "Take me to Lin Tian." Inside the room, Lin Tian sat, his entire body enveloped in aura. A glint of gold flashed in his eyes. Sensing the immense power within him, Lin Tian thought to himself that he had finally succeeded. "I've finally entered the Spring of Courage realm," the system announces. "Congratulations, you've entered the Spring of Courage realm. Your reward is an attribute slot for a new element, allowing you to cultivate an additional element." Lin Tian stared intently at the system panel, which activated the demon-slaying function. The system displayed a message. The user can permanently attach an element to a weapon, and the durability will vary depending on the weapon's material. Lin Tian was overjoyed. He could create his own elemental weapons. He rushed to the kitchen, grabbed a knife, and said, "Old friend, let's see how I transform you this time." Lin Tian turned sharply and asked, "Who's here in the middle of the night?" He stared in surprise at the 2 people in front of him. "Liu Ying introduced you, little brother. I'm Liu Ying, the president of the Spirit Cultivation Association. The girl beside me is my subordinate, Leng Yue. We're here to talk to you about spirit cultivation." Lin Tian thought about the Spirit Qi Cultivation Association. He remembered being saved by them in his past life, but he shouldn't have had any contact with them in this life yet, right? Lin Tian asks, "How did you find out about me?" Liu Ying holds up Fu Qing's picture. "Old Li, the one who treated the Su family girl, mentioned you. By the way, Su Wuqing has already joined our Spirit Association." Lin Tian thought, it seems these people mean no harm. After they all sat down and talked for a while, Liu Ying asked, "Little brother, are you really not considering joining us?" Lin Tian politely declined. "Old Liu, now's not a good time for me to join an organization." He continued, "I plan to cultivate on my own for now, and think about other things after the spiritual energy is fully restored." Leng Yu urged, "Lin Tian, I know you've awakened to the first stage, but let me tell you, you only reached it through luck. Without the association's guidance, who knows if you'll ever reach the Yongquan realm." She continued, "The future of Earth will change, and cultivating spiritual energy will be the only path. If you want to grow stronger steadily, guidance from the association is essential." Ling Yu recounts, "At first I was like you, thinking I could awaken on my own, so I refused the association's invitation. It took me almost 3 years just to reach the initial awakening realm, but after joining the association, I successfully entered the initial awakening realm in less than a year. With the association's help, you could become a level 2 spirit spring expert in just 3 years." Lin Tian is shocked. 3 years? How old is your sister this year? Lan Yuyet asked frankly. Almost 21? Lin Tian couldn't help but think his sister's talent was far too lacking. Never mind, let's not say anything that undermines our unity. He awkwardly gave a thumbs up. Nothing. I just think you're a genius. Everyone in the entire Cultivation Association is a genius. Genius is just the threshold for joining. Liu Ying looked up at him. "Young man, you'll receive a lot of help when you join our association." Suddenly, he stood up. "Excuse me, I have to take this call." Liu Ying answered the phone. "What is it?" The voice on the other end was frantic. "Chairman, a Tier 2 mutated beast has appeared, only 30 kilometers from your city." Liu Ying is shocked. "What? A second stage? What's its attribute?" They only reported that it's unknown, but they suspect it's poison-based. The mutated beast is a giant python. Lin Tian and Leng Yue listened intently as Liu Ying answered the phone. "I understand. Seal off the surrounding area immediately. I'll bring Leng Yue there right away." The person on the other end obeyed and hung up. Liu Ying turned around and said, "Sorry, little brother. Something urgent has come up and I need to go. Let's talk another time." Later, as Lin Tian watched them leave, he vowed to become stronger than ever in this life, so as not to repeat the regrets of his past life. He figured his current strength was probably in the early Yongquan realm, and it seemed that future upgrades would not be easy. He searched his phone for locations with fire-attributed spiritual energy, but before he could finish, the phone rang, startling him. He answered the phone, immediately scolding, "Tianpeng, what are you doing up at this hour?" "Lin, save me. My family's villa is haunted," Tianbang pleaded. Lin Tian retorted angrily, "Are you crazy? What haunting? I'm not lying, Brother Lin. My villa behind the mountain has been struck by lightning all day, but there's no rain." Hearing this, Lin Tian was stunned, wondering if this kid had awakened the extremely rare lightning spirit. He rushed over. "Xiaokui, tell me exactly what's happening with the lightning strikes." Tianping, terrified, hid under the window, looking at the purple sky filled with lightning, his voice trembling. "It's as dark as night here, and the lightning won't stop. Save me, Brother Lin." Hearing this, Lin Tian was even more certain. "That's right. This is the awakening of the lightning spirit. There are 3 levels of spiritual energy, common attributes like water, fire, wind, and earth, rare attributes like ice, light, darkness, and lightning, and the legendary attribute, void." Lin Tian thought gleefully that adding the lightning attribute to the new attribute slot would make him rich, and he rushed out of the house, telling Tianpeng that he was coming to surround the mountain and keep everyone out. "Did you hear me?" Tianpeng, hiding behind the curtain, was confused. "Huh? Someone's coming?" 2 young men sitting by the road notice a girl approaching. "Join me on this mission." "Where are we headed, lady?" the red-haired girl asks, hands on her hips. "There's a mountain with an incredibly powerful lightning spirit. We must gather all the lightning-attributed spiritual energy before disaster strikes." Lin Tian, flashlight in hand, ascends the mountain, gazing up at the lightning-streaked sky. Lin Tian was thrilled. It was indeed lightning-attribute spiritual energy. He was rich. He tapped the increase button, then the lightning button. The system displays a notification. Lightning is a rare attribute, requiring twice the spirit energy of a normal attribute. Are you sure? Without hesitation, Lin Tian confirmed. The system is preparing to draw a lightning attribute cultivation technique for the host. Please wait a moment. The system congratulates him. Congratulations, you've obtained the blue-grade lightning attribute technique. Bon Loi Quiet. Holding the azure lightning art in his hand, Lin Tian surveys his surroundings, realizing why it's such a rare attribute. Even though the technique is azure grade, its power is terrifying. Lightning attribute spiritual energy is coming this way. At the same time, blonde hair is terrified. Can we really control this thing? The purple-eyed girl wondered. That's right. Are you sure this thermos is good enough? Red hair snatches the thermos from Purple Eyes, telling her to hand it over. She sighs, then the red-haired girl opens the thermos and holds it up, drawing the lightning attribute spiritual energy into it. A small girl, standing against immense power. The 2 boys cheered from the sidelines. Go, big sis, go! You're amazing! Suddenly, a crack appeared on the thermos. The red-haired girl was shocked, wondering how this could be. How could it not withstand the gathering of spirits? An explosion erupts as the young man quickly shields the red-haired girl. Careful, boss. The thunder in the sky grew more violent with each passing moment, startling the three of them. Run, the spiritual energy is out of control. What's that sound? Lin Tian emerged from the bushes, startling the red-haired girl, who knew no ordinary person could survive this. She shouted a warning, "What are you doing climbing this mountain? Run, this is no place for ordinary people." But contrary to her concern, Lin Tian happily runs towards them. "I'm here." The red-haired girl was stunned. "He's done for." The three cried out, "What on earth happened to him? What were you thinking? Did your girlfriend cheat on you or something?" Ignoring their words, Lin Tian rushed towards the protruding attribute spirit energy. A light flared, and Lin Tian coiled himself to resist within the heart of the attribute spirit energy. The two young men outside were stunned by the sight. How could he be so resilient? Is he a god? Even the red-haired girl couldn't help but wonder. How is he unharmed? Could he have awakened the ultra-rare lightning spirit? Lin Tian roared, "You want me to kneel before you? Don't even dream of it." He gritted his teeth. "In this life, the heavens will no longer obscure my eyes, nor will the earth control my heart. I will make all living things understand my will and shatter the very souls of the Buddhas." Lin Tian's eyes flashed with determination. In this life, he would become a powerhouse. Lin Tian roared, "Come on!" Then the sky calmed, and Lin Tian's body floated in the air. He gazed at the surging lightning power in his hand. Not bad at all. The system announced, congratulating him on obtaining both lightning and fire spirit energy. "Do you want to fuse these two types of spiritual energy to obtain the legendary lightning flame attribute?" Lin Tian commanded. "Fuse immediately." He gazes in delight at the streams of energy enveloping his body. Is this the legendary attribute energy? I can feel this power. Meanwhile, Lan Nguyet's subordinate reports that, as predicted, the beast is a giant python with dark properties. Leng Yu responded, "I understand." She thought to herself, "Dark attribute, huh? This could be difficult." Leng Yue orders her subordinates that in case of danger they should crush this jade pendant to create a light attribute shield that could save their lives. She stressed that surviving was the top priority and that they shouldn't force anything. Understood? Leng Yue gives the order to move out, and together they enter the dark structure, when suddenly, two red dots appear in the distance. Leng Yue realizes they're the eyes of a wild beast. She shouts, "Careful!" The mutated beast bares its fangs and lunges forward as the two subordinates quickly throw hidden weapons to eliminate it. This froze the beast that had been struck by the hidden weapon. "We did it!" The two subordinates cheered. "We did it!" But then, Leng Yue sensed something was wrong. "Nguyo, run!" The beast has broken free of the ice and is emitting a poisonous gas, infecting everyone nearby. Leng Yu calls for help, requesting the giant beast tamers from headquarters. But before she can finish, she's poisoned and collapses within the monster's circle. As night falls, in some empty lot, a pleading voice comes from inside a pickup truck. "Young man, you're the only one who can resolve this crisis." Looking at the information on the tablet, Lin Tian marveled, "Dark attribute is another rare one." He frowned, regretting, "Too bad. If I didn't run out of attribute slots, I would have taken it." Director Liu, drenched in sweat, spoke urgently and excitedly. "The girl Leng Yue's fate is unknown, and our only hope is you, the fire-awakened one." Lin Tian seized on a key point, asking in a low voice, "Director Liu, how do you know I awakened the fire attribute?" A flustered Director Liu could only scratch his head and explain, "Well, I had Leng Yue follow you before and saw you eliminate the mutated dog with my own eyes." Lin Tian recalled the great battle a few days prior, silently confirming that they were the ones who released the dog. Lin Tian felt betrayed and asked sternly, "You sent people to monitor me?" The director sweated bullets. "I was only concerned for the safety of the people." Lin Tian wasn't unreasonable, and he coldly stated his condition. "I can agree to go to the factory and kill that python, but you have to promise me that you won't follow me anymore." As if waiting for this, Director Liu clapped his hands in delight, sealing the deal. "Young man, how many people do you need? I'll get them to you right away." Lin Tian smirked, cracking his knuckles as he said, "No need. I work alone." The words left Director Liu speechless. In a dark corner, shrouded in shadow, a pale-faced Lan Nguyet lay prone, able only to scream. The sight before her left her speechless. A colossal python radiating a murderous aura, thrashing wildly. Seeing it swallow a person whole, Lan Nguyet couldn't believe her eyes. This giant python was evolving by devouring cultivators? Summoning her remaining strength, Leng Yue knew she had to stop its evolution, or the surrounding people would face a terrible disaster, Just then, the serpent turned its crimson eyes upon her. It opened its bottomless maw towards the women, unleashing a torrent of poison. But Leng Yue was no pushover, and she countered with a spirit-infused punch. A punch straight to the serpent's throat made it thrash and cry out in pain. Just when she thought she had a chance, her attack vanished in an instant, shattering without dealing any damage. Her eyes widened in horror. How could this be? The python didn't hesitate, retaliating with a tail whip that sent her flying. Blood splatters everywhere as Leng Yue realizes, to her dismay, that it has successfully evolved. Facing the giant serpent, her hopes of victory are dashed, and she despairs, knowing that it can no longer be stopped. Just as she was about to bid farewell to life, a familiar, mocking voice echoed. Crap. Now that I'm here, I remember this rundown factory. Wasn't this where I worked after graduating high school? The owner of this factory still owes me a month's salary. What terrible luck. Just terrible. Hearing those words, Leng Yue recognized him instantly, exclaiming in surprise, Lin Tian! Shouldering his longsword, he casually asked, Director Liu told me to escort you all out. Where are the others? Lan Yu didn't have time to answer his question. She shouted a warning, Run! You're no match for it. It's evolved to the 3rd stage. Deafened by her yelling, Lin Tian nonchalantly picked his ear and said, Okay, I got it. The ones being rescued should just wait obediently. Don't run around. The python, insulted by his fearless demeanor, roared, Let's see what you're really capable of. Before Lin Tian could react, the snake lashed out with its long tongue. Seeing this, Leng Yue frantically shouted, Lin Tian, run! Suddenly, lightning crackled around Lin Tian, moving faster than the eye could see. Enveloped in electricity, he smirked and said, I'll shatter the darkness with thunder. Just as the dark python lunged, he unleashed an electric fist, striking it square in the face. A knockout blow that sent the serpent flying, spewing a mouthful of black blood. Leng Yue was stunned, hardly believing her eyes. The serpent that troubled so many cultivators was now flattened by Lin Tian's punch. As the python tried to slither away, Leng Yue cried out in alarm, Lin Tian, don't let it escape. Lin Tian then drew the long sword from his back, preparing to cook up some python stew. Don't worry, it's not going anywhere today. The longsword crackled with lightning, emitting a blinding light and sound. He narrowed his eyes and unleashed a powerful lightning strike, preparing to electrocute the python, then began to dance with his blade, instantly unleashing a devastating blow that shredded the python to pieces. With the deed done, he coldly sheathed his sword, saying simply, It is finished. Lin Tian narrowed his phoenix eyes, calculating that, according to his memories, this Spiritual Energy Cultivation Association had never done anything wrong. They only helped ordinary people through difficult times, so connecting with them shouldn't be a problem. After a moment, he slowly replied, Yes, I've awakened both fire and lightning attributes. Lan Yuyet immediately looked at Lam Thian with new eyes, inwardly marveling that he was sure to become a super powerhouse. The battle with the Chan beast has ended. Cut to a conference room where a man speaks, Director, Lin Tian has admitted it himself. Leng Yu had just returned to report that he awakened both lightning and fire attributes. Hearing this, Director Liu stroked his beard, carefully considering, no wonder he said not to be followed. He smiled, a calculating look on his face. This kind of talent must join the Spirit Chi Cultivation Association. Leng Yue sips her tea, carefully asking, Director, will we still be monitoring him? Director Liu suddenly changed the subject, saying mysteriously, Girl, you need a boyfriend. A young man chimed in, saying the troubles have been piling up lately like they won't stop. We can't just call them accidents, can we? This statement ignited a wave of dissenting opinions. To reveal something like this rashly, do you know how much trouble it would cause? A few scoldings wouldn't solve it then. Everyone argued, unwilling to yield, and the young man immediately raised his voice. You dare bring that up. If we could reveal the existence of spirit energy, we could have evacuated the people from the factory yesterday. The situation is getting worse. Another person retorted, Didn't we resolve the incident at the factory in the end? This officially kicked off a war of words, with both sides slamming the table and rising to confront each other. You solved it? Or was it those kids you called in? What are you saying? Director Liu struggled to contain his anger, growling, Enough. No more arguing. The chief's words roared like thunder, making the soldiers hesitate as they stammered, Chief Liu, Eve. Director Liu slowly calmed everyone down. Xiao Li, sit down. Sit down. You're right. If it weren't for Lin Tian's help last night, not only would I have lost my daughter and my men, but the surrounding residents would have been in danger as well. At this point, he turned and stood up. However, as our members have said, rushing to inform everyone about the spiritual energy's revival will surely cause a large-scale social chaos. Therefore, I have a proposal. All eyes turned to him in silence. He pointed to the map with his cane. The areas I've marked are where the spirit chi revival has recently occurred. We can choose these areas as test sites. We can promote these areas as tourist spots, see how effective it is, and then consider the next step. What do you all think? The tension immediately eased as everyone chimed in with their approval. All right, let's try it out, as Director Liu suggests. Another added that it was worthy of the director to be able to come up with such a clever solution. Director Liu unexpectedly pulled out a book and continued, "If there are no objections, let's move on to the next item." His subordinates opened their files and followed along. Director Liu continued the meeting. "Yesterday, you all witnessed firsthand the strength of our young friend, Lin Tian. I'd like to invite him to join the Spirit Cultivation Association." With that, all eyes turned to Lin Tian's resume, and Director Liu continued, "How would you all feel about him leading a cultivation team?" Some felt it unfair and frowned in protest. "Director Liu, I don't object to him joining, but isn't it a bit much to give him such a high position right away?" The young man opposite nodded in agreement. "That's right. No one starts as a deputy minister. You have to start from the bottom." Director Liu calmly tried to persuade his colleagues. He said calmly, "You all saw his strength yesterday. He's an awakened with both lightning and fire attributes. I worry that giving him too low a position would not only displease him, but we absolutely can't afford to offend someone with such potential." The young man offered his insight, saying sternly, "If Director Liu says so, then please arrange an assessment for him." The other chimed in, "Yes, arrange an assessment for him. Becoming the cultivation team leader requires more than just strength." Director Liu knows I wouldn't waste my breath. He chuckled with amusement and said, "These are your words. Don't regret it later." The next morning in bustling City S, Lin Tian was still sound asleep, drooling, and the sun was already high in the sky, but he still wouldn't wake up. Suddenly, a commotion outside startled him. Could there be a thief in the house? He hastily pulled up his pants and rushed out, veins popping as he cursed, "I'm so poor, I'm eating the cheapest instant noodles, and they still dare to steal from me. Wait till I catch him, I'll make him regret it." With his most menacing face, he flung open the door, gritting his teeth and roaring, "You audacious thief! Don't you dare admit your mistake!" But before him stood a long-legged beauty, sweeping the floor. She quietly greeted him, and Lin Tian couldn't believe he had his own Cinderella. He awkwardly waved back in greeting, but once he came to his senses, he jumped up and shouted, "Wait! Why are you in my house? Didn't we agree yesterday that you wouldn't follow me anymore?" The beauty, without missing a beat, stepped to the sink and began clearing his dishes, calmly stating, "I'm not here to follow you. I'm here to live with you. Where's the trash can?" Lin Tian was sweating bullets, his eyes wide with disbelief. After calming down, Lin Tian leaned back and coldly asked, "So, you want me to participate in some kind of trial?" Lin Tian began to weigh the pros and cons, thinking that with only 3 days left until the spiritual energy fully erupted, he couldn't waste time on some challenge. He flatly refused, "No, I'm not interested." But Leng Yue persisted, saying seriously, "Lin Tian, I know you think this challenge will slow your cultivation, but it's a trial the association has specially prepared for cultivators." Leng Yu began to sweet-talk him, continuing, "Not only will new members participate, but the challenge location has recently experienced a resurgence of spiritual energy. Although the level isn't high, there may be some opportunities." Suddenly, Lin Tian remembers something. Su Wu King said she'd joined this organization. He asks, "Tell me, is Su Wu King participating in this trial?" Unsurprisingly, Leng Yue immediately admitted, "She's going too?" Lin Tian didn't answer. Frowning, he thought, "She said she encountered a great opportunity there. I wonder what it could be." Curiosity piqued, Lin Tian decided to make an exception. "I'll go this time. It's perfect timing. I have something to ask her, so I'll participate in this trial." Time flies, and the day of the organization's gathering arrives. Director Liu announces, "You may have grown accustomed to a peaceful life." The director continued sternly, "But I want to tell you that the world will soon no longer be peaceful. Death will become commonplace." Within the formation, a girl with long purple hair stood out as Director Liu's voice continued steadily. "I'll introduce you to a powerful chi cultivator who will be your captain and lead you in this trial." Another female team member thought grimly, where did that person go? Recalling a few days prior, she fervently defended a male teammate. I really did see an awakened one crackling with lightning. But the young man didn't believe her. What was she even talking about? How could there be such a powerful aura cultivator? You must have seen wrong. Back in reality, the tattooed thug next to her turned to ask, "What are you thinking about, Miss Key?" Pretending nothing was amiss, Miss Kai replied, "Nothing. just wondering what the new captain will be like. Tattoo couldn't help but show his contempt, sneering, "Humph, captain. What captain? It's probably just some rich kid here to coast by." He then took the opportunity to brag. "When that kid gets here, I'll teach him a lesson and show him who's really in charge." His lackeys chimed in with flattery. "Our boss is the best, so cool." Miss Kai casually added, "I advise you to behave and not cause any trouble." On the red carpet leading to the assembly point, Lan Nuyet began her introduction. "This is the team you'll be leading. A total of 5 people, 2 women and 3 men." Lin Tian took a look, and aside from Su Yiqing's ice attribute, the others all possessed fairly ordinary attributes. Pointing to the tattooed man's profile, Leng Yue warned him to watch out for Liu Tianfang. He used to be a gangster, but after unexpectedly awakening the wind element, his personality remained unchanged, making him difficult to control. Lin Tian, completely unconcerned, gave a careless reply. Got it. Got it. Director Liu, who had been waiting, was overjoyed to see Lin Tian. Your team leader has arrived. With his hands in his pockets and a cool, expressionless face, Lin Tian looked incredibly aloof. The tattooed man and 2 beauties immediately recognized him as the person their father said had saved them. It's him, the guy who was struck by lightning on the mountain that day. Director Liu solemnly introduces, "This is your captain." Before Lin Tian could respond, an urgent voice cut in. "Wait." Director Liu interrupted, was a little deflated. "Liu Tianfeng, do you have a problem with this?" Liu Tianfeng sneered, his tone laced with disdain and arrogance. "Director Liu, just how skilled is this kid? How about showing us a few moves? Otherwise, who's going to listen to who around here?" A flicker of amusement in his eyes, Lin Tian smirked. "Oh? How are you planning to show off?" Liu Tianfeng, now in try-hard mode, smugly replied, "Naturally, by testing your strength against us." Looking at Liu Tianfeng with disdain, Lin Tian mocked, "You're just a level 1 energy well trash. How could you be worthy to fight me?" These words enraged Liu Tianfeng, who roared, "You little brat, do you have a death wish?" Unable to contain his anger, he threw a punch straight at Lin Tian, who, unimpressed, narrowed his eyes and said, "Is that all you've got?" Before he could retaliate, Director Liu intervened, stopping his fist barehanded and reprimanding him. "Liu Tianfeng, how dare you disobey the organization?" Liu Tianfeng calmed down, hastily explaining, "Director Liu, that's not what I meant, but a captain should have some strength." He winked at his subordinates, signaling them to chime in. Otherwise, the brothers wouldn't be convinced. "Right?" The small fry then added fuel to the fire. "That's right, Director Liu. We cultivators value strength above all else. If this new captain can't prove his strength, it'll be hard for us to accept him." Director Liu calmly replied, "You don't need to worry about Lin Tian's strength. He single-handedly defeated the Dark Python and saved Leng Yue just a few days ago." Hearing this, Qi was shocked and asked for confirmation, thinking she had misheard. "What? He saved Miss Lan all by himself?" Liu Tianfang stubbornly refused to back down. He must have just gotten lucky. How could he possibly defeat that giant Dark Python alone? Director Liu knew that words wouldn't solve anything, so he resorted to a last resort. "All right, everyone line up properly. Anyone who disrupts the challenge rules will be immediately expelled from the association. Everyone behave. I'm about to announce the challenge. Listen carefully, everyone. The challenge is to deal with a creature known as the Thorned Beast. According to the information the guild has, this creature not only has a human form, but can also move freely, so the team listens intently." He continued, "Before you begin, I must warn you all. You may have thought this world was safe, but let me tell you." His face hardened with warning as he growled, "Death will always be with you, on the path of cultivation." With careful instructions given, Lin Tian's team entered the forest to begin their mission. He scanned his surroundings, assessing the situation. This was the designated location for the trial. But where are the monsters? Did they burrow underground? Wan Xingwarli gazed into the distance and asked, "Captain Lin, do we have to go over there?" Lin Tian, with good intentions, warned everyone to stay away from the large tree for their own safety. He then took charge, assigning tasks to the team members, instructing them to continue searching for clues about the monster in the surrounding area. She complies. "Yes, Captain Lin." Taking the opportunity, Liu Tianfang mocks Lin Tian. "Captain Lin, are you scared? Are you afraid that big tree will get up and hit you?" His subordinate laughed as if he'd just won the lottery. "Bro Liu." Lin Tian had no intention of arguing with this blockhead. Growing impatient, he warns, "I cautioned you, but if you refuse to listen, you'll face the consequences." Yet, undeterred, Liu Tianfeng presses onward. I want to see what kind of devilry is over there." As Liu Tianfang approached the tree, he was immediately overjoyed, saying excitedly, "Could this big tree be some kind of treasure? How can it have such strong spiritual energy?" Seeing this, the lackey next to him added, "Boss, the spiritual energy here is so abundant. If we cultivate here, we'll definitely level up." Liu Tianfang then became greedy. "If I absorb all the spiritual energy here and successfully advance to the third stage of the Yongquan realm, even Ling Yue will have to listen to me." Imagining himself as a handsome, ripped, high-level cultivator, Liu Tianfang drooled, immediately motivated. He gathered his brothers, saying they should take advantage of the abundant spiritual energy and start cultivating at once. No sooner said than done. The three cultivators sat around the tree, each absorbing its energy. Seeing this, Wu Qing anxiously asked, "Captain Lin, will they be all right?" Lin Tian casually replied, "Don't worry. If there's a problem, I'll step in." Taking the opportunity, Miss Kui sidles up and asks, "Team Leader Lin, did we meet a few days ago?" Looking at her unfamiliar face, Lin Tian vaguely replied, "Really? I don't recall." "Where was it?" she prompted. "Oh, you mean on the lightning-struck mountain? I remember now." Lin finally realized who she was and politely responded, "Oh, so it was you. Were you on a picnic that day?" Provoked by his silly question, she snapped back, "A picnic? What picnic?" "I was sent to deal with the spiritual energy surge that day, and all because of Team Leader Lin, I was scolded by my superiors for hours." Sister Qi decided to vent her anger on Lin Tian, scolding him like never before. "I told them a man was absorbing spirit energy, but they said I was dreaming, and all Lin Tian could do was apologize." After chatting with the two sisters for a while, Lin Tian returned to his main objective. "You two should sit down and cultivate. The spiritual energy here is abundant." Master Lin Tian is always off frolicking, so Wu Qing curiously asks, "Aren't you going to cultivate?" Looking at Wu Qing's gentle and refined demeanor, he smiled, thinking she was still as kind as she was in her past life. Lin Tian replied, "The spiritual energy here isn't suitable for my attributes. You guys cultivate first." Chi-Chi didn't press further, stating decisively, "Then we—" before cries for help suddenly echoed from the other side. "Boss, save us!" The spiritual energy behind them surged, immediately causing Lin Tian, Chi-Chi, and Yu Qing to turn around. The scene before them was shocking. Branches like tentacles were tightly Chan Rao around the soldiers. Liu Tianfang trembled, barely able to stand, and gritted his teeth. "What's going on? Why are these branches suddenly moving?" The underling screamed in vain. "Big brother, save me. I don't want to die." Liu Tianfang's pride wouldn't let him run. He drew his blade. "I'm coming to help you." With that, he charged forward, brandishing his blade, determined to sever the tentacle. A single strike sent the branch reeling, as dark energy threatened to consume the very air. But the previous strike had no effect. Liu Tianfang bitterly said, "How is this possible?" The underling, flattened on the ground, saw what was coming and shouted a warning. "Boss, watch out on your left!" Liu Tianfang focused intently, straining his mind to deal with the tree, but it was like throwing an egg at a rock. A tentacle lashed out, causing Liu Tianfang to spray blood everywhere, feeling an agonizing pain. He recalled the old director's words, "When people embark on the path of cultivation, death will always be with them." No wonder Director Liu said that. Seeing no hope of turning the tables, he wondered, "Am I going to die here?" The great tree had become a specter, intent on devouring Liu Tianfang. Just then, a blade flashed like lightning, severing a branch of the great tree. Liu Tianfang struggled to his feet, barely managing to choke out, "You—" Lin Tian, hands still in his pockets, simply ordered, "Move." Despite his boasting, Liu Tianfang shows a hint of honor, saying, "I can't abandon my brothers and run." Lin Tian turns back, offering a word of encouragement. "Looks like you're pretty loyal after all," Liu Tianfang muttered. "A man's gotta have principles." Lin Tian slowly bent down to pick up the blade, secretly planning to imbue it with lightning and fire. In less than a second, the blade absorbed the lightning, crackling with energy. Liu Tianfang watched, his face pale with fear, and stammered, "What are you doing?" Without a word, Lin Tian hurled the dagger straight into the giant tree. As the dagger struck, the tentacles loosened, and the freed underlings rejoiced. "Boss, Captain Lin, thank you for saving me." But before they could celebrate, the tree roared madly. "Things are about to get ugly," Lin Tian warns of impending doom. "Get out of here. This monster is about to reveal its true form." Suddenly, the ground beneath them shook violently. What's going on? The ground shakes, and the great tree transforms into a wood demon, revealing its true form as a third-realm Yuhun tree spirit. Liu Tianfang's group was scared out of their wits, screaming in terror, "What is that monster?" Lin Tian didn't have time for their questions and said grimly, "Have you forgotten what Director Liu told you? This path of cultivation is destined to be one of near death." Gathering his energy, he conjures a ball of lightning, his signature move, and coldly says, "If you fear death, then leave this path." The wooden demon lunges with lightning speed, trying to crush its opponent with its branches, but Lin Tian leaps back just in time, narrowly avoiding disaster. The wood demon wasn't giving up, charging at Lin Tian with its entire body, thrashing its limbs to bury him alive while unleashing countless tendrils, resembling a monstrous deity with many arms. Lin Tian was startled. This move was difficult to block, but that only made it more exciting. He used a fire technique, creating a wall of flames that incinerated each tentacle. The ancient tree was doomed when faced with fire, and it could only watch as its body was scorched. Not stopping there, Lin Tian combined it with Thunderflame Fist. Seeing this, the wood demon turned tail and ran, but Lin Tian relentlessly pursued, combining Thunderflame Fist with an explosive orb that ripped through the ancient tree, leaving a gaping hole as it roared in despair. Lu Tianfang watched the monster slaying, his jaw dropping. Damn it, how could he be this strong? Qi couldn't sit still either. Was this the power of a lightning attribute awakened? Only Wu Qing remained the least excited. She blushed, thinking that the great heroes in novels must have felt like this, walking on clouds of many colors. Now, Lin Tian exuded a kind of radiance that only a handsome man could possess. Back at headquarters, the system replayed the recent barrage, and someone couldn't help but ask, "This Lin Tian has this much power?" As if on cue, Director Liu announced, "Does anyone still object to Lin Tian's position as captain?" They fell silent. Nothing at all. We'll follow Director Liu's orders." Before they could recover, the entire room shook violently. "What's going on? Is it an earthquake?" Seeing the tense situation, Lan Nanguyat asked, "Director Liu, could this spiritual energy be—" Director Liu's face darkened. It seemed the truth could no longer be concealed. He slowly announced that the Earth's spiritual energy had fully recovered, and the world's rules were about to change. Meanwhile, Lin Tian's system displayed the resume of the wooden tree from before, leaving him puzzled. In his past life, Yu Qing said there was an opportunity here, but wasn't she ice attribute? This strange tree is wood attributed. In the blink of an eye, the tree's spiritual energy transforms into a beam of light, piercing the sky. It then dawned on Lin Tian, so that's what it was. He quickly pieced things together, realizing that the Earth's spiritual energy had fully recovered, resulting in the emergence of powerful ice attribute energy here. Wu Qing couldn't absorb this energy in her past life due to her lack of power. Looking at the newly opened ice cave, she admiringly says, "Captain Lin, you're amazing." One punch caused the surrounding energy to explode. Lin Tian, favoring her a bit, whispered, "Wu Qing, go into that cave and absorb the surging ice attribute spiritual energy. It will make you stronger." Blushing, Wu Qing agrees, as Lin Tian's eyes flash with determination. He thinks to himself, "In this life, we will both become powerful and make those who wronged us in our past life pay." Lin Tian turned to his teammates. "This place has a strong surge of ice-attributed spiritual energy, and since Yu Qing also awakened that attribute, I've asked her to cultivate here for a bit. Let's wait for her." Everyone agreed, and as evening approached, a feast of delicacies was laid out. Everyone raised their glasses in celebration, the atmosphere lively and warm. Congratulations to Wu Qing on successfully breaking through to the first level of the Courage Spring realm and entering the third level. Wu Qing smiled shyly and said, "All of this success is thanks to Captain Lin and everyone else." Liu Tianfang no longer had the arrogant demeanor he had this afternoon, and he humbly offered a toast. "Team Leader Lin, I was blind not to recognize your worth. Please forgive my past mistakes." Lin Tian didn't mind, saying it was nothing. In this crisis, he didn't abandon his brothers, proving his loyalty and courage, a true man. Lin Tian had successfully won their hearts. The team members cried, "Captain Lin, thank you for considering someone as insignificant as me a friend. From now on, my life, Liu Tianfang, belongs to you." Lin Tian says, "No need for that. From now on, we're brothers, together." But before they could bond any further, a warning cry came from the other side. "Everyone, evacuate immediately." It was the armed royal army, and they were working hard to evacuate the area. "Everyone evacuate immediately. We have a mission to carry out here, and we ask for your cooperation." Lam Thian secretly assesses the man before him, realizing he's no ordinary soldier, but a cultivator with a powerful aura. But isn't dealing with spiritual energy Director Liu's responsibility? Shouldn't this army wait a bit? If the spiritual energy outbreak belongs to Li Qi and the others, this could be an opportunity to help them level up. At that moment, the soldier's eyes met Lin Tian's group. He loudly berated, "Hey, I'm talking to you. Get out of here now, you hear?" Lu Tianfeng, losing his temper, slammed the table and stood up, yelling, "Insolent, how dare you speak to my big brother like that? Do you even know who my boss is?" The soldier pointed his weapon directly at Liu Tianfeng's throat. "Get lost, or die." But that only enraged Lu Tianfeng, who retorted, "Then let's see what you've got." Lin Tian cast an icy glare and quietly commanded, "Stop, rewind time 3 hours, to the bustling council chambers." What now? The sudden resurgence of spiritual energy caught them off guard, but someone interjected, stating that their top priority was to capture the escaped mutant hound. The commander, displeased by what he saw, ordered, "I told you from the start that thing needed to be watched more carefully. Enough arguing, this isn't the place for it. The priority is capturing that mutated dog. We can't risk civilians getting hurt." With that, he pointedly assigned the task. "Xiao Sun, you're in charge of capturing the mutated dog." Taking the order, Xiao Sun immediately stood up and firmly said, "Mission guaranteed." With that, he ended the meeting with a final statement. "Everyone, return to the border immediately. The spiritual energy has fully recovered, meaning the border will never be peaceful again." He cast a look of trust towards Xiao Sun and said gravely, "Xiao Sun, you must capture the mutated dog before dawn. Understand?" "Yes," he replied, returning to the command room and directed the battle over the radio. "Those in the east, speed up the evacuation. That beast could appear at any moment." Xiao Sun noticed the confrontation between Lin Tian and the armed soldier, thinking it wasn't part of the simulation. Lin Tian sternly ordered, "Stop! Get up and tell Liu Tianfang directly. Don't cause any more trouble for the army." Although unhappy, Liu Tianfang had no choice but to comply. "Yes, boss," Lin Tian said diplomatically. "We'll leave right away." Hearing this, the armed soldier was satisfied and let them go, thinking, good thing you know your place." Once the team had left, Lin Tian cautioned, "The aura has fully erupted this afternoon. From now on, we'll face an incredibly dangerous world." He quietly reminded Yu Qing to cultivate diligently, as her foundation was unstable and needed to be strengthened step by step, never rushing. "Understood, Captain Lin," Wu Qing replied obediently, just as a hurried voice called out from behind, little Lin, grandson." Recognizing the voice, Lin Tian was overjoyed and replied loudly, "Grandson, what follows is a touching reunion between brothers after a long separation, something little son can hardly believe." "Little Lin, is that really you?" Wu Qing asked curiously from behind. "Captain Lin, is that someone you know?" Lin Tian happily introduced. "This is my best friend from high school, Sun Zhengyi." Seizing the opportunity, Sun Zhengyi put his arm around him and teased, "Hello, everyone. I'm Lin Tian's good father." "Sun Zhengyi," Lin Tian glared at him. "You unfilial brat, you're clearly my good grandson." Hearing this, Sister Qi understood and said, "Captain Lin, we'll head back first. Not wanting to disturb you, catching up with an old friend." Liu Tianfang chimed in, "That's right, boss, we'll head back first." In a secluded corner of the city, Lin Tian and Sun Zhengyi discussed serious matters. Lin Tian complimented him. "Not bad, kid. Judging by your rank, you've earned some merit, haven't you?" Out of brotherly affection, Sun Zhengyi mysteriously reveals, "Lil Lin, I'll tell you a secret that was just declassified this afternoon." Showing no surprise, Lin Tian bluntly asks if the world's spiritual energy has been restored, adding that it's been trending all afternoon. Sun Zhengyi whispered into Lin Tian's ear, "I knew you wouldn't believe me, so let me tell you something. The reason this road is blocked is because there's a super strong mutated dog hiding here. Our team is here to protect the safety of the people." Lin Tian didn't answer, pursing his lips as he wondered, so that's it. But could the mutated dog they're talking about be the one released during Leng Yue's experiment? Just then, a soldier approached to report. "Report, Captain Sun. The civilians have been evacuated." Sun Zhengyi replied, "Good, then we just wait for the stray dog to fall into our trap." Lin Tian sank into his own thoughts, taking this opportunity to see the extent of the army's abilities. Lin Tian playfully bumped Sun Zhengyi's shoulder, saying with a grin, "Old Sun, let me have a look." Sun Zhengyi thought it was a good idea for little Lin to learn about the changed rules of the world, otherwise his kind nature would surely lead to trouble later. Without hesitation, he assigned the task to the soldier, Xiaozhang, to take him to a safe zone outside the hunting grounds so he could observe the team's strength. The soldier immediately obeyed. "Yes, Captain," Xiaozhang said smugly to Lin Tian. "Kid, I don't care what your relationship is with Captain Zun, but you better listen to me. Got it?" Lin Tian happily agreed. "All right, thanks in advance, big brother." Standing behind the B-40 fence, Lin Tian observed the dense military equipment and soldiers before him, estimating their strength to be at the first level of the Yongquan realm, making them a formidable force overall. Just then, Lin Tian sensed a surge of dark energy and pursed his lips. Here it comes. In the command center, a soldier watching the camera announced, "Everyone be careful, the mutated dog has arrived." A distinctive purple aura blankets the city, the air thick and suffocating. From within, a mutated wolf with eyes like burning coals leaps out. Soldiers open fire, a storm of bullets heading towards the beast, but it's like a tickle to the monster. The mutated hound retaliates, its claws tearing through the soldiers. Observing from behind the barricade, Lin Tian grows anxious, realizing the creature is at least at the third stage of the Yongquan realm. With the re-emergence of spiritual energy, creatures like this are appearing more frequently. I must train harder from tomorrow. Special ops team, with me. Use the black tortoise formation to hold that beast. And with that, the team got to work. Yes, sir. One member firmly grips the dog's tail, diverting its attention, while the others charge in with thunderous fists, ready to team up and take it down. They struck at its weak points, causing the mutated dog to howl in agony, and seizing the opportunity, Sun Zhengyi delivered a powerful blow to its head from above. Gritting his teeth, he put everything into this punch, screaming for it to die. The blow caused the dire hound to explode in gore, a truly devastating attack. Lin Tian watched with amusement, impressed. Indeed, they were a military force. Though each only possessed the strength of the second spring, their trust and willingness to lay down their lives for one another allowed them to transcend their own limits. Lin Tian calmly sat down, realizing his worries were unfounded. It was only a matter of time before they defeated the mutant hound. Suddenly, a thick stream of energy spewed from the mutant hound's mouth as it writhed and roared, as if drawing all life force into itself. Lin Tian didn't expect this twist and frowned. What's going on? Sun Zhengyi was caught off guard and tensely said, "Is that beast trying to evolve?" Reacting quickly, Sun Zhengyi signaled the special ops team to stop it at all costs, warning that failure meant certain death. But the team was no match for the mutated beast, and they were quickly overwhelmed and incinerated. The mutant dog's eyes glowed with a terrifying fire, and countless sharp white bones like blades sprouted from its back, signaling its successful transformation. Sun Zhengyi's face went pale as he muttered that they were doomed. Zhengyi struggled to his feet, facing the mutated dog, and said, "That beast really evolved." A special ops member, now helpless, asked, "Captain, what do we do now?" Sun Zhengyi resolves to fight, determined to protect the people behind them. "Brothers, fear no death. Let's make this our final stand. Special forces, charge!" "Yes, sir." The mutated dog's eyes were bloodshot as it swung its claws, throwing the Special Forces team aside. The Special Ops team could only hold on, their resistance proving futile, while the soldiers behind the barricades watched helplessly, desperately calling out for their captain. Battered and broken on the ground with his last breath, Sun Zhengyi saw the mutated hound tearing through everything, and a thought sparked in his mind. Am I going to die? Just then, a familiar figure appeared before him. Lin Tian, who blocked the mutant dog's claw with his bare hand. With his last ounce of strength, Sun Zhengyi recognized Lin Tian, who, with a face of ice, coldly uttered, "You hurt my brother. Die." Lin Tian's palm sends the mutated dog flying, and it howls in pain and alarm. But this beast is not so easily defeated, and it lunges again with renewed fury. "Ah." Sun Zhengyi couldn't believe his eyes, stammering, Lin Tian, you're a cultivator?" Lin Tian didn't deny it, casually pulling a group of sabers from his pocket. "I'll deal with this beast first, then we can talk." The Special Forces finally understood. He was a cultivator, and he'd managed to injure the fourth-stage mutated dog with a single blow. Just how strong was this kid? Lin Tian infused the throwing knives with lightning, his entire body radiating blinding bolts. "Prepare to meet your judgment." Lin Tian gritted his teeth, gathering momentum to defeat the mutant hound with a single throw. The blade shot forward like a rocket, faster than the eye could see, and the mutant hound tucked its tail and ran. But Lin Tian was determined to eliminate this threat to the nation. There was no escape. These blades pierced through without mercy. The mutant dog couldn't possibly evade them. It writhes in agony, spewing out a mouthful of strawberry syrup, its body still surrounded by Lin Tian's lightning. Sun Zhengyi still thinks this is a dream. He never imagined his brother would be so domineering. So, little Lin is a cultivator with such powerful lightning abilities? The mutant hound isn't completely defeated yet. It turns and lunges straight at Lin Tian. The creature, in its last throes, attempted a counterattack, seeking to take Lin Tian down with it. But to Lin Tian, it was nothing more than a useless pet. He draws his blade and calls out the subskill's name. A burst of immense power, with a wave, Lin Tian cleaves the mutated hound in two. The elite special forces couldn't believe what they were seeing. With spiritual energy just now recovering, he's already this strong. If he had another year and a half, how much stronger would he become? Sun Zhengyi's eyes sparkled like stars, showering him with endless praise. As expected of my brother, you're amazing. Little Lin. Lin Tian gazed at Xiaobian's broken blade, wondering if even military daggers couldn't withstand the power of Thunderflame. I need to find a weapon that can withstand my Thunderfire spiritual energy. Not bad, little Lindsay, you were hiding your strength from me. You're so strong, and you were pretending with me. Lin Tian kindly reminded him, take it easy. You were seriously injured. Sun Zhengyi waved to the special forces, saying spiritedly, drag that beast away, and my brothers and I will have a few drinks. Night falls, transitioning to the military organization. On the computer screen, footage replays of Lin Tian taking down the mutant hellhound last night. Arms crossed, the female superior asks dryly, is this man a friend of yours? Sun Zhengyi proudly says, more than friends, we're brothers who've been through thick and thin. The female superior begins to covet this talent. She muses that recruiting such talent would greatly strengthen their forces and asks directly, have you invited him to join the military? Sun Zhengyi scratched his head innocently, replying, I asked, but he said he's already joined a cultivation association. But the female boss was determined not to let this good catch get away. She retorted, it's that old codger Liu Ying, isn't it? I'm going to go get him to hand you over right now. The next morning, at the old apartment building where Lin Tian lived, he returned home with a hamburger in his mouth, casually saying, I forgot you were home, didn't buy you breakfast. Leng Yue didn't mind and got straight to the point. Were you involved in a military operation last night? Lin Tian asked, unwrapping his pastry. It was all accidental. I didn't plan to interfere, but I ran into a brother. Is there a problem? Without hesitation, Leng Yue revealed, this morning, the commander's daughter kept calling Chief Liu, wanting you to join the military. Lin Tian asked, intrigued, oh, what did he say? Leng Yu explained the situation and reminded Lin Tian to be careful. Director Liu has taken care of it, but the commander's daughter isn't someone to be trifled with, so you should be careful these next few days. Lin Tian, without hesitation, jokingly asked, what? Does she want me to be her live-in husband? Just then, the phone on the desk rang loudly. It was Sun Zhengyi. Lin Tian quickly answered the phone. My dear grandson, what's wrong? A shrill female voice came from the other end. She spat. Lin Tian, right. I'm Sun Zhengyi's superior, Shen Fei Fei. Lin Tian didn't answer right away, as he and Leng Yue listened in silence. The voice on the other end continued to persuade. We have a place brimming with powerful fire attribute spiritual energy. Would you like to see it? Lin Tian was immediately intrigued by the fire attribute. Lin Tian is intrigued, barely able to contain his excitement. He'd been struggling to find a way to enhance his fire attribute spiritual energy. As Shen Feifei drives, she recounts how they initially discovered ghost fires during a nighttime patrol of the construction site. People thought it was a superstition, so they called in a Taoist priest, but instead of dispelling the fire, it only made it stronger. She says the entire construction site is now engulfed in an extremely fierce fire, and though the military has locked it down, they're completely helpless. Shen Feifei continued. The fire seemed to intensify the night after the spiritual energy recovered. If it continues to spread, the surrounding people will be in danger. Lin Tian asked somberly. The fire is still spreading? Shen Feifei replied. Yes, all we can do now is keep expanding the quarantine zone. She added, oh right, I heard you and Leng Yue have something going on? Lin Tian frantically explained. Miss Shen, don't talk nonsense. Leng Yue was just sent by Director Liu to monitor me at home. She frowned. Don't rush to refuse, hear me out. Shen Feifei analyzed, the global spiritual energy has fully recovered. For the safety of the country, we must immediately establish a cultivation army to deal with unknown external factors. She continued. Right now, cultivators with some ability each have their own quirks. They can go into battle, but they absolutely cannot teach new cultivators. Lin Tian speaks. So you want me to join you and help train new cultivators? I heard from Sun Zhengyi that you have strong abilities and good character. Shen Feifei confirmed. That's right, as long as you agree, all compensation is negotiable. What do you say? I refuse, he says. I'm sorry, but I don't have the capacity to do those things right now. Let me first train those whom Chief Liu asked me to take care of. Lin Tian made a suggestion, and Shen Feifei agreed. Okay, she thought to herself. He really is a man of his word. Arriving at the construction site, they found it packed with reporters and onlookers, all gathered at the entrance due to the ghost fire. Don't push. Don't push. It's dangerous inside. Stay back. Shen Feifei and Lin Tian got out of the car and looked at the crowd, when someone suddenly asked, Lin Tian, what are you doing here? He looked towards the person who spoke and saw Li Xiaotong and Zhang Yu staring at him. Lin Tian frowned. Why is this guy here? Zhang Yu said haughtily. So, you're the one pining after Xiaotong? You certainly have the look of someone obsessed. Seeing this, the reporters turned their cameras towards them, thinking this unexpected turn of events would make for a great story. He sneers. My friend, though you still remember Xiaotong, you must understand there's a chasm between you that can't be crossed. Li Xiaotong added, Lin Tian, I gave you a chance, but you didn't appreciate it. The crowd whispered, What a show. The devoted warrior has lost. Lin Tian was baffled. Are these two idiots? Just then, Shen Feifei arrived. Lin Tian, what's going on? Reporters and teachers snapped photos incessantly. Oh my God, where did this beautiful girl come from? Li Xiaotong and Zhang Yu were also stunned, thinking to themselves, such beauty exists? Compared to her, Li Xiaotong is nothing. Zhang Yu confidently approached Yu Qing, extending his hand in greeting. Beautiful lady, my name is Zhang Yu. But all he got was the cold shoulder from Yu Qing, who turned and asked, Are these two your friends? Seeing this, Zhang Yu wondered, What's wrong? Is this girl treating me like I'm not even here? Lin Tian lazily replied, Just a couple of losers, let's go, don't waste our time on this. Then they left him behind and entered the construction site. The onlookers chuckled. No wonder that kid dumped her. If it were me, I'd trade her for that other girl any day. Li Xiaotong was furious, thinking, She actually dared to show off in front of me just because she's a little pretty? I'll definitely make her suffer. Have you stared enough? She's gone. Only then did Zhang Yu snap out of it and rush to comfort Li Xiaotong, who was displeased by his professional habits. If it weren't for the money, I wouldn't have given you the time of day. Back at the construction site, Shen Feifei and Lin Tian stand before the blue flames. She says, I just confirmed with the soldiers that the flames inside seem to be getting stronger, so we may need to expand the alert perimeter. Hearing this, he asks, Expand it again? Shen Feifei confirms, That's right, unless we find a solution. Lin Tian looked up. So this is it? She replied, Yes, this is the place I told you about yesterday, filled with fire attribute spiritual energy. Shen Feifei added, taking a watch from her pocket. Lin Tian asked curiously, What are you holding? Shen Feifei explains that it's essentially a device for measuring the concentration of spiritual energy. Observing the watch on her wrist, it seems they can only expand the blockade again. Shen Feifei turned to the soldier beside her and said, The warning perimeter is expanding beyond 5 kilometers. No, maybe 10. Suddenly, the soldier panicked. What is he trying to do? Shen Feifei watched and called out, Lin Tian, you've entered the blue sea of fire. The soldier asked loudly, Vice Commander, what do we do now? Shen Feifei wondered, Lin Tian, do you really have a way to control this fire? Lin Tian stood under the fire attribute aura, and a system notification appeared, detecting a powerful fire attribute spiritual energy. Do I want to absorb it? He smirked. I definitely will. Lin Tian sat down, focusing on absorbing the spiritual energy, affecting those around him. Shen Feifei wondered, That's a powerful aura. What level cultivator is Lin Tian? Really? If he absorbs all of this fire attribute spiritual energy, just how strong will he become? What realm will he break through to, the 4th, 5th, or even 6th spring realm? On Lin Tian's side, his system screen flashed 90%, then 100%. Announcing that his fire attribute spiritual energy had reached level 2, rewarding him with a chance to draw a new fire attribute talisman. The system chimes, congratulating the host on their fire attribute spiritual energy reaching level 2, and inviting them to draw a new technique. Lin Tian presses the start button and a golden light appears, leaving him speechless. It's gold, it's gold! The screen displays holy flame undying art along with congratulations, a golden fire attribute technique. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a golden technique for the first time. System points are multiplied by 10. Another screen appears, detailing its uses. The Undying Holy Flame technique allows you to store fire attribute spirit energy within the body, unleashing it for widespread damage upon attack. Lin Tian smirks, absorb it for me. The surrounding fire energy gradually dissipates, and Shen Feifei wonders what kind of monster he is. He absorbed all that powerful fire energy? The two soldiers beside her were astonished. Is this kid an incarnation of the fire god? The powerful suction force subsides, and Lin Tian walks toward Yu Qing, who asks worriedly, Lin Tian, are you okay? He replied, I'm fine. Thank you for bringing me here. The spirit energy meter in her hand went off, sensing something was wrong, and Shen Feifei threw it away. It exploded, and Lin Tian embraced her to protect her. Seeing this, Shen Feifei couldn't help but smile. This man, I must have him. no matter the cost. At a restaurant in the city, Lin Tian and Shen Feifei speak. She asks, "Are you saying you absorbed all the fire attribute spiritual energy at that construction site?" He confirms, "Yes, I hope it won't cause you any trouble." She replied, "Don't worry, there won't be any trouble. Can you tell me what realm you're currently in?" Lin Tian didn't hide anything, replying, "Probably peak 4th stage of the gushing spring, about to break through to the 5th stage." Shen Feifei was surprised. "What? You're only at the 4th stage?" He explained, "My cultivation method is a bit unique, how should I put it?" Seeing his hesitation, she waved her hand. "All right, all cultivators have secrets. If you don't want to talk about it, I won't force you." Lin Tian breathed a sigh of relief. "Thanks for understanding." Shen Feifei says, "Lin Tian, honestly, have you considered joining our military? The benefits are much better than that rotten association." Lin Tian refused, saying he had no intention of joining the military just yet. She replied with regret, "All right, if you don't want to, I won't force you." Shen Feifei stood up. "However, I must report what happened today, or I won't be able to explain it to my grandfather." Lin Tian spoke. "Understood." At Lin Tian's house, Leng Yue was looking at Liu Ying's message. "Xiao Yue, call that kid Lin Tian later to resolve this issue." She replied, "Detailed files on the Dark Shadow Wraith mission. The spirit energy has fully recovered, so you two must be careful. Understand?" "Yes, Chief Liu." Leng Yue recalled Lin Tian's words. "All right, I'll definitely go tomorrow." She placed the documents on the table and left. Meanwhile, still half asleep in bed, Lin Tian caught a whiff of something delicious. Leng Yu may not be talkative, but her cooking skills are truly impressive. He quickly rushed outside. "Lan Yue, your breakfast smells amazing." Lin Tian paused. He exclaimed, "Shen Feifei, why are you at my house too? Where did you even get the key?" Shen Feifei happily replied, "Don't worry, I went through official military channels to requisition your house as a secret military location." Lin Tian shouted, "That doesn't sound official at all." He then went to Leng Yue's room, saying, "Leng Yue, don't tell me you snuck out here just to fail at guarding the house?" But her room was empty. Lin Tian was stunned. "Where is everyone?" Shen Feifei approached him, saying, "When I arrived, no one was here. Did they retreat knowing we were coming?" He noticed a file on the table, opened it, and frowned slightly. "Operation Dark Shadow. Did she go off on her own?" Lin Tian worried. He quickly throws on a coat, and Shen Feifei calls out, "Lin Tian, where are you rushing off to?" "Something's happened to Leng Yue. I need to find Chief Liu." In the waters near the city, bubbles rise to the surface. Leng Yu swims deeper, thinking, "Am I helpless without Lin Tian?" She holds her breath, admitting, "I'm still too weak." Lan Yue stops, trying to create small ice blocks and arrange them around her. She's delighted. It worked. But suddenly, a figure appears on an ice floe. She glances back in shock as a monster opens its mouth, ready to devour her. Leng Yu unleashes a burst of power, striking the beast head-on, but she soon finds herself surrounded by dark energy. "What is this?" asks Leng Yue, gasping for air. What is this thing anyway?" She writhed in pain amidst the dark energy. "This is bad. Something is draining my spiritual energy." Leng Yu struggled to swim upward, knowing she couldn't let the monster continue to devour her spiritual energy, or it would only grow stronger. She was struck by its tentacles. Hope fading, Leng Yue sank deeper. Was she to be devoured by this monster? Just as she despaired, Lin Tian dove in, grabbing her and asking, "Are you all right?" Leng Yu's worried. "Get out of here. This monster seems to be absorbing spiritual energy." Lin Tian embraced her and rushed up. "Hurry, I'll get you out first." Like an arrow, they shot straight to the surface, where Feifei rushed to meet them. "Lin Tian, you're out. Is the beast taken care of?" Lin Tian replied, "Not yet. Let's focus on saving her first. Fei can take care of Leng Yue. I'll get her to the hospital." With fury in his eyes, Lin Tian vowed to return and settle things once she was safe. At the hospital, Leng Yue lay unconscious in bed, as Liu Ying gratefully said, "Young man, thank you so much. Without you, she wouldn't have made it." Lin Tian remained humble. "Director Liu, no need to be so polite. Please tell me the details of the mission." Liu Ying agreed. "All right, I'll tell you everything." With his arms crossed, he explained that they had been tracking this monster, the Dark Knight Phantom, for at least half a year. Lin Tian responded, "Half a year? So, does that mean Liu Ying admits it?" Indeed, at that time, there were no more than 10 people in the entire world who had come into contact with spiritual energy cultivation. He explains that they've never seen the monster's true form, but they believe it's related to the darkness element, using it to hide its true self at the bottom of the sea, constantly devouring the surrounding spiritual energy to strengthen itself. Liu Ying affirmed that with the spiritual energy recovery of the past few days, this monster has become extremely powerful and must be eliminated immediately. Otherwise, ordinary people will face annihilation. His expression turned grave as he said, "Young friend Lin Tian, I hope you can lend a hand in this matter." Lin Tian readily agreed. "Okay, but I need your help with something." At Fei Fei's house, she answers the phone, loudly questioning, "Grandpa, why did you make Lin Tian do this?" The voice on the phone replied that it was a challenge for him and for the country. Fei Fei argued that he shouldn't have been given such a dangerous mission in the first place. She dips her foot into the bath. For the Dark Shadow mission, the military had initially sent a professional team. Fei Fei soaked in the warm water, frowning. Even the weakest member of that squad had reached the third stage of the Courageous Spring, and they still failed? The other end of the line went silent, then boomed, "Fei Fei, I know you care about him, but we have no choice. Besides, didn't you send 3 elites from the military to assist him this time?" He continued, "Global spiritual energy has fully recovered, and the rules of the world have undergone major changes. If we fall behind other nations, we'll surely be invaded and plundered." Fei Fei was momentarily speechless. He continued to urge, "The Dark Shadow is the lowest level A-class danger zone we can currently control. If we can overcome the A-class zone, our country will have a voice in this world." Fei Fei worriedly thought, "Lin Tian, you must return safely." Inside a car, Yu Qing speaks up. Captain Lin." Lin Tian looks up. "What is it?" "So, what kind of mission are we heading to?" Wu Tin asked. "Why only me? What about Sister Qi and the others?" Lin Tian hands Wu Tin a document, explaining that of the 4 of them, she's the only one who's reached the 3rd stage of the Courage Spring. "I need to see if you've been slacking off. Here are the mission details." Wu Qing accepts. "I will do my best, and I absolutely won't let Captain Lin down." Lin Tian reassured her, "Don't worry too much. Consider this an opportunity for training." Moreover, Director Liu said the military would also send people to help. Wu Tin was decisive. "All right, I'll do my best for Captain Lin." The driver turned around and said, "Mr. Lin, we've arrived at the port." At the docks, 3 figures awaited them. As Lin Tian and Wu Qing stepped out, Jumu crossed his arms and quipped that cultivators were indeed getting younger. Lin Tian thought that someone at the Yongquan realm could indeed be considered an expert in the current situation. He questioned, "Are you from the military?" Chu Mu sneered. "My name is Chu Mu. I hope you two don't slow us down." Wu Qing retorted, annoyed. "What do you mean by that? Do you even know how strong Captain Lin is?" The girl from the other team stepped in to mediate. All right. Old Joe's words were a bit harsh. Please don't take it to heart. We're about to face a crisis together. Arguing now won't help anyone." Old Joe turned and said they had enough people, and then told Lin Tian, Gu Yu, "Don't worry about them. Let's just do our jobs." Yu Ting agrees. "All right, team leader Lin." And so, the 5 plunged into the deep sea together. Surrounded by dark energy, Zhou Mu was shocked. Something was draining the spiritual energy from his body. Old Zhou worried. "This is the corrosive power of the dark element. Be careful." The girl with the group hugged me, trying to resist. "Living in a place like this for too long would surely shorten your lifespan." Wu Tin covered her mouth. "Captain Lin, I feel like I'm going to throw up. Why does the sea smell like this?" Lin Tian sighed, and then a barrier of power enveloped them both. Wu Xing wondered, "Captain Lin," Lin Tian explained, "I've helped you block some of the effects of the dark attribute, so don't disappoint me." Jumu Qingyu thought, "We're all so uncomfortable. That kid must be scared out of his wits, right?" His eyes widened in surprise. "What? How is this possible?" Jumu watches Lin Tian and Yu Xing move with ease, wondering how they can act like nothing's happening. Jealousy crept in as he thought, they must have used all their spiritual energy to resist the darkness, and they'll surely be frozen in place when danger strikes. Lao Zhou shouts, "What is that? Everyone, be careful." Blinding rays of light shot forth with incredible speed, and Zhou Mu realized the monster was close. A dark attribute fish lunges forward, and they shout, "Here it comes." Wu Qing quickly prepares to cast a spell. Lin Tian quickly stopped her. "Don't act rashly. Observe carefully. This fish isn't the monster's true form." What's with Wu Qing's days? Jumu launches a powerful fist towards the fish. He gloats, "Hey, kid, don't just stand there dumbfounded. A single slip up here could cost you your life." Clearly annoyed, Yu Qing thinks, is he stupid? Can't he see it's an illusion? Shumu gritted his teeth. Illusions? What is this girl babbling about? That's when the girl in the group screamed. Jumu, watch out! By the time he noticed, everyone was surrounded by massive tentacles. Joe was shocked. What? Where did these tentacles come from? A giant octopus appears, and they shout, This is the girl from the group. Realizing that Yongquan 5 scenery is actually a monster, old Joe finally understands why they failed last time. Yu-Ting rushes towards the Ice Lotus circle dance, but Jumu shouts, trying to stop her. Fool, you're no match for it. Gathering momentum, Wu-Ching resolves, I absolutely cannot disappoint Captain Lin. I have to show Captain Lin my strength. She slices off one of the Dark Knight Shadow's tentacles. The monster is gradually frozen by the critical damage inflicted by Wu-Ching, roaring in agony. Wu-Jing happily turned to look at Lin Tian. Captain Lin, I did it. But before long, the Dark Knight Shade easily broke free of Wu-Ching's power. Zhou Mu shouted, Run! The tentacles lash out, gravely wounding old Zhou, and both he and the girl cough up blood from their injuries. As for Yu-Ching, she easily suppressed the tentacles' rage, but they shattered the shield she had created. She despaired, thinking, Is this where I die? Suddenly, a burst of light blinded her, and Lin Tian's voice echoed. Well done. She was shocked. Captain Lin, how long have you been standing in front of me? Just be more careful next time. Don't scare the girls in the group. And that kid actually blocked the tentacles' attack? Old Joe was confused. His spiritual energy is fire-based? Why is it so different from the fire I know? How can fire be this powerful? Could it be that kids? Lin Tian stares down the Dark Knight Shadow. You used your tentacles to hurt Leng Yue in the daytime. So now I'll do the same to you, Kunpeng, right? He draws his sword, eager to test his newly acquired golden technique. Lin Tian lunges forward. I'll give it my all. Lin Tian strikes the Dark Knight Phantom's head, but nothing happens. Chu Mu grits his teeth. Fool, how could a dull knife hurt the body of a 5th-stage Spring Realm cultivator? Lin Tian slowly chanted, Holy flame, undying art. The power surrounding Lin Tian's sword thinned, but after he finished speaking, it doubled, and the flames rushed to devour the Dark Knight Phantom. It roared in agony. Chu Mu was shocked. What's going on? Seeing his calm face, Chu Mu couldn't help but exclaim, What power is this? Chu Mu frowned and said, So what the Commander-in-Chief said was true. He recalled their previous conversation. Commander, you think too highly of him. He's just a minor rogue cultivator. Without the Army's resources and training, how strong could he be? The white-haired man stood with his back to Chu Mu and calmly replied, Chu Mu, I know you're proud, but don't underestimate Lin Tian. We cultivators are like frogs in a well, gazing at the moon, while those at our level see Lin Tian as a speck of dust gazing at the sky. This Lin Tian must be recruited, not antagonized. Chu Mu mused, Is he even human? With such talent, what heights could he reach with the Army's resources and training? He glanced at Yu-Ching beside him, wondering if she was one of his subordinates. Unafraid in the face of danger, calm and composed. To reach the 3rd stage of the Yongquan realm at such a young age, his future is boundless and immeasurable. Jumu felt a sense of inadequacy, his face darkening as he muttered, Looks like I'm getting old. A wounded man and woman helped each other towards Jumu. The woman asked, Old Joe, are you hurt? The man next to her added, Why are you spacing out? Jumu replies with his head down, I apologize. I was just trying to survive. The man laughs heartily. All right, just buy us a round later and we're good. Jomu turned to him with a smile. All right, let me apologize first, then we'll drink until we drop. Jomu approached Lin Tian and said, Lin Tian, thank you for saving my life and the lives of my comrades. I was wrong before. Without hesitation, Lin Tian quickly replied, Captain Chu was only worried about us. Don't take it to heart. Hearing this, Chu Mu bowed slightly and said, Thank you very much. At this moment, Vu Tin approached the two of them and said unhappily, Captain Lam, Captain Chu, let's go up quickly. It stinks here. Lin Tian looked at her and replied, Okay, let's go. As everyone swam towards the surface, Lin Tian suddenly stopped, his eyes fixed on the seabed below. Seeing this, Wu King asked, Captain Lin, what's wrong? He replied, You all go on ahead. I'm checking if there's anything down there. With that, Lin Tian turned and dove deep below, where a blue light flickered in the depths. Lin Tian quickly found the light source. These are spirit dew flowers. There are 2 of them. He plucked the flowers thinking, Su Wuking and Leng Yue can both use these to improve their strength. After surfacing, he looked around, puzzled by the absence of others. Where is he? Suddenly a voice echoed from behind. Are you Lin Tian? Lin Tian turned to see a man in a suit looking at him. He tensed up, wondering how the man had gotten so close without him noticing. He asked cautiously, Who are you? The man politely offered a business card and introduced himself. I am Loi Nak, the young lady's bodyguard. This is my card. He calmly replied. The young lady was busy with a mission these past few days and couldn't meet you right away. If she needs any help in the future, you can call this number. Lin Tian took the card and examined it. Who is this young lady you speak of? Lanhua replied, Commander Shen's granddaughter, Miss Shen Fei Fei. Hearing this, Lin Tian frowned, thinking it really was her. I knew it. Among those I know with guards of that caliber, it could only be her. He glanced at Lei Nuo, inwardly assessing, I can't see through this Lei Nuo's strength. Could he be a meridian, forging cultivator? Lin Tian asked, What are you doing here? And where are my friends? Lei Nuo replied, Su Wu King was taken home in a private car, and Zhou Mu and the other two were picked up by the military. I'm here waiting for you because the commander-in-chief wants to see you. Lei Nuo leaned toward the car behind them, and Lin Tian couldn't help but stare in surprise. The commander-in-chief? The military's commander-in-chief? Lei Nuo turned to him, replying, That's right. The commander-in-chief wishes to speak with you. Please follow me. Lei Nuo opened the door for Lin Tian and said, Please. Lin Tian quickly noticed someone in the car and asked, Are you Commander-in-Chief Shen? The older man inside chuckled, Young man, you must be Lin Tian. My granddaughter has been talking about you nonstop these past few days. Have a seat. I heard from her that you sealed the heavenly fire within me? Lin Tian confirmed, That's right. The commander-in-chief praised him, saying that anything is possible in this era of spiritual recovery. To think that a powerhouse like you could emerge without the backing of the military or the nation. Our country is truly fortunate. Lin Tian humbly replied, You flatter me, Commander. I've just been lucky. The commander happily responded, Good, humble but not weak, calm but not arrogant, truly worthy of my granddaughter's attention. The general calmly continued, Lin Tian, the world is changing drastically and anomalies will become more common, a devastating disaster for ordinary people who haven't adapted. Lin Tian replied, Please rest assured, General. If I encounter any anomalies that harm civilians, I will definitely not stand idly by. The commander-in-chief added, I'm not saying this to bind you or impose morals, but I hope you can quickly improve your strength. Of all auras, the dark element is the most troublesome, because the dark element can corrupt all living things, turning them into mindless monsters. Your lightning element is the best counter to it, so you must grow stronger, for my sake and for the sake of this country, he said sternly. Lin Tian replied seriously, Yes, Commander, I will definitely work hard to cultivate. The commander then hands him a phone, saying, This is a secure military phone, it can't be tapped. If you need anything, call me directly. Lin Tian happily accepted the phone, saying, Thank you, Commander-in-Chief. Actually, I do have something I'd like your help with. The bureau chief then asked, Oh, what is it? Tell me about it. Lin Tian picked up a sword and said, Well, it's like this. This is a weapon I asked Director Liu to get for me. Commander Shen unsheathed the sword, and Lin Tian added, I thought this sword could withstand my spiritual energy, but seeing the cracks on the blade, the commander thought with concern, I remember this sword was old Liu's most prized possession, yet it's damaged to this extent? Just how strong is the spiritual energy in this kid's body? The commander-in-chief finally agreed, Leave it to me. In a few days, I'll have someone bring you a more durable blade to test. Lin Tian happily replied, Thank you, Commander-in-Chief. As Lin Tian watched the car drive away, he thought to himself that he couldn't let his guard down for even a moment. Just then, he received a call. Hello, Director Liu, what's wrong? A hurried voice said over the phone. Lin Tian, Leng Yue is in trouble. Lin Tian's expression immediately tightened as he asked, What happened? In the operating room, the nurse constantly updated Lan Nuyet's condition. Her heart rate was slowing, and the surgeon replied, I know, no need to tell me. He then suggested that they find a way to extract all the dark spiritual energy from her body, but someone disagreed, saying, No, she's still in a coma. Forcibly removing the spiritual energy from her body will cause the remaining spiritual energy to rebel. The other person couldn't help but ask, Then what do we do? Just stand here and wait to die? Outside the operating room, Director Liu sat anxiously, blaming himself. It's all my fault. A voice called out from afar. Director Liu, I'm here. Seeing Lin Tian arrive, Director Liu couldn't help but rejoice. Lin Tian, you've finally arrived. Lin Tian cut to the chase. How is Leng Yue doing? She was fine when I left. What happened? Director Liu suddenly asked, Do you know the properties of dark-type spiritual energy? Lin Tian responded with some uncertainty. Dark affinity spiritual energy can cause creatures to lose their reason, could it be? The bureau chief quickly explained the situation. That's right. Leng Yue has been a very strong girl since she was little. After being rescued by the ball, she began to doubt her abilities, which is why she didn't discuss it with you and went on the mission on her own. With a hint of regret, he said, "If only I had let her bring the ball with her before assigning you to the mission." Understanding the situation, Lin Tian immediately called upon the system for a solution. "System, show yourself. Is there any way to save Leng Yue?" Immediately, a voice responded. "Please touch Leng Yue's body for 3 minutes, and the system will help the host check for a treatment method for her." Lin Tian quickly replied, "I understand. I'll go right away." Then he immediately opened the door and went inside. His sudden entrance startled the doctors and nurses, who shouted, "Who are you? Get him out of here. We're trying to save her." Without hesitation, Lin Tian shoved the doctor aside, saying, "If you can't cure her, don't pretend you can." He rushed to the operating table, took Leng Yue's hands in his, and pleaded, "System, you have to save her." The system's voice echoed in his mind, initiating the scan as the doctors, ignored by Lin Tian, erupted in anger. Where did this insolent brat come from? Let go of me. Have you been watching too many dramas and fantasies? Thinking he can cure illness with a pulse reading? A doctor shouted, "Get out of here. Don't delay Miss Lan's treatment, or you won't be able to bear Chief Lu's anger." Dr. Lu shouts, "Security! Who let this kid in here?" But Director Lu enters, responding indifferently. "I let him in. Does Dr. Lu have a problem with that?" Seeing the director, the others quickly stepped aside, stammering, "Director Liu, I didn't mean to. It's just that Miss Lang's injuries—" Director Liu calmly replied, "Let Lin Tian try. If he can't do anything, then I'll be responsible for Lang's death." Hearing this, Dr. Luke was taken aback, turning to look at Lin Tian, thinking, "What is this kid's background? How could he make Director Liu say such things?" The system rapidly ran its diagnostics and, once complete, displayed a report on the appropriate treatment. Lin Tian then turned to the chief and said, "Chief Liu, I can save Leng Yue, but I need everyone to step back." Hearing this, Dr. Liu questioned, "Step aside? Why would saving someone's life need to be hidden?" Lin Tian was instantly enveloped in lightning spirit energy, his face slightly annoyed as he said, "Because in this state I can only guarantee Leng Yue's safety, but not yours, understand?" Seeing this, Chief Liu ordered, "Everyone do as Lin Tian says." Hearing this, Dr. Liu had no choice but to obey. The operating room doors close as Lin Tian infuses the starlit tear flower he found at the bottom of the sea with his lightning spirit energy. The flower hovered for a moment, then dissolved into the water below. Lin Tian quickly brought the cup to Leng Yue and helped her drink. Suddenly, Leng Yue's eyes rolled back, her face turned pale with pain, and a shimmering aura enveloped her. Lin Tian quickly gripped her shoulders, channeling lightning energy into her, his face tense as he said, "Don't worry. I will bring you back to life." The next morning, Lan Wei was moved to a recovery room. She slowly opened her eyes, saw Lin Tian sitting by the bed, and called out, "Lin! Lin Tian!" Seeing she was awake, he replied, "You're finally awake." Lin Tian looked at her, reminding her, "Don't be so reckless next time." Somewhat dazed, Leng Yue asks, "Did you save me?" Lin Tian yawns, covering his mouth, and replies, "Yeah. Luckily I found 2 star-dew flowers at the bottom of the sea. Otherwise I wouldn't have known how to save you." Lan Nuyet, feeling guilty, asked, "Do you think I'm holding you back?" Lam Thien, confused, replied, "Why would you think that?" Duan Ying frankly states her assessment. She's a powerful cultivator at the 3rd level of the Courage Spring realm, nearly invincible at this stage, but Leng Yue retorts, "I'm still weaker than you." Lin Tian, hearing this, can't help but feel a little smug, replying as if it were obvious, "Don't be so stubborn. It's not that you're too weak, but that I'm too strong. Have you ever seen anyone else as powerful as me?" Hearing this, Leng Yue pondered seriously. Indeed, before meeting him, she had rarely encountered a worthy opponent. Even against Chief Liu, I'm confident I could surpass him within 5 years. Lam Thien turned to leave, adding, "If you're all right, I'll turn in for the night. After a busy night with no sleep, meet me in the forest outside the city early the day after tomorrow, and I'll take you for recovery training. Don't be late." A monster corrupted by Dark Soldier's energy furiously charges, but before it can act, Leng Yue knocks it out with a single kick, prompting Lin Tian, who was observing, to say, "See? I told you. You were strong." He calmly analyzes that this mutated wolf, despite its peak spring of courage strength, was defeated with a single kick. Her current strength must have reached the 4th stage of the Spring of Courage realm. Though praised, Leng Yue remained displeased, retorting, "I don't need your flattery. I know my level." Lin Tian could only chuckle. "All right, the recovery training is almost done. We should—" Suddenly a massive explosion ripped through the forest, cutting him off mid-sentence. Leng Yue, confused, wondered, an explosion? Suddenly, a system alert blares, warning of extremely potent dark spiritual energy. Host, be careful. Lin Tian instantly turned serious, telling Leng Yue, this isn't just a simple explosion. There's a surge of dark spiritual energy deep within the forest. She was taken aback and exclaimed, what? Amidst the vast forest, people gathered, chatting, playing, and setting up camp in anticipation of the adventure ahead. Away from the lively atmosphere, Jiang Yu intimately put his arm around Li Xiaotong, his eyes sinister, but his voice warm and gentle as he coaxed her. Xiaotong, I'll catch a big fish and grill it for you later. Still upset, Xiaotong pushes him away and says, yeah, who wants your grilled skewers anyway? With that, Xiaotong stormed off, leaving him with a cold shoulder. She avoided him and went to help my friend. Xiaoxue, let me help you set up the tent. Xiaoxue's boyfriend happened to be nearby. He approached and teased him. Kuang, are you sulking with Hiu Dong? With a sigh, Jiang Yu offered a twisted explanation. He was just sulking after seeing a pretty girl the other day. Hearing this, he burst out laughing. Ha ha! Kang Yu, next time be a little more discreet when flirting in front of Xiaotong. A sinister glint flashed in his eyes as he smirked, saying, you have no idea how hot she was that day. Hearing this, the other man secretly rejoiced, his eyes filled with amusement and teasing. So there's a girl who's got Brother Jiang this smitten? I'll have to meet her sometime. Suddenly, Xiao Xu appeared and mercilessly pinched his ear, her face full of anger as she threatened, you won't have a tomorrow. Xiao Xu huffily dragged him away by the ear, ordering, hurry up and set up my tent. Seeing his girlfriend's anger, he quickly tried to appease her, saying, Xiao Shui, I was just saying that, you know I love you so much. Jiang Yu watched the young couple, feeling it mirrored his situation with Xiaotong. He sighed, shaking his head. Never mind, I'll gather some firewood first. He returned to the campsite, carrying the bundle of firewood he'd gathered. He followed the overgrown path, sunlight dappling through the dense trees. As Kang Wu walks, he suddenly stops, noticing something strange, mysterious, and glowing by the roadside. What is it? Suddenly, the system announced that the World Federation Council had declared Earth had officially entered the era of global spiritual recovery. Kang Yu grew suspicious and stared intently at the strange object. According to spirit energy experts, opportunities now abound worldwide. He recalls Wu Qing's words, this is my power, the power to become king, an opportunity granted to me by the heavens, he muttered, his face twisted with malice. Lin Tian, I will crush you under my feet. I'll make you a dog without a master in front of that woman, just like you were in front of Li Xiaotong. Suddenly, Jiang Yu looked up, his eyes wide and white, as if controlled and manipulated by an invisible magic, his mind and entire nervous system taken over. He burst into laughter, his face and body engulfed in a raging red fury. This is power. This feeling is amazing. Suddenly, a faint, desperate sound rang out. Help! It was Xiaotong, Xiaoxue, and her boyfriend as the ravenous wolves closed in. Just in time, Jiang Yu kicked the wolf away, asking, are you all right? Realizing the situation was dire, Xiaodong anxiously warned, Brother Jiang, be careful. There are 7 wolves. He confidently declared, don't worry. These wolves are nothing more than ants before me. Why is Jiang Yu suddenly so strong? Is this even a power that a human can attain? Witnessing this, Xiaoxue's boyfriend exclaimed, holy crap, bro. You've become one of those spiritual cultivators the news keeps talking about, right? Hearing this, Xiaodong was stunned, thinking, what? Is this a cultivator? I never imagined they'd be this powerful. With a sinister smile, she thought, such a powerful man must belong to me, Li Xiaotong. Meanwhile, deeper in the forest, Lin Tian carefully led the way, reminding Leng Yue, be careful, we're getting closer to the dark spiritual energy. Yes, I can sense it too. Suddenly, his expression darkened as he noticed something was amiss. Wait! Then, they leaped into the trees to hide and observe what would happen next. Below, a pack of over 10 ferocious wolves relentlessly charge in a single direction. Leng Yue felt a chill run down her spine, and she asked curiously, what's going on? What did these mutated wolves run into? Lin Tian noticed a long wound on one of the wolves' necks, realizing it was caused by dark spiritual energy. She turned to him. Should we report this to Director Liu? Without a second thought, he refused. Let's investigate first, or Director Liu will send people anyway. But before Leng Yue could finish, he rushed towards the pack of wolves, saying, I promised Commander-in-Chief Shen that I wouldn't let you enter the city. He took his stance and struck them down, sending them straight to hell. A green light erupts, kicking up dust and debris. After unleashing such a fierce attack, Lin Tian calmly says, let's go. He then led her to Xiaotong's group's campsite. Leng Yue looked around blankly, guessing that someone must be camping here. Suddenly, Zhang Yu appeared from behind, lunging to attack Lin Tian, but she reacted in time, quickly using a radiation screen to defend successfully. Careful! Having failed his attack, Zhang Yu glared at Leng Yue, thinking, she's pretty and strong, like that girl from before. Damn it, how does Lin Tian know so many beautiful women? He was consumed by rage, but still managed to taunt her. Little sister, your skills are quite impressive. How about I buy you a drink later? But instead of answering, she asks, who are you, and why did you attack Lin Tian? He brazenly replies, I have a score to settle with him, so I had to teach him a lesson. Lan Yue responded with a contemptuous tone. A lesson? If I hadn't discovered it in time, Bao might have been in danger. Your attack was more than just a lesson. Lin Tian, who had been watching him closely, finally dared to ask directly, Zhang Yu, you swallowed a dark spiritual treasure and became a cultivator, didn't you? What? He laughs, answering with satisfaction. Ha ha ha! That's right, I've become a powerful cultivator now. Enraged, he questioned him. You were the one who drove away the wolves, weren't you? Do you know how many innocent people those wolves would have killed if they'd made it into the city? Arrogant and dismissive, he replied, I'm a cultivator now. I don't need to worry about the lives of those trash. Feeling his arrogance was unbearable and that words were useless, Leng Yue declared that he needed a fist, not a lesson. Zhang Yu's eyes turned blood red, his reason seemingly manipulated by spiritual energy as he laughed and threatened. Ha ha! Excellent, Lin Tian. You've finally stopped being a coward. Let me show you what a cultivator is. Zhang Yu's face was filled with murderous intent, and he laughed with satisfaction. Ha ha ha. Now, Lin Tian's body is protected by swirling magical currents, emitting a brilliant and powerful blue light as he slowly looks up, his sharp eyes carefully scanning his opponent's every move. Each step, each movement concealed a terrifying power, as if he had surpassed the limits of ordinary humans. Lin Tian thought to himself, judging by the level of spiritual energy, it was probably the strength of the second stage of Yangquan. Indeed, in this world after the recovery of spiritual energy, just one fruit could help a person progress so greatly. Taking advantage of Lin Tian's momentary lapse in focus, he cunningly launches a swift attack, aiming to eliminate him immediately. But Zhang Yu is mistaken. Lin Tian reacts, countering and narrowly dodging his kick. With a sinister grin, Kuangvu's rage reached its peak as he sneered, Not bad. Looks like you've got some power. Not one to back down, Lin Tian retorted. Is that all the power you've got? Enraged that his strength was being underestimated, Zhang Yu glared at Lin Tian as if wanting to tear him apart, muttering, Do you want to go to hell? The two then engaged in a fierce, no-holds-barred brawl, neither willing to yield as Zhang Yu was stunned by Lin Tian's equal, if not superior, skills. He stammered, How is this possible? You withstood my attack? He baited him, seeking to distract and divide his attention, taunting, You're too weak. If you're a cultivator, then meeting me is like a speck of dust in the vast sky. He strikes again, his body floating in the air. He collapses to the ground in pain, muttering, How is this possible? Xiaotong and her friends watched the intense scene unfold, their voices filled with worry and panic. Brother Jiang, are you all right? Everyone helped Kuangvu up and asked if he was all right, while Hiudong wondered how Lam Thien had become so strong. To think he could defeat Zhang Yu? Her face tightened and darkened as she silently berated herself. Damn it, if I'd known this would happen, I wouldn't have confronted Lin Tian so soon. Once they regroup, he barks orders to bring them all in for questioning, to see if any of them gained some kind of advantage. Leng Yu nodded in agreement, saying, Okay, I'll inform Director Liu to seal off this mountain immediately. Hearing those words, Zhang Yu couldn't help but feel even more enraged than before. He was frustrated, muttering to himself about losing to Lin Tian. That wretched, hateful bastard. It can't be. Suddenly, a voice echoed repeatedly in his ears, provoking Zhang Yu's hatred and his desire to win at all costs. Do you crave power? Do you crave power? He dreamt of kneeling before a mysterious and supreme force. This is a mysterious and bewitching entity. Its entire body pitch black with two pairs of powerful horns sprouting from its head, radiating an eerie light. Feeling as though this power was helping him, Kang Yu hastily begged, I want power, invincible power. I'll pay any price to trample Lin Tian. Then it raised a finger, casting a spell directly at him as a mysterious energy seeped into his mind. Zhang Yu's eyes rolled back as his body was consumed and controlled. He was no longer lucid, no longer in control, and mumbled, Power. This is the power I wanted. This feeling is amazing. Back in reality, Leng Yue approached them and coldly demanded, All right, You will follow me to the Cultivators Association to explain yourselves." Suddenly, Jiang Yu violently broke free, shaking the entire area. Those nearby were thrown back by the supreme power as he successfully obtained the legendary strength. Instinctively, Lin Tian turned to shield Leng Yue. Jiang Yu's body contorts, emitting a mysterious dark purple light, and that strange magic gradually consumes those around him. Xiaoxiu's boyfriend cried out his name in terror and confusion. "Brother Jiang, what's going on?" Li Xiaotong's eyes widened in disbelief as she trembled, stunned, and screamed, "No, I don't want to go to hell!" But in contrast to their fear and confusion, Lin Tian and Leng Yue remained calm and composed. He gazed into the distance and murmured, "Shen Xiling was right after all. What exactly is going on?" The supreme monster has invaded and taken over Jiang Yu's body, soul, and spiritual energy. It reveals its true form, laughing triumphantly at them. "Finally, I have returned to this wonderful world." Leng Yu asks in surprise, "What's going on? How can he break us through from the second level to the fourth level of the Yangquan realm in one go?" Lin Tian watched carefully, knowing this was no longer the person she knew. The system then sent an important notification. A low-level dark-type monster, the Dark Overlord, had been detected, issuing a temporary mission to defeat it, with a reward of a new spiritual energy attribute, Cultivation Pill. After receiving the notification, Lin Tian quietly observed it and pondered. He'd never seen this type of monster in his life. What kind of attacks might it have? It rumbled, "The flesh of these weak humans can't help me form a complete body. These two have strong spiritual energy. If I can devour them, my power will be greatly restored." It turned its gaze to Leng Yue, unable to hide its excitement, and said, "Then I'll start with the weaker girl and devour her first." It aimed and fired a magic arrow in her direction. Sensing the imminent danger, Lin Tian swiftly retaliates, but the monster erupts in laughter and mocks him. "Oh, not bad. The young man managed to skillfully block my attack?" Lin Tian glared at it coldly, then pressed for answers. "Just what are you, and where's Kang Yu?" The monster smugly crossed its arms, saying arrogantly, "You're not worthy to know who I am, human. You only need to know to obey me or die." Lin Tian glared at it, frowning in displeasure, and said, "It seems that if I don't teach you a lesson, you won't learn to speak more pleasantly." The monster, thinking he was joking, burst out laughing, saying scornfully, "Ha ha ha, you're an interesting human. You dare think you can teach me a lesson? I'll let you experience the ultimate darkness and see how terrifying it is." Streams of magical energy began to appear and spread, creating a dark space. Before Lin Tian could react, he was swiftly swallowed whole. Leng Yue panicked, calling out his name. Seeing the situation escalate, she recklessly approaches, determined to challenge it, and unleashes a focused attack. But how could her meager strength and magic stand against such a massive, vicious monster? It found her clumsy attempts laughable and issued a futile threat. "Well, with that level of attack, you definitely won't break through. Stop resisting and let me devour you." From the dark abyss, Lin Tian reached out, leaving the monster stunned and bewildered. He shattered the dark space and emerged, now hovering before the monster, sneering, "Is that all you've got? Fool, you think breaking my dark space seal is enough to fight me? Lin Tian, let's deal with him together." Leng Yu says, "No need. Just stay here. I want to see the extent of my full power." Leng Yu is doubtful. Full power. What do I mean? I mean this. Lin Tian's body blazes with light as he sends the monster flying with a single blow. "I'm being overpowered by a weak human? Are you scared yet?" he growled as the monster, refusing to yield, desperately lunged toward Lin Tian. "How dare a lowly human look down on me? You're seeking death." But Lin Tian easily blocked all of the monster's punches. Impossible. He blocked them all without taking any damage. Seeing this, Lin Tian grew even more pleased. "Is that fear I see on your face? Looks like you're not strong enough to make me go all out. I'm truly disappointed. No, I absolutely cannot die here. I must devour more humans, gain even greater power, and then slaughter him in revenge." Seeing the monster trying to escape, Lin Tian decided not to let it. "Did I say you could leave?" He pursued the monster, landing a blow that made it scream and transform into a kite, soaring into the sky. To live, it had to abandon most of its body. "Are you all right, Lin Tian?" Xiaoyue rushed over, worried. "I'm fine, but part of that dark monster escaped. I need to contact Director Liu immediately. The city is announcing that due to the cold air, we'll have heavy rain this afternoon. The Weather Bureau has issued a red alert for heavy rain. Please stay indoors if possible. Everyone, I'm telling you, something big is definitely going to happen this afternoon. I'll show you all someone getting struck by lightning later." An angry girl walks down the street, muttering, What is this? It's all his fault, clearly. We were supposed to go out today. Why cancel just because of the rain? Suddenly, she hears a noise and turns around. Where is she? She's surrounded by a dark, deserted city. Where did that dark purple bat come from? She screamed in terror. The bat is torn in two. Has she not heard the news today? Where did Lin Tian come from? Go home immediately. It's too dangerous outside right now, and until the weather improves, don't go out until you're notified. And that girl has already fallen for Lin Tian's charms. He's so handsome, so handsome. How's Lan Nuet doing? He asks. That escaped dark creature is proving to be more troublesome than we thought. The dark monster seems to have split itself into countless bats, attacking the city's people indiscriminately, evolving by consuming their spiritual energy. Among the bats we've eliminated, some have already reached the second spring realm, and their feeding hasn't stopped. It seems these bats intend to turn the city's population into a source of energy for their evolution. Lin Tian gazed intently at the dark purple sky. If these fallen all evolve to the third spring realm and fuse into that dark creature, even I'll have trouble dealing with it. I must find a way to stop them before that happens. Somewhere above, a monster with blood-red eyes lurks. If I devour everyone in this city, I can restore my peak power, and then that human will pay. I'll make him suffer a fate worse than death. Panic grips the city as giant bats attack. Is this the end of the world? I saw a bat suck a person dry, turning them into a mummified corpse before mutating, and now a giant one is attacking my door. I don't dare look. If that young man comes to save me, I'd give my life for him. Shen Fei Fei angrily deleted comments. Can't you people just stay quietly at home? And here they are, posting things that cause panic and fear. Don't you think the dark creatures are strong enough already? Can't we just cut off their internet? Tens of millions are posting. How can our few tens of thousands of soldiers delete it all? Young miss, if that's really the case, their panic will only worsen. I know, I'm just venting. It's infuriating. Lei Nuo, has the army broken through yet? It's been half an hour, the young man named Lei Nuo responded. All roads into Tianhai City are blocked by third stage Yongquan Realm Fallen, making entry impossible for the time being. Please be patient, Miss Lin Tian, you absolutely must be all right. Meanwhile, back at the Spirit Energy Association, Lin Tian arrives, greeted by everyone. Captain Lin, Big Brother. Lin Tian asked, Is everyone all right? Yu Qing happily replied, Qi and I were training in my villa when Director Liu called, and we realized the anomaly had occurred. Liu Tianfang was also very excited. Boss, when the change happened, I was having barbecue with my brother. At that moment, a mutated bat swooped down to attack him, but I punched it into oblivion, skewered it, and grilled it with my brother. Just try not to get a stomach ache. With Lin Tian here, we can start the video conference with the military. Director Liu said sternly, Brother Shen, we're ready on our end. On the screen, an older man began to speak. Now that all members of the Spirit Association are present, let's immediately begin discussing the Tianhai City rescue plan. Currently, the two main highways in the east and west leading in and out of Tianhai City are blocked by a large number of mutated fallen, and a massive energy reaction is occurring at the central plaza in the southeast. Judging by this, it's highly likely that's the entity controlling the mutated creatures. Lin Tian thought to himself, the central square? Lin Tian noticed the strange look on Miss Li's face. Why does Li Qi look so uneasy? Commander Shen continues. They plan a forced breakthrough from the East Highway to open an escape route, evacuate the people in the central square, and then use heavy firepower to suppress the area for a faster evacuation. They need the Spiritual Energy Association's help to approach the central square from another route and evacuate the people first. According to the analysis department, this entire operation must be completed within 50 minutes, or the creature in Central Plaza will evolve into something we can't handle. Any more questions? Li Qi then spoke up. Commander Shen, if the army can't reach Central Plaza in time, will the detonation be delayed? He replied, No. When the time comes, all firepower will immediately focus on the target to ensure the mutated creature cannot evolve beyond our ability to handle it. Miss Li couldn't help but exclaim, How can you do that? Isn't that gambling with the lives of the people in Central Square? If that dark monster evolves, it won't just be the people in Central Square who die, but the entire city of Tianhai. Even the entire Donghai province will be destroyed. Someone important to you is in Central Square, aren't they? My family lives in the residential area near Central Square. Lin Tian and the others looked at Li Qi in surprise as Yu Qing comforted her. Sister Qi, don't worry. I will definitely help you rescue your family. Captain Lin trained me hard these past few days, and I've gotten much stronger. Liu Tianfang added urgently, That's right, I'll call my brothers now and have them drive over here. Seeing the situation devolve into chaos, Commander Shen decided, Li Qi, in that case, I'm afraid we'll have to ask you to withdraw from this operation. Li Qi angrily retorted. Why? He replied that a soldier driven by emotion would certainly affect the mission's success. Can you honestly say that when you arrive at the central square, your parents won't be the first thing on your mind? He then turned to Chief Liu and ordered, Chief Liu, to ensure the mission's success, please reconfirm the personnel arrangements. Director Liu was a little flustered, but before he could finish, Lin Tian interrupted, disagreeing. Wait, Commander Shen, your plan has a fatal flaw. The commander considered sternly, asking, What is it? Lin Tian explained that his bombs wouldn't even scratch the monster, leaving everyone stunned. Director Liu asked what was going on, and the commander questioned suspiciously, How do you know about this? With confidence, Lin Tian replied, Because I just severely injured that monster not long ago. He smiled triumphantly, then added, Commander Shen, I don't think your plan will work. Just follow my plan. The commander asked, What is your plan? With confidence, Lin Tian replied, Have them bring in the weapon I told you about, and I'll slay that dark-type monster. How's that? Meanwhile, Shen Feifei and her troops stood valiantly before a mountain tunnel, ready to fight at any moment. Grasping her ringing watch, Shen Feifei's eyes flashed with resolve as she declared, For the people of Tianhai, I must get this to Lin Tian. Just then, the order came through all the soldiers' radios. All units, commence the Tianhai Anomaly Suppression Mission. Even the logistics team working remotely received their orders. The route begins at the eastern highway entrance of Tianhai City, ending at the city's People's Square. The commander clasped his hands, his voice stern as he continued the orders. The operation was to escort the transport of weapons. The participants would be divided into 5 teams, and at any cost, they had to ensure the weapons were safely delivered to the People's Square. With that, his eyes turned cold as he uttered 3 words, For the people. Shen Feifei's side was also ignited, and an army charged forward, shouting the same slogan. As they entered the tunnel, a swarm of bats poured out like a disturbed hive, and the army opened fire, filling the tunnel with deafening gunshots. But these bats were incredibly destructive, tearing at the soldiers. One cried out in agony. Despite her injuries, Shen Feifei refused to give up, shouting, Everyone, charge with me! Sweat drenched her brow, but Shen Feifei was resolute. I must survive. The mutated bats have now flooded the city, covering the sky with an eerie, dark purple. Suddenly, a massive electric net appears, completely suppressing the bats. The electric net flashed, instantly incinerating the lantern bats. It was Lin Tian who had acted, and he said with regret, If I'd known it would be this troublesome, I shouldn't have held back in the forest. Behind him, Wu Qing and Leng Yue followed, Wu Qing calling out, Captain Lin, wait for us. Now, the bats turned their hungry eyes toward the 2 beauties, as Wu Qing and Leng Yue combined their powers, unleashing a water dragon technique and freezing the bats solid with an ice blade. But it's like trying to empty the ocean with a spoon. Lan Nguyet, overwhelmed by the sheer number of bats, grumbled, How many of these things are there? Smart Vu Tin quickly realizes, I can sense these fallen are replicating by absorbing spiritual energy. A despairing Lan Nguyet adds, If the sky wasn't covered in dark clouds, the number of fallen would be beyond counting. Wu Qing adds, If these bats merge into one, how strong will they become? But Lin Tian, unfazed, calmly reassures, Don't worry. It couldn't beat me in the forest, and it can't win outside either. Knowing what must be done, Lin Tian coldly states, The most important thing now is to get to the People's Square and rendezvous with Shen Feifei and the others. The scene shifts to the army, where Shen Feifei and the soldiers are running for their lives. Leading her team, Shen Feifei's strength begins to wane as the bats merge into one grotesque being, who chillingly declares, You belong to me. The bats reveal their true form, Jiang Yu. He sneers, Fancy meeting you again, beautiful. Shen Feifei couldn't hide her surprise, exclaiming, So it's you again? Filled with hatred, she questioned Jiang Yu, Did you cause the chaos in Tianhai City? Do you know how many innocent people have died because of you? Jiang Yu nonchalantly cleaned his ear, replying, I don't know and I don't care. Those dregs weren't worthy of life anyway. They should be honored to become my nourishment. These words drove Shen Feifei mad. She attacked, but Jiang Yu didn't even try to dodge, taking the blow to the neck with a sinister smile. Shen Feifei felt like she'd kicked a log and cried out in shock, What? Jiang Yu began to absorb Shen Feifei's spiritual energy, drawing it out from her attacks. With this, Jiang Yu grew stronger, and dark energy enveloped him. With a sinister grin, Jiang Yu says, Beautiful, cultivators like you are like alcohol to an addict. If you don't fight to escape, even devouring everyone in Tianhai City will only restore half my peak power. But now, by devouring you all, I can return to my prime. Shen Feifei is in disbelief. What's wrong? I can clearly feel my body gradually withering away. Like that little brat Zhang Yu, obediently become my nourishment. It turns out he was just borrowing Zhang Yu's body to rule the world. Just then, a bolt of lightning struck, temporarily sending Zhang Yu flying back in pain. The one who appeared was Lei Nuo, who said domineeringly, "My young lady doesn't like you very much, so there's no other way but to send you to hell." Even Shen Feifei was surprised to see Lei Nuo. Hearing this, Zhang Yu laughed gleefully, saying, "No wonder you're at the 4th level of the Spirit Spring Realm. Your spiritual energy concentration has reached the 5th level." Now consumed by ambition, Zhang Yu greedily said, "If I devour you, I can not only return to my peak, but also evolve to an even higher level." Lei Nuo calmly turned to Shen Feifei. "Miss, take everyone to Lin Tian. I'll handle things here." Shen Feifei turned and left, saying, "Be careful." Still fixated on the prize that is Feifei, where does Jiang Yu's rage lead him? Lei Nuo, of course, won't allow it, erecting a temporary ice wall to block his path. Lei Nuo's face was filled with murderous intent. "You're not going anywhere either." Shen Feifei continues to lead the army, shooting down the demon spawn, who are now even more ferocious than before. They relentlessly tear through the soldiers, overwhelming them with sheer numbers. Gritting her teeth, Shen Feifei curses, "Damn it, there are just too many fallen." She realized she was losing ground. Damn it, these fallen have evolved. Normal bullets can't hurt them anymore. The ranks dwindled, and many soldiers fell. Despairing, she wondered, can I really deliver this? Even if I make it, can Lin Tian and the others reach Great Sha? Feeling her spirit sink, Shen Feifei rallied herself. No, I can't think like that. They have to succeed. I can't lose faith. As she ran, she didn't notice a fallen demon closing in from behind. Its eyes glowed like hot coals, saliva dripping from its mouth. Just as it was about to strike, a bolt of lightning tore through the sky, landing right in front of it. It was Lin Tian who appeared just in time, saying domineeringly, "Finally found it." Shen Feifei immediately ran to his side, calling out to Lin Tian. Lin Tian teased her, ruffling her hair as he said, "All right, I'm here. No need to be afraid. Did you bring the item?" Immediately, Shen Feifei brought the item from behind her back, asking with annoyance and curiosity, "This is what he told me to bring. But it's so heavy. What is it, exactly?" Lin Tian didn't answer right away, slowly opening the box. Didn't Shen Xiling tell her? Shen Fei replied, "No. He only said it was a very powerful weapon, but I don't know what it is, specifically." From the wooden box, Lin Tian pulled out a long sword as red as blood crystal. Shen Fei seemed unsurprised, asking suspiciously, "A sword? Is it even lethal?" Lin Tian replied with a satisfied look. "Of course it does. I'll show you its power." Lin Tian suddenly turned forward, excitedly shouting, "Grandson, get out of the way. Your father is coming to help." Hearing this, Zun Zhengyi signaled to his brothers and they scattered, saying, "Our godfather is about to make his move." Lin Tian's overwhelming aura quickly draws the bats in, and the system presents him with options. Lin Tian quickly activates his skill, his longsword radiating dense spiritual energy. Combining it with his signature Thunderflame move, a torrent of blood-colored lightning erupts. Lin Tian then commands a cross-slash, a tempestuous cross-shaped strike that obliterates the bats, significantly reducing their numbers. Seeing this, Zun Zhengyi couldn't help but admire him. "So awesome. My godfather is the best." From behind, Shen Feifei's eyes sparkled with admiration, as she said, "Lam Thien, you're so cool. Can you teach me that move?" Lam Thien glanced back, a faint smile playing on his lips. "Perhaps. But to achieve the same effect, you'd need to cultivate to the 4th level of the Yongquan realm or higher." Looking at the few remaining Special Ops members, Lin Tian asked, "Is that all? Did the others all die?" Remembering something important, Shen Feifei anxiously said, "That's right. Lei Nuo and Jiang Yu are fighting. Lin Tian, can you go save them?" Lin Tian was shocked to hear the name Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu, wasn't he swallowed by that dark monster? How could he be alive? Meanwhile, in another part of the city, the scene is eerily grim. Lei Nuo throws a punch with all his might, fighting with intense focus, but the ice blast shatters into pieces, its power completely nullified. Jiang Yu smirked, knowing that while his power was great, his spiritual energy would eventually run out, and the swarm of bats lunged at their prey. Jiang Yu crossed his arms, smug. "But my fallen are endless." The fallen embraced the broken ice, hungrily sucking every drop of spiritual energy from it. Lei Nuo now understood the key point. They weren't saving their comrades, but devouring the remaining spiritual energy. Looking at the bat's dark aura, Languo realized with dismay that some had evolved to the third level of the Courage Spring realm. Fighting them one by one wasn't the answer, so he erected a temporary ice wall to block their attacks. But the bats were too numerous, and the ice wall shattered in an instant, the swarm piercing through and striking Languo. It was too sudden. Languo was thrown back in pain. What was that? He braces himself, barely managing to stay upright, but the bats have bitten his arm and a change is taking place. Languo's face pales. This could be a problem. Seeing this, Jiang Yu laughed with glee. Are you keeping your distance from me because you're afraid? Languo, of course, wouldn't give up so easily. He unleashed another attack, this time his ultimate move, ice spears. Ice crystals combined to form a spear, hurtling forward like a javelin. Seeing this as a prime opportunity, Jiang Yu grins with delight, his barrier easily absorbing the spear's spiritual energy. Languo never expected things to come to this. What? Having caught his prey, Jiang Yu began to transform, his muscles bulging as spiritual energy surged within him. Ha 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 ha, I knew you'd panic. I won't be shy about taking all this powerful spiritual energy. Realizing his dire situation, Languo cursed inwardly. Damn it, is he using my spirit energy to level up? Now empowered, Jiang Yu sneers. To thank you for helping me evolve to my peak, I've decided to give you an easy end. With that, he unleashes a dark, ravenous fist straight at Languo's chest. Languo resigned himself to his fate, closing his eyes and apologizing. I'm sorry, miss. I thought I was done for. But then, a familiar figure appeared before him. It was Lin Tian. Not wanting to see the war god sacrifice himself, Languo shouted a warning. Get out of the way! That's a full-force attack from a fourth realm Yongquan. You can't stop it. In a flash, Lin Tian casually flicked his arm, deflecting a fourth-stage power strike. Languo watched in stunned silence as the deflected blow triggered an earthquake, sending dust and debris flying. Only then did Lin Tian have the mind to listen to Languo, turning back in confusion to ask, Huh? What did you say? Stunned, Languo, having narrowly escaped death, immediately asked about the young lady. Lin Tian, is the young lady safe? Lin Tian gave a brief explanation. Rest assured, she's currently fighting off these annoying strays with Leng Yue and the others. With that, he ordered Languo to leave. Go meet up with them. I'll handle this and then find you to discuss our next plan. Languo acknowledged and turned to leave. Lin Tian faces Jiang Yu once more and says coldly, So, we meet again. Before you die, can you tell me who or what you are? The strange man continues his charade. What are you talking about? Lin Tian, I'm Jiang Yu. Don't you recognize me? Lin Tian had no intention of playing games with him and impatiently said, If you won't talk, then so be it. He reached back and drew his azure treasure sword, domineeringly saying, Don't worry, this will be over quickly. Kuang Yu crossed his arms, a defiant look on his face as he stared at Lin Tian. Lin Tian, do you still think I'm the same person from the forest? Without another word, he conjured a dark energy orb, his eyes black as he said, Let me show you my true power. Lin Tian's face darkened as he drew his sword, saying with boredom, Is that all? Lin Tian slashes his sword, creating a barrier that completely blocks Jiang Yu's spirit energy orb. The force slams into Jiang Yu's chest, and he says, Paling. What? With a single strike, he unleashed a tempest that annihilated a vast number of fallen, sending the rest scattering in panicked retreat. They're all flocking towards the distant cloud. Lin Tian doesn't understand what's happening, and even the three beauties are frozen in place. Oh, what's going on? Leng Yue asked, sweat dripping down her forehead. Yu Qing, can you also sense the energy coming from that dark cloud? Yu Qing's eyes widened in shock as she replied, Yes. These mutated bats are as if they've received some kind of order. They're moving towards that dark cloud. Stubbornly refusing to believe it, Shen Feifei scoffed, Don't be ridiculous, how could that be? Wu Tin didn't understand what she meant and asked, Sister Shen, what's wrong? Shen Feifei, experienced and equipped, looked grim as she said coldly, According to the readings, that thing in the sky might be the legendary hypermutant. Anomaly level. The lowest threat level, indicating minor abnormalities with minimal impact on the environment and people. Usually doesn't require cultivators. Disturbance level. Apparitions or monsters that pose a slight threat to ordinary people. It can cause disturbances or panic on a small scale, usually quickly handled by low-level cultivators. A dangerous level, monsters or events with significant destructive power, capable of posing a major threat to a town or crowd, usually requiring mid-level cultivators to coordinate. Super mutants are monsters with a higher level of danger, possessing enormous destructive power, capable of devastating a small city, usually requiring many mid- and high-level cultivators to join forces. Calamity-level threats possess immense destructive power, endangering entire metropolises, causing mass casualties and devastating property damage, requiring intervention from top-tier cultivators or elite teams. Cataclysm-level threats can trigger nationwide disasters, capable of annihilating an entire nation's defenses. Only a few powerful cultivators can withstand it, requiring a full-scale coordinated effort to combat the doomsday level, the highest threat, representing a global survival crisis, potentially leading to the destruction of human civilization, mandating the mobilization of all top cultivators and the Alliance defense system to fight with all their might. Knowing this, a fire ignited in Shen Feifei's eyes. Lin Tian must survive. Thinking quickly, she ordered Lan Nuyet into action. Lan Nuyet, contact Director Liu and tell them to send reinforcements. I'll call my grandfather. Lin Tian can't face that monster alone. The situation on the system side is just as chaotic. Someone shouted, "Captain Fan, please respond." But only an eerie silence answered. Damn it, they couldn't connect with Team 2 at all. The bats seemed to be blocking all phone signals. The commander's face tightens as he wonders, have Fi and the others escaped safely? The soldiers monitoring the system screens then noticed an anomaly, one exclaiming, "Everyone, look, the bats seem to be gathering in one direction. This has never happened before. What's going on?" Thankfully, the phone signal is back. A frantic voice cries out, "Captain Fan, I hear you. Are you alive?" Chaos fills the room as contact with Team 2 is restored. Captain Lee, after the bats left, the phone signal returned. We can contact the Vanguard team." A fierce soldier shouted into the phone, his tone harsh. "Captain Fan, what's your status?" "Report immediately," came the urgent voice on the line. "We were attacked by a massive swarm of D-rank bats, but they suddenly flew away for some reason." Soldiers nearby also reported that squads 2 and 3 were facing the same situation. The commander's face darkened as he grimly ordered an immediate assessment of casualties. One piece of bad news after another. A subordinate approached with a radio, frowning as he said, "Commander, it's a communication signal from the young miss." The commander tried to sound calm as he asked, "Feifei, you haven't finished speaking, but a piece of terrible news has already arrived." "Sir, this is bad. A super mutant monster is about to appear in High City." The news was so shocking. All eyes turned to the phone. The commander, struggling to process the news, growled, "Vice Commander Shen Feifei, what nonsense are you spouting?" Shen Feifei pleaded, "Commander Shen, I'm not lying. The dimensional beasts abandoned the area around Tianhai City to offer all the spiritual energy they devoured to the ultra-mutated monster at the Dark Cloud Center." A soldier repeated, trembling, "We're done for. Tianhai City is done for. We're all done for." The room fell into despair. Was there truly no other way? A super mutant class monster required at least a 5th stage Yongquan cultivator to deal with it. The commander was at a loss, mechanically repeating, "A super mutant monster." He gritted his teeth, his face darkening. He clutched his head in anguish, saying, "Feifei, I'm sorry, but I can't let the nation be endangered. I hope you don't hate me. I truly have no other choice." A flicker of sadness crossed Shen Feifei's eyes as she slowly replied, "Yes, I understand. I won't blame you." Without hesitation, the commander slammed the table and stood up. Everyone immediately began preparing for a devastating attack, determined to contain the super-mutated monster within Tianhai City at all costs. Now he's willing to sacrifice everything to protect the city's people, and he absolutely can't let the disaster spread to other cities. Hearing this, the soldier next to him quickly reassured him, "Commander, please calm down. At least save the young lady first." With coldness in his eyes, the commander declared, "Here, we are only soldiers, not family. Our sacrifice ensures those we protect never suffer as we have." He reluctantly resorted to a last resort, his voice booming, "Everyone, prepare to move out." Suddenly, the radio crackled to life. "Hello, hello, hello, can anyone hear me?" Then came someone's irritable and resentful voice. "How do you even turn this thing on?" Hey, you scared me, Commander. Lin Tian, you're alive?" Meanwhile, Lin Tian teases the old man. "Commander, I haven't even flirted with your granddaughter yet, and you already want me dead? I'm telling you, your granddaughter will hate you for this." Lin Tian, with his great sword on his back, confidently declared, "Stop the bombing. I'll handle this super mutant monster." The soldiers in the room looked grim, asking in disbelief, "What? You'll handle it? Can you really do it? That's a super mutant monster." one person asked, half in disbelief. Lin Tian scolded them, asking what else they'd be doing here but arguing. As the monster began to take shape, Lin Tian left them with a warning. Mr. Shen, if you want Tianai City and your granddaughter to be safe, then give me your full support. All right, Lin Tian, how do you need our help? Lin Tian calmly regarded the beast before him and said, there's only one thing I need you to do. What gets destroyed in this battle, you're responsible for compensating. Lightning crackled around Lin Tian as his eyes turned to ice. The demon descended, savoring the moment. This is the spirit energy of the real world. It feels so good to be alive. He continued, both smug and greedy. Now I've not only successfully revived, but I've evolved into a being that has reached the pinnacle of the fifth spring realm. He smirked, full of himself. I can feel it. I'm invincible here. Lin Tian looked bored, as if the demon was telling a joke. It continued to drone on. You must regret not finishing me off in the forest. Human. Without hesitation, it released a fifth-stage fallen fiend, which lunged at Lin Tian like a ravenous tiger. The demon bat was extremely smug, laughing gleefully as it said, "Ha ha, this is the end." But the scene before it made its eyes pop with rage, a mix of shame and anger causing it to sweat profusely. Back at the system office, chaos erupted as everyone began to chatter. How could this be? Lin Tian had unleashed a sword strike, cleaving the fifth realm fallen one in two. Lin Tian's expression remained calm as he struck with cold, decisive precision. The office staff looked on in awe. Was this the legendary lightning attribute? That's terrifying. Anyone with that kind of power would definitely be considered a monster. The commander secretly rejoiced, feeling a weight lifted off his shoulders. Kid, it seems you truly haven't disappointed me. The military also performed admirably, evacuating citizens in refuge vehicles. Please remain calm. City buses are arriving one after another. Please don't push. The massive crowd was also drawn to Lin Tian's movements as a beam of light shot straight into the sky. The terrified citizens cried out, "Look, is someone undergoing tribulation? I've never seen lightning like that before. It must be a master undergoing tribulation. It must be the nine heavens lightning tribulation." Yu Qing could see it clearly as well and excitedly said, "Sister Leng Yue, that must be Captain Lin's power." Leng Yue was completely impressed. Lin Tian's power is terrifying. I thought reaching the fourth level of the Yongquan realm would let me catch up, but now I see I'm just a joke to him. Still, I'm proud. Lin Tian truly is the man I chose. Meanwhile, the battle between Lin Tian and the demon rages on as lightning crackles around him. He gripped his blood sword, his eyes unwavering, and said, "Now it's my turn." But the fallen demon was no pushover, unleashing a dark power. The attack was swift, but Lin Tian's reflexes were faster. He blocked the blow with his sword, seized the opportunity, and unleashed the Ice Mountain Split with Thunderfire sword play. A strike the demon couldn't swallow, forced to watch as the Thunderfire prepared to engulf him. It used all its spiritual energy to hold on to its magic treasure, hoping to hide inside. But to Lin Tian, that treasure was nothing more than a thin veil, and the Ice Mountain Slash easily shattered it to pieces. The Ice Mountain Slash crashed down like a Mount Tai, and the demon faltered, sputtering, "What?" It felt like half its life had been ripped away, its massive body trembling on the ground, a mix of pain and humiliation as it unleashed countless divine palms with all its might. Lin Tian, like a martial arts master, swiftly dodges every attack, infuriating the demon. How annoying. Without that sword, you'd be dead already. Lin Tian seemed amused by the creature. He taunts it, pointing to his forehead. Come on, there's plenty of blood here. Clearly, the demon is provoked. He conjures a blade and angrily lunges toward Lin Tian. That demon blade locked onto Lin Tian's weak point like a missile. You're asking for death. It coils into a vortex, hurtling forward with dizzying speed. The fallen devil aimed perfectly, firing straight at Lin Tian's forehead. Yet Lin Tian stood firm as a statue, not even a hair out of place. No, it can't be. This was my full power attack at the peak of the fifth spring. How could you be unharmed? Could it be you've evolved to the sixth spring, or even a higher realm? Lin Tian's face darkened, and he said coldly, "If that's all the power you have..." The blood sword in his hand became a lightning rod, as if all the thunder in the world converged there. He roared like a tiger, "Then die here." The demon trembled, stubbornly declaring, "I can't die here. I must absorb more power and evolve." Realizing escape was his only option, he turned tail and fled. Once I reach the the seventh level of the Gushing Springs realm, I'll return and exact my revenge on this brat, but escape won't be easy. Lin Tian narrowed his phoenix eyes, determined not to let it escape this time. From above, he unleashed a lightning flame sword technique, a torrent of electricity with even greater destructive power than a thunderbolt, instantly paralyzing the demon spawn. A critical strike pierces its heart, utterly destroying a part of its body. Engulfed in lightning, it can only scream in agony. No. The bastard child is completely torn to shreds, becoming a pile of confetti scattered across the sky. The entire office witnessed this once-in-a-millennium scene, and everyone jumped for joy. They had succeeded in destroying the super mutant monster. Tianhai City has been saved. Tianhai City has been saved. This thunderflame is the dawn of Tianhai City. No, the dawn of all humanity. Commander Fan couldn't stop smiling, beaming as he said, "Everyone, immediately begin coordinating rescue efforts, ensuring all victims receive timely treatment." "Yes, sir." A few days later, in Lin Tian's apartment, old Liu enthusiastically said, "Lin Tian, it was fortunate that we had you during this crisis in Tianhai City. The military and the Spirit Chi Association are planning to give you some rewards. Is there anything you want?" As if waiting for this moment, Lin Tian earnestly requested help with something important. Elder Liu nodded, urging him to continue. Lin Tian points at Shen Feifei and the others, showing no mercy as he says, "Can you take them away quickly? My house isn't big to begin with, and with a nagging wife, I can't live a normal life with them here all day. And another thing, can't you tell they're impersonating Shu Yu King?" Old Liu was sweating bullets, secretly thinking, Leng Yue can't leave, so Shen Feifei can't leave either. If they don't leave, it doesn't matter whether Su Yu Ting does or not. Old Liao thought to himself, convinced he was right. "Ah, I see. You want me to get him a big villa?" he said, snapping his fingers in Lin Tian's direction. "Lin Tian, this is too simple. Leave it to me. I'll definitely make you happy." The conference was attended by leaders from various regions. Next is the main topic of our conference today. Lin Tian has made great contributions to the recent crisis in Tianhai City. A leader stood up and projected an image of Lin Tian. What reward should we give him? A leader below immediately spoke up. "I think we should give him some resources to help him become a super cultivator for our country, like the hero nations of the West." "That's right. We'll promote him to be a celebrity as well." The commander next to him immediately agreed. "That's right. A heroic figure like him could inspire more young people to become cultivators." However, this idea was quickly refuted by a commander sitting next to Liu Ying. "A celebrity? Are you joking? Lin Tian is not only a hero of this city, but also a cultivation genius of Zhou country. I think he should join the military and be responsible for training our army's cultivators. There are other options." At that moment, a voice from outside suddenly cut off the commander. "I object." From outside, a man slowly walks in. Everyone was surprised by his sudden appearance. "Commander Han, what brings you here?" Commander Shen was also taken aback. "Han Jiaofeng, why is he back?" Could it be? Han Tongling wastes no time, cutting straight to the point. "Commander, I heard you were handing out rewards to the kids." The Supreme Commander immediately questioned him. "Commander Han, what are you implying?" Han responded, "I'm saying a kid who relies on luck to defeat monsters doesn't deserve a medal." Xiaofeng's words caused the other commanders to speak up, with the reporting commander defending Lin Tian. "Commander Han, that's going too far. Lin Tian resolving Tianhai City's crisis wasn't just luck." Another commander immediately defended his point of view. "That's right, the entire mission in High City was recorded." Though their words held reason, Han Xiaofeng didn't care, glaring as he said, "Do you two wastes even have a place to speak here?" His words silenced the two commanders, but seeing his abuse of power, the commander-in-chief quickly interjected, "Commander Han, defeating a fifth realm abyss monster isn't just luck. I understand your doubts about Lin Tian, but Lin Tian's medal is not for you to decide." He sat down and said, "I see you're determined to give him the medal, so I'm out of options, but I won't recognize it." After Commander Han settled into his seat, Commander-in-Chief Shen spoke again. "Let's continue the meeting. Does anyone have any ideas? Lin Tian doesn't help us for fame or fortune. He doesn't want a position or influence." Hearing the commander's words, the other leaders exchanged glances, but no one dared to speak. Seeing no one had any ideas, Commander-in-Chief Shen turned to Liu Ying. "Old Liu, what do you think?" Liu Ying chuckled to himself. "Your relationship with Lin Tian isn't so good, is it? In these crucial moments, you still need me. Only I, Liu Ying, know what brother Lin Tian needs most right now." After a moment's thought, Liu Ying replied, "A few days ago, I met with Lin Tian and asked him what he needed, and he made one thing clear to me." The commanders, hearing this, exclaimed, "Oh, old Liu, you're the best. Stop beating around the bush and tell us." Not wanting to waste anyone's time, Liu Ying said, in Lin Tian's own words, "They come here every day, making it impossible for me to live a normal life. Besides, they're teaching Su Wu King. Can't you see that? After interpreting Lin Tian's intentions, Liu Ying confidently concludes that Lin Tian wants a big house so he can live with Leng Yue and the others, so he won't feel cramped. Liu Ying's words shocked the entire meeting. So that's what he meant. How could we have missed it? Indeed, the most basic needs like food and rest have been overlooked. Unlike Liu Ying, Commander Shen understood immediately, realizing that Lin Tian wanted Leng Yue and the others to move out. However, it seems that little Fei Fei is also interested in Lin Tian. Oh well, might as well keep making mistakes. Immediately after, Commander-in-Chief Shen asked, if that's the case, does anyone know of any suitable villas or large apartments in Tianhai City? Before anyone could speak, Commander Han interjected, don't bother looking, I know of a villa that's perfect. Words that once again made everyone suspicious. Huh? Wasn't Commander Han just objecting? Why the sudden change of heart? Han Tongling's idea also surprised the Commander-in-Chief. Oh, a villa there? Han Tongling continued, the Green Lake Manor on Scarlet Sun Road in Sea City. Xiaofeng's suggestion immediately caused a stir at the meeting. Wasn't Sea City supposed to be under lockdown? The anomaly in the coastal city. According to military records, it's already reached the 6th stage of Yongquan. Liu Ying couldn't hold back any longer and asked, Commander Han, my Spiritual Qi Cultivation Association has never offended you, so why are you making things difficult for Lin Tian? The purpose of today's meeting is to reward Lin Tian, not to give him a new mission. Without hesitation, Han Tongling replied, if he can't even clean that villa, then he doesn't deserve the reward. Each word from Han Tongling displeased Commander Shen, who immediately questioned him. Commander Han, you're questioning his decision. Han immediately replied, not at all. I just want to see if this hero you speak of lives up to the name. Cut to Lin Tian's house. After the meeting, Liu Ying quickly brought Lin Tian the document saying, Brother Lin Tian, I'm sorry. You've been through so much, and the military wanted to reward you properly, but someone interfered. Lin Tian blankly took the paper and read that it was a house use permit. This immediately threw Lin Tian into a panic. This room has to be worth tens of millions, and they're just giving it to me? Seeing Lin Tian tremble, Liu Ying quickly said that if he didn't like it, he'd risk his old life to get him another one. But Lin Tian wasn't about to let this good deal slip away. He snatched it back quickly, thinking, is a multi-million-dollar house really just a matter of liking it or not? It's a question of whether I'm worthy. I'll take this one. As he spoke, Lin Tian quickly hid the paper on his person, and after he settled on the house, Liu Ying provided more information. Also, last month, a 6th-level Spirit Spring mutated creature appeared in the coastal city, and its power center is inside this villa. The military is preparing a squad for you to ensure a successful subjugation. I can handle it myself. Despite knowing Lin Tian's strength, Liu Ying worriedly said, Lin Tian, I know you just defeated a 5th-stage monster, but the mutated creature in the coastal city is a 6th stage. Don't be reckless. Although 5th and 6th level Spirit Springs are only 1 level apart, the difference is like heaven and earth. You absolutely can't be careless. You're still young. Just focus on cultivating patiently and the future... Before Liu Ying could finish, Lin Tian interrupted, I know, but I'm already at the 7th level Spirit Spring. This bombshell of information leaves Liu Ying in shock. What? Han and his men are on their way to the villa, and the lieutenant asks, Boss, what's this kid's background that we have to cooperate with him? Furthermore, the brothers in the military have been fighting for half a month for that Green Lake Manor with no progress. Can a kid like him really do it? Han retorts, whether he's capable or not, we'll see soon enough. Let's hope he didn't just get lucky, or the secrets within Green Lake Manor won't let him return alive. Xiao Li immediately agreed. The boss is right, that kid must have just gotten lucky with the anomaly in Tianhai City. Otherwise, why wouldn't that kid dare to attend the army's commendation ceremony in person? I bet he's feeling guilty. Han Tongling scoffed. These hot-blooded youngsters need elders like us to encourage them. Hearing this, Secretary Chen spoke up from behind. Commander Han, don't let personal feelings interfere with the military's mission. Reclaim the city's territory at any cost. Commander Han retorted, I don't need you to tell me how to do my job. Moments later, Han Tongling's car pulled up to the villa, where Lin Tian was already waiting. Secretary Tran quickly exited the vehicle and approached him. Hello, Lin Tian. I'm Secretary Tran from the Sea City Mayor's office. Lin Tian politely replied, Hello. Then, Secretary Tran introduced them. These two are Commander Han and Lieutenant Li, in charge of handling the mutated creatures in Sea City. Immediately after, Commander Han spoke up. You're the one who took care of the 5th stage Yongquan monster in Sea City, Lin Tian calmly replies. Yes, so? Han Tongling, already judging Lin Tian, says disdainfully, Nothing. I thought you'd be like my brothers in the camp, a tough guy, but you're just a pretty boy. Faced with Han Tongling's unpleasant words, Lin Tian chose to retort directly. What? Are you saying you're big and strong, so the monsters will take it easy on you? Lam Tian's words only fueled Han Tongling's animosity. He warned, Lin Tian, if you're all talk, you might not make it out of this manor alive. Faced with such venom, Lin Tian calmly replied, Don't worry. I'm a practical man. I act, not talk. If you're both afraid to die, you don't have to come in. Seeing the tension between them, Secretary Tran quickly intervened. All right, I don't know if you all get along, but I hope we can agree on one thing. After entering Green Lake Manor, you must help each other. Any objections? If not, I'll take your silence as agreement. Next, I'll explain the specifics of this mission. After the Earth's spiritual energy recovered, a powerful dark energy suddenly appeared within the Green Lake Manor and was then seized by an unknown creature. According to the spirit energy meter, the mutated creature inside Green Lake Manor is at least at the 5th level of the Brave Selection realm. After the casualties of the citizens in the coastal city reached 68, we successfully controlled the monster inside Green Lake Manor. That's all I can say. The rest is up to you. Be careful with this mission. After hearing the mission, Lin Tian impatiently said, Just open the gate. If you're done, let's go. Seeing Lin Tian head straight in, Tui Ui exclaimed in surprise, Is that kid crazy? He didn't even discuss the battle plan before charging in. Han Tong Ryong immediately ordered, Follow him. Don't let that kid run off. As Lin Tian checked the system information, he thought, Again, dark attribute monsters. I've encountered them 3 times in just a few days. The last quest completion rewarded me with a new attribute column. Should I choose the dark attribute, or should I choose the light attribute? In my past life, I didn't have this power, so I don't know much about the light and dark attributes. Which should I choose? And to prevent a similar situation from happening to Leng Yue and the others, let's try light, hoping for healing abilities. Just then, the other 2 caught up with him. Lieutenant Li retorted, So you recklessly charged in without a plan, thinking you'd figure something out? Lin Tian replied, No, but planning an operation based on imagination without seeing the situation firsthand is pointless. Growing angrier, Lieutenant Li questioned, Can you even be trusted? Before Lin Tian could respond, Commander Han suddenly shouted, Watch out! A monster appears before them, lunging ferociously at Lieutenant Li. Commander Han quickly intervenes, blocking the beast before retreating and asking, Are you all right? Thanks, boss, Lieutenant Yili replied, already pale from facing the monster. He thought to himself that the mutated creatures outside the estate were already stronger than him. So what about inside? Han continued to fight the monster, shouting, You two be careful. This mutated dog is already at the 4th level of the Yongquan realm. He approached the beast, unleashing a flurry of powerful punches that left it unable to retaliate. Seeing Han Xiaofeng's valiant combat, Lieutenant Li was thrilled. No wonder he's the boss. He can actually fight this mutated dog on equal footing. After a few punches, Commander Han leaps up, kicking the beast in the head. The monster bleeds and Commander Han is exhausted, but the creature is still standing. Seeing it was taking too long, Lin Tian spoke up. Commander Han, are you done playing around? Can we proceed into the manor now? Hearing this, Xiao Yili became angry on behalf of Han Xiaofeng. But what do you know? This mutated beast had reached the 4th stage of the Yongquan realm, but Lin Tian didn't bother arguing with the kid. He simply drew his sword and slashed at the air, instantly cleaving the monster in 2. Han Commander was immediately shocked by the scene before him. After dealing with the monster, Lin Tian continued inside, nonchalantly saying, I'll head in first, take your time. Han Commander was still shocked by Lin Tian's power. 1 slash was enough to cut the monster that rivaled him in half. After this, Lieutenant Li also realized the problem. Boss, did we offend someone we shouldn't have? Han Tongling, now devoid of his earlier authority, hastily ordered, Immediately apologize to Brother Lin Tian. We absolutely cannot afford to offend someone like him. Meanwhile, Lin Tian opened the mansion door and stepped inside. He scanned the surroundings thinking, Something's not right. 68 people died, so why aren't there any bodies in the manor? And those 2 followed me in here. It was then that Lin Tian used his power, saying, Commander Han, I have a question for you. Commander Han quickly replied, Lin Tian, please ask. Lin Tian continued, Did your troops move any of the bodies? Han Tongling replied immediately, No, we were only able to control the mutated creatures inside the manor. We couldn't go that deep. What is it? Lin Tian added. If you're telling the truth, then the mutated creatures in this villa may be more powerful than the 5th stage of the Gushing Spring. Han Tongling added, Could the corpses have been eaten by monsters? Lin Tian immediately rejected Han Tongling's idea. Mutated creatures prefer to devour spiritual energy, not our flesh. In any case, be careful. Let's split up and search the floors. Having witnessed Lin Tian's strength, Commander Han no longer dared to be arrogant, obediently saying, "Brother Lin Tian will follow your lead." After he spoke, Lin Tian assigned tasks. "Then I'll head up. You two check the basement." Lin Tian slowly ascended the floor, met by countless rooms, each of which he quickly began to investigate. After searching for a while without finding anything, Lin Tian thought to himself, "That's not right. Even if the monsters ate the bodies, they would have left bones behind, wouldn't they? Let's see if this new light attribute spirit energy is useful." Immediately, Lin Tian's body emitted a blinding light, and the dark spirit energy was instantly drawn to him. They've been found, and as for Commander Han, the two are investigating the basement. Lieutenant Li looks ahead and says, "Boss, something feels off about this place." Han, the commander, warned them to be careful and prepare for battle at any moment, just as another monster appeared. It leaps from above, and a loud crash echoes as a bizarre monster appears, drool dripping from its maw. Pioneer Commander Han took the lead, ordering, "Old Zhang, let's attack it together." A voice responded, "Yes, boss." The beast roared and swung its claws at Commander Han, who quickly blocked the attack. After just one block, Commander Han's hand trembled uncontrollably. This beast was too strong. Seeing Commander Han injured, young Master Li quickly stepped in, leaping forward and launching himself at the beast with his wind-style gale fist. The young master attacks the beast with immense force, but it remains completely unfazed. How can this be? Its skin is so thick. Not only did he fail to harm the beast, but he also put himself in danger as the monster roared and reached out to grab Li. Seeing this, Commander Han rushed forward. "You won't lay a hand on my brother." But with the beast's strength, a flick of its tail sends him flying. Unable to withstand the blow, Han is sent crashing back, his strength diminished. Seeing Xiaofeng attacked, Xiao Yili recklessly charged the beast, yelling, "Boss, I'll fight you to the death, you beast." Seeing his brother rushing into danger, Commander Han tried to stop him. "Old Zhang, no." Just when they thought they were doomed, a massive force descended from above. The beast is quickly destroyed, and through the hole above, Lin Tian asks, "What are you two playing at? You couldn't even handle this with your skills?" Commander Han asked, stunned. "Lin Tian, you took down the Green Lake Manor monster with a single blow? Just how strong are you now?" Lin Tian quickly jumped down into the basement, saying, "What nonsense are you talking about? We didn't even see the monster's face." Han said, confused, "This is the monster from Green Lake Manor." Lin Tian sighed. "No, that's not it. It's just a dark incarnation. It's complicated to explain, so I'll just show you. Next, I'll show you the real world." As Lin Tian spoke, a brilliant light enveloped him, making it difficult for the two to see. And then, Lin Tian transported them to the true world of the manor. The stench of blood immediately fills the air as monstrous beasts feast upon corpses. The brutal reality stunned Han Tongling, who thought to himself, "It took Zhang and me so much effort to defeat just one monster, yet there are so many here." Lieutenant Li was equally stunned, stammering, How are there so many?" Lin Tian immediately corrected him. "What nonsense are you spouting? Isn't Six Lake Manor the monster's stronghold? It's normal to see a few monsters." Realizing they were outmatched, Commander Han suggested, "Let's retreat and call in the army to bombard the area. Otherwise, we won't be able to get in." Lieutenant Li agreed. "Yes, boss, let's fall back." Hearing Han Xiaofeng's words, Lin Tian angrily retorted, "Damn it, isn't this villa my reward? If you blow it up, how am I supposed to live here? Don't worry, these weaklings only need one move." With that, Lin Tian swung his sword in a circle, creating a whirlwind of power that quickly took down all the monsters. Those who witnessed it were astonished. What level of power was this? To think one strike could wipe out all those monsters? After they were gone, the air suddenly felt heavy. Xiaofeng spoke up, "Brother Lin Tian." "No, big brother Lin Tian, you're amazing." "So, the problem at Six Lake Manor is solved." Beside him, Xiao Yi chimed in, "That's right, I thought I was done for, but you took care of it with a single strike." Lin Tian says, "The monsters at Six Lake Manor aren't taken care of yet. These dead guys were just pawns." This surprises Xiaofeng. "What? Pawns? You're calling those powerful monsters pawns?" "Pawns? Then what are those who fought tooth and nail against these monsters?" "Useless," he immediately retorted. "Lin Tian, you must be joking. The military explored this area just last month. The strongest signal detected was only around the 5th stage of the spirit's spring realm. But Lin Tian believes this means the monster has been evolving rapidly over the past month." The lieutenant asked fearfully, "Then, Brother Lam Thien, what are our chances of winning?" Lin Tian reassured them, "Don't worry, just stay behind me and don't run around. Leave the remaining anomalies to me." With their agreement, Lin Tian and the two set off. Just as he said, he took care of everything else, eliminating the monsters with a single strike. The lieutenant and Xiaofeng watched from the sidelines, terrified. Was this the power of a spirit cultivator? Killing them like this is too cruel. Boss, we're just like sitting ducks waiting to be picked off. The two stepped outside, and Xiaofeng marveled that in less than 10 minutes he had wiped out all the monsters on the first floor of the villa. Lin Tian continued to eliminate the monsters, clearing the way for everyone. Sensing the aura from the back of the courtyard, Lin Tian rushes off, saying, "I'm going to check out the back." "You two be careful," he said, but they immediately followed. "Brother Lin Tian, we're coming too." He approached the aura emanating from the back of the estate. A blazing red aura appeared before him, a massive heart pulsing with blood, throbbing with each beat. Lin Tian knew this must be the leader of Six Lake Manor. Seeing this, Tiu Wai spoke up, but Hio Fong cut him off before he could finish. "Don't speak. Brother Lin Tian is gathering power." He wondered, what was he gathering power for? Could that be the final monster of the Green Lake Manor? Xiaofeng is also silent. Old Zhang, the aura around Brother Lin Tian. I've only felt it on one other person. Could it be? He immediately affirmed it. That's right. It's Mr. Wang, the chairman of the Haishang Spiritual Cultivators Association, a 6th-level spirit fusion expert, a true king in combat. Lin Tian attacks the monster, using his Thunderfire one-blade flash once more. A massive foot appears within the bloody heart, which then shatters and a phoenix emerges. Both Xiaofeng and the lieutenant were terrified, wondering what to do. How could there be such a powerful monster? Lin Tian is intrigued, finally finding one with some real strength. The massive phoenix, a beautiful fiery red, sensed danger and attacked Lin Tian. Enraged, its eyes burned with fire as it spewed a red liquid, exciting Lin Tian even more. Reaching it, he swiftly uses the light whirlwind to counter its attack, injuring the monster. Seeing this, the two who understood the wind cheered, "Big brother Lin Tian is so cool." Sensing the disadvantage, the monster fled. But Lin Tian had no intention of letting it escape, saying, "Did I say you could leave?" He quickly moved in front of the monster. With the Thunderflame Ice Mountain strike, Lin Tian ends it decisively. The monster cries out in pain as it struck. After that scream, it immediately fell to the ground as Lin Tian followed up with the Thunderflame Cross. The monster quickly plummets to its doom as Xiaofeng and the Major express their admiration. "Oh my god, that's way too strong, did you see that? That's my main man, Lin Tian, being awesome." After vanquishing the monster, Lin Tian declared the building his as the severely wounded beast continued to struggle. Lin Tian coldly says, "I'll send you on your way." His icy gaze fixed on the monster, and with one swift move he ends its life. It cries out in pain before collapsing, and Xiaofeng is overjoyed. "That wasn't my doing. There's someone else here." "What? You speak into the air? Come out, I can sense your spiritual energy." A rift begins to open before them, and a figure emerges saying, "Since you've already defeated it," a man emerged, questioning why they couldn't spare the creature. And Xiaofeng recognized him. "Mr. Wang, what are you doing here?" Lin Tian asked him. "Do you know him?" He replied, "Brother Lin Tian, this is Mr. Wang, the president of the Shanghai Spiritual Energy Cultivator Association, and also a Realm 6 spiritual spring powerhouse." Xiaofeng began, "Mr. Wang, this brother is a cultivation genius from Tianhai City. He was invited by our military to help resolve the issues at Six Lake Manor." He calmly stated, "In that case, spare the monster's life. I want to see if I can learn anything from it." Xiaofeng agreed, "Of course, Mr. Wang, we—" But Lin Tian cut him off. He says that the man has no right to decide the monster's fate, nor to dictate his actions. Xiaofeng calmly explains, "Brother Lin Tian, Mr. Wang is not only the chairman of the Shanghai Spiritual Energy Cultivators Association, but the Army's reclamation efforts in Shanghai are also largely dependent on his support." Xiao Yi quickly added, "That's right. Mr. Wang is very kind. He's used his light attribute spiritual energy to help many spirits in our military region. He's a very good person." Mr. Wang then spoke up. "Young man, even though this monster has committed terrible crimes, wouldn't it be better to use love to sway it and make it a friend of humanity rather than kill it?" As he began to sway it, "Everything in this world has a spirit. We must use love to influence all living things." The monster saw the man saving him, but an attack immediately headed his way. This unexpected power startled him, but as another attack came, he quickly blocked it. Mr. Wang calmly blocked the incoming attack, and after doing so, retaliated with his fist. He punched at Lin Tian's attack, acknowledging the sheer power behind it. He says, "Boy, what do you mean by this? Do you want to become an enemy of old Zhu or an enemy of humanity?" Ignoring the stunned onlookers, Lin Tian coldly stated, You want to know why? Fine, I'll tell you. First, this monster has killed too many in the villa, and it will pay the price. Second, Lin Tian never needs anyone to tell him what to do. You're not qualified to order me around. And the third reason is the most important. He pointed his sword at the man, saying the monster's aura had been strange ever since he appeared. Hearing this, Xiaofeng asked, Brother Lin Tian, what do you mean by strange spiritual energy? Lin Tian said bluntly, this monster is more afraid of him, more afraid of Mr. Wang trying to save it than it is of me, a human trying to kill it. Hearing this, he gave a strange smile. Kid, to it, you and I are both just humans, and I'm using a cage of light to seal its movements, so it's only natural that it fears me. Thukim returned, adding smoothly, in that case, allow me to use my special ability to see what memories this monster holds. This surprised Mr. Vuong. What? Xiao Yi also wondered. Lin Tian, you have this kind of ability? Lin Tian says he obtained this ability after subduing the monsters in Tianhai City. By communicating spiritual power, he can directly access and read the memories within the monster's mind. Mr. Wang thought to himself that Lin Tian must be trying to scare him as he walked past him toward the monster and began to use his ability. It let out a piercing shriek as he used his ability, and all three saw the monster lifted into the air, a different image of it appearing before them. This was beyond his expectations. Lin Tian added that he should have acted sooner when he couldn't resist channeling his spiritual energy, and his heart began to race. Mr. Wang attacks him from behind, but it's all according to plan. He's taken the bait. Lin Tian calmly blocks the blow, impressed. His sneak attack is immediately turned against him, and Xiaofeng and the lieutenant cry out in surprise. Mr. Wang, what are you doing? His attitude changes in that moment. If you've already found out, then I'll just have to send you all to your deaths. Lin Tian coldly looked down at him. Brother Wang, have you been raising that giant bird monster in this villa? Seeing this, Commander Han asked in surprise, Brother Lin Tian, what nonsense are you talking about? Xiao Yi added, That's right, Brother Lin Tian. Brother Wang even led the military brothers to hunt that beast. He furrowed his brow, coldly questioning, Then how has this monster survived until now and been found by me? Han Tongling naively speculated another possibility. Perhaps the previous pursuit didn't go deep enough. So he retorted, Do you believe what you're saying? A gust of wind blows through his hair as Lin Tian scoffs, Lord Ying, this monster has been trembling since you appeared. Looks like you've done things only beasts would do. The man surnamed Wang then began to laugh, his voice full of gloom. Lin Tian, you're very clever, but didn't you know? Clever people don't live long. Hearing this, Han Tongling was shocked. Is what Brother Lin Tian said true? At that moment, the man surnamed Wang stood up, his whole body radiating a blue aura. This monster was indeed nurtured with my spiritual energy in this villa. He chuckled. But I need to make a correction. I didn't raise it to harm humanity, but to protect it. Hearing this, He Yufang gritted his teeth and angrily shouted, Tan Kai, you bastard, do you know how many brothers we lost to reclaim High City? The other side still smiled confidently and contemptuously, saying, Those people died meaningfully. Their deaths helped this monster evolve from the courageous Spring Realm Level 3 to the peak of Level 6. The lieutenant was trembling with rage, gritting his teeth as he spoke each word with suppressed anger. And you used the lives of soldiers as experiments. That night, he reached out his hand, saying confidently, You lowlifes could never understand the thoughts of someone in my position. He radiated a strange energy, explaining, I raised this monster not only to eliminate others and reduce human losses, but also to study its evolution and discover how human cultivators can better adapt to this world of revived life force. He clenched his palm, a smile playing on his lips, his glasses glinting. Now, this monster is completely under my control. His voice turned cold, the words were said, and now it was time to send them on their way. With 2 fingers pointed down, a pillar of light shot down with lightning speed. The blue light was aimed at Lin Tian, and the system's notification echoed in the air. Powerful light attribute energy detected. Absorb? Hearing this, Lin Tian laughed with excitement. Could such a good thing be true? Absorb it immediately. Lin Tian didn't resist, but instead welcomed the light with open arms, and the surrounding air began to swirl. Meanwhile, the others rushed forward, unaware of what was happening, as Xinkai unleashed another attack on Lin Tian. A magic circle appeared beneath their feet, stopping them in their tracks. Xinkai smiled maniacally. Next, let me savor your cries of pain. Then, beams of light pierced their bodies, and cries of agony filled the air. Ah! Their faces turned deathly pale as the pain surged through them. Xinkai smirked, pointing forward. This is the price you'll pay for offending the king. Meanwhile, he didn't notice that all the light had been absorbed into Lin Tian's body, which was now emitting golden light and crackling with electricity. Lin Tian's stats have increased, his light attribute rising from level 1 to level 2, and he's now surrounded by a red energy after absorbing the light. Lin Tian couldn't help but sigh. This trip was worth it. Not only did he get a free house, but his strength also increased. Then, Lin Tian suddenly jumped high, 3 rays of light enveloping him. The smiling man froze as red energy shot out like blades, blasting away the restraints on Commander Han and the lieutenant. The two of them staggered and fell. Once freed, Xiaofeng looked up with concern. "Brother Lin Tian, thank you for saving us." Lin Tian, now stronger than before, coldly looked down and said, "What are you waiting for? Finish this quickly." The man recoiled in terror. "What's going on? How can you move freely? Weren't you restrained by my light barrier?" Lin Tian looked down at him with disdain. "You really think some trash from the 6th Spring of Courage realm could contain me?" He pointed his sword at Shinkai, saying, "To thank you for helping me become stronger, I'll give you a quick end." Shinkai immediately began gathering his energy, retorting, "You dare judge me, you snot-nosed brat? Let's see what you're really made of." Immediately, those beams of light hurtled toward Lin Tian, who activated Thunderflame Dragon Annihilation Slash. A water dragon appeared, blasting away the blue light. Seeing this, Shinkai stood dumbfounded below, gritting his teeth as he looked up. Just then, Lin Tian suddenly appeared behind him, sword raised high, startling Shinkai. He quickly turned around in fear, thinking, "How can this be? How is this kid so fast? I'm done for, I can't dodge it." Lin Tian's sword fell before him, slicing through, as Lin Tian landed and turned away, saying, "So this is the peak of the 6th Dung Tuyen realm." The other man, with a slash across his shoulder, knelt on the ground, clutching his wound and gritting his teeth. "Lin Tian, you're asking for death." Then he suddenly rose, his body erupting with a massive surge of energy, like a blazing blue flame. Shinkai shouts, "Lin Tian, you've completely angered me." He roars, "Let me show you the true power of the 6th level of the Spirit Spring realm." Suddenly, a massive magic circle appeared in the sky, ready to strike. Seeing this, Lin Tian scoffed coldly, knowing that any resistance would only prolong the inevitable. Meanwhile, his opponent summoned a rain of arrows from the magic circle above, activating the deadly 1,000 arrows piercing the heart. Lin Tian quickly activated his abilities, striking and dodging, while Shinkai moved unexpectedly. He suddenly leaps high, then throws himself at Lin Tian with all his might. From his hand, a huge sword unexpectedly forms, the Sword of Light formation, and descends. Lin Tian glanced back as a shocking explosion erupted, blinding light colliding, but his voice remained calm and judgmental. "Your speed is too slow." Shinkai, hearing this, wondered where the attack would come from. Suddenly, Lin Tian strikes from behind, slashing Shinkai across the back, sending him crashing to the ground. At this point, Shinkai couldn't even stand, lying on the ground, coughing up blood. "Lin Tian, even if I die, I will never lose to you." Shinkai suddenly roared, his full power surging forth. Strange symbols appeared all over his body, emitting a constant light. From behind Shinkai, something like wings began to sprout, and he cried out in pain. Completely losing his mind, Shinkai transforms, soaring forward like a massive bird. "Lin Tian, taste the full force of my power." His move is called Light Impact. Nam observes, "Let's see if his fist is harder than my sword." Lin Tian immediately activated his Ice Lightning sword technique, unleashing the Extreme Ice Mountain Severing Earth Strike. A massive ice dragon appeared, colliding head-on with Shinkai's full-force attack. He cried out in pain, "No way!" Shinkai falls backward, and another shockwave erupts. Shinkai is blasted backward, defeated in midair. Moments later, he lies on the ground, breathing his last. He questioned, "How is your power greater than mine? Are you even stronger than a peak 6th-stage Spirit Spring?" Lin Tian looked down on him with disdain. "Just a mere peak of the 6th realm, nothing special." Hearing this, he trembled with anger, coughing incessantly as blood flowed from his nose and mouth. Could he have already reached the 7th stage of the Spirit Spring realm? It hasn't been long since the Spirit Qi recovered. How could he have reached the 7th stage already? Then Lin Tian soared once more, saying, "I have other matters to attend to. It's time to send you on your way." Wang Xinhua's eyes widened in resentment, tears welling up. He couldn't die here. He just couldn't. Lin Tian raised his sword once more, declaring, "Pay the price for what you've done." Then he slashed downwards. He coldly scoffed. Trash is still trash. Meanwhile, Han Xiaofeng and the young lieutenant were astonished. Oh my god, did Brother Lin Tian really take down a peak 6th stage warrior with a single strike? Han Tongling was shocked, thinking, wow, he really is my main man, Lin Tian? Lin Tian then sheathed his sword, saying, let's go check on that big bird. They immediately agreed, and Han Tongling added, this way, Brother Lin Tian. Meanwhile, the bird was impaled by arrows of light, and Han Tongling anxiously said, Brother Lin Tian, let's kill this evil monster and get out of here. Looking down, Lin Tian felt a pang of sympathy. It wasn't an evil monster, but a victim of someone else's malice. Then he reached out his hand and a stream of golden light flew towards the bird's body, causing it to cry out in surprise. Seeing this, the two behind him anxiously reminded him, Brother Lin Tian, be careful. Lin Tian calmly said to the bird, I'm not Shinkai. I won't hurt you. I just want to help you, understand? The red-eyed bird stares at Lin Tian, then unexpectedly bows its head, accepting his healing. And after a moment, the treatment transforms the mighty bird into an owl. The two were stunned, mouths agape. It had turned into an owl. The little bird then flew onto Lin Tian's shoulder, as if acknowledging him as its master, leaving the lieutenant wondering what had just happened. Lin Tian gently stroked the little bird and said, I don't know either. I only intended to use light-attributed spiritual energy to heal its wounds. After healing it, it changed like this. The lieutenant suddenly remembered and asked, Right, Lam Tian. Can you see the past? Can you show us what happened to this owl? Lin Tian then put on an innocent face and said, I was just bluffing, simply tricking Shinkai into falling for it. He was shocked to hear that. The others immediately asked, but what about the image we just saw? Lin Tian chuckled nervously, continuing, I used light-based spiritual energy to condense my memories. Luckily, he fell for it, or I really wouldn't have known what to do. So he quickly turned and said, all right, everything's settled, let's go home. I still need to find someone to assess the damage and see how much it'll cost to fix this place up. The others, still in disbelief, asked, wait, Brother Lin Tian, are you planning to keep that owl as a pet? Lin Tian casually walked away, whistling. Hearing their question, he turned back and replied, I've never thought about having a pet, but this little guy is well behaved, so it wouldn't be bad to keep him around. He immediately retorted, or how about your military raises it? Hearing this, Commander Han quickly waved his hand, saying, oh no, our military funds are limited, and besides, this is a mystical beast that you worked so hard to rescue. How could we possibly be worthy to raise it? You should take it with you. It'll be much better off with you than under military supervision. Seeing his panicked expression, Lin Tian said indifferently, do you have to worry so much? I'm really just discussing it with you. Han Tongling continued, still confused, Brother Lin Tian, please don't joke around. How would we dare steal your spirit beast? Lin Tian was left somewhat speechless. How about this? I'll take it back for my people to have a look. If anyone objects, I'll send it to your military. Moments later, elsewhere, a stack of papers is thrown into a man's face, followed by a shout, damn it! What exactly is your spirit association doing? The man, seemingly of high rank, looked down and said, the cultivators of the Maritime Spirit Association are not only raising monsters, but also using our soldiers as test subjects. Seeing this, the man anxiously picked up the papers and said, Commander-in-Chief Shen, this is truly a misunderstanding. I knew nothing of Shinkai's actions. He's the most experienced and powerful figure in our association, and his strength is immense. I really can't afford to offend him. Hearing this, the Commander-in-Chief coldly asked, you don't dare offend him, but you dare offend our military? At this point, he was even more terrified, waving his hands and saying, I wouldn't dare. Commander-in-Chief, please don't say that. I'm just an ordinary person. Most of the association's work is done by cultivators. There's really nothing I can do. Can't do anything? The Commander-in-Chief said coldly, looking down at him. You make it sound so easy. If I hadn't pressured you today, you would have passed the buck, wouldn't you? Shinkai is a cultivator at the peak of the brave Vanguard realm, and I'm just a regular person. How could I possibly offend him? He then desperately reached out, begging with tears streaming down his face. The Spirit Association and the military. I'm just a regular person who can't afford to offend either. Commander Shen, please, have mercy and spare me. Give me a way out. Hearing this, he scoffed. A path to survival? Do you know how tragically the soldiers killed by monsters died? When their family members cried out in anguish, weren't they also begging for a way out? At this point, the man was sweating profusely, unable to speak. The commander continued, from today on, the military will conduct a detailed investigation of all members of the Spirit Association. You better cooperate or don't blame me for using military force. He immediately raised his hand respectfully, saying, "Yes, yes, I will definitely cooperate with the military's investigation. I only beg Commander-in-Chief Shen for leniency and not to let the reputation of the Spirit Association be completely ruined, or else I will surely be torn apart by those cultivators." Hearing this, the Commander-in-Chief immediately barked, "All right, get out of here. Tell those cultivators to be honest." He immediately bowed his head respectfully, saying, "Yes, yes." Elsewhere, back at the building where Lin Tian resides, he opens the door and notices something different. The two girls were waiting for him inside. "Are you okay?" "Honey, you're back?" Seeing this, Lin Tian couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. Is this what it feels like to have a family? It's wonderful. He closed the door and went inside, secretly hoping that if he were to continue living like this, he would have to become stronger. Meanwhile, she asked, "Why are you spacing out?" Suddenly, she noticed something next to his pet, and Lin Tian whistled. Suddenly, the owl appeared and landed on Lin Tian's head, eliciting excited squeals from the two girls. "So cute, so very cute, and it's an owl." The two girls immediately began petting the owl, and one asked, "Where did you buy this owl? So cute." Lin Tian replied, "I found it in the mutated villa area." Stroking its crest, she smiled and added, "To survive in a place like that, the will to live must be strong." He took a sip of water and replied, "Indeed, especially since this thing is a peak stage 6th level spirit beast." The two girls cooing over the creature suddenly turned pale and froze, asking Lin Tian in disbelief, "What did you say?" Calmly taking a sip of water, he turned back to answer, "I said this owl is a peak 6th stage spirit spring beast." The owl tilted its head, maintaining its adorable demeanor as the two women recoiled in fear. "Honey, is this beast really at the peak of the 6th spring realm? I don't want to be pecked to death," her friend warned. "Feifei, don't move. At this level, it could tear us both apart in a minute." Seeing the two girls so worried, Lin Tian was speechless. "All right, don't worry so much. It's very well behaved. If it wanted to attack you, it would have done so already." He then placed his drink on the table and continued, "When will you all focus on yourselves and break through?" The girls seemed a little annoyed. "We want to work hard too, but our strength doesn't just increase on command." Feifei was also upset. "Yeah, you think everyone's a genius like you?" Lin Tian, unconcerned, stretched and headed to the training room. "If we run into a dangerous situation like before, I might not be able to save you all in time. I'm going to rest now." Later that night in the city, a group of soldiers sat across from each other, eating and drinking. "Have you heard? The strongest cultivator in Haithuang City has been killed." The other man chugged his drink and said, "He hurt so many of our brothers. He deserved to die." The other was shocked. Dead? He was a peak 6th stage spirit fountain cultivator. How could he have died? The other person, hearing this, immediately focused on the issue and asked, "Was it a powerful beast? 7th spring of bravery?" The man immediately smacked him on the head, telling him not to talk nonsense. If there really were a 7th level spirit fountain beast, none of us would survive. The other man was stunned. "Then how did he die?" "I heard he was killed by a powerful cultivator from Tianhai City. Rumor has it this cultivator also resolved a major crisis in Tianhai City." The two were shocked. "What? A cultivator in Tianhai City is that powerful?" Suddenly, a person entered, their cold, gloomy voice warning, "What are you all whispering about here?" The three immediately stood at attention and said, "We were just changing shifts, boss, so we sat down for a drink to warm up and chat a bit." He glared at them coldly. "I'm warning you, you can chat, but don't reveal any specific information to any cultivators in Tianhai City, or it will be considered a leak of military secrets." The three immediately said solemnly, "Understood, boss." Then he said, "All right, dismissed," and the three of them scattered as if fleeing. Meanwhile, he thought to himself with trepidation, "You have no idea how strong Lin Tian really is. I dare say Lin Tian now holds the power to influence the international standing of our Jia country." Feifei opens her computer at home to browse the news. At the top of the bulletin board was a post titled, "The powerful Lin Tian sweeps away monsters, helping the army reclaim Haitian City." She was overjoyed and proud. He was indeed trending. Many people were commenting below the post, and after reading one, Feifei was annoyed. Why were the cultivators from West Hong City so rude? Meanwhile, she went over to ask, "What's wrong, Feifei? What are you muttering to yourself about?" Feifei replied, "A netizen named West Hong Forever Peak claims to be a 7th stage Yongquan cultivator and is threatening to challenge Lin Tian at the martial arts competition." "Martial arts tournament? What's that? How come I've never heard of it?" Feifei replied, "I just found out myself." Then she began to explain, My grandfather said that the military is about to organize a national competition for cultivators to promote cultivation efforts across the country and protect national security. Fei Fei immediately retorted, Lin Tian, you have to win, and slap them in the face. Meanwhile, Lin Tian was angrily telling the owl, eat up. This is the most expensive bird food. Almost 10 yuan a pound, you hear? But the picky bird turned its head, refusing to eat, infuriating Lin Tian, who said with a dark face, I think you're about to rebel. Most birds would be happy with millet. Do you know how much that costs? Seeing this, the two girls sighed. Don't be so hard on him. Have you heard about the surgical conference? Lin Tian turned, still looking annoyed, and said, No, I'm not interested. I have more important things to do. Confused, the two asked, Why? Fei Fei agreed. What could be so important? Lin Tian gritted his teeth. Of course, I have to renovate the villa that Haishang City gave me. He pointed ahead. Before you two turn my house into a hotel, I have to move in quickly. Meanwhile, in another building, a discussion unfolds. What? Lin Tian isn't participating. The others gathered, confused, wondering what was going on. The man sighed, saying that according to the young lady, he was busy cultivating and had no interest in the martial arts competition. The fat man seemed pleased to hear this. Good, this is great news. Fewer complications if he doesn't come. Commander Shen, displeased, retorted, Fatty Lee, what are you implying? He scratched his face and said, Commander Shen, these are the truths I've learned after over a decade in office. The fewer people who participate in an event, the more troublesome it becomes. The commander glared and said, Shut your mouth. This convention isn't just for cultivators to learn and grow. More importantly, it's to secure talent for the upcoming national competitions. He continued, Without talents, like Lin Tian, how can we compete with cultivators from other nations? Another person chimed in. But you know Lin Tian's personality, Commander. He doesn't care about fame, so it'll be hard to convince him. The man next to him was right. The commander-in-chief sternly replied, Are we just going to let things be? If talents like Lin Tian don't participate, it'll be a great loss for the country. Another suggested, How about we use some rare cultivation resources as rewards? Surely there's something that would interest Lin Tian, right? They began to whisper among themselves, Doesn't our military have some low-level spirit energy mutation sites? Lin Tian has already reached the 7th level of the Yangquan realm. Why would he care about those low-level mutation sites? A man with a scruffy beard then said, Lao Shen, I've come up with a great idea. Commander-in-Chief Shen asked, Well, what is it? Don't make me pry. He said, I recall there's a mutation point at Six Lakes Manor in Haishang City with a high danger level, isn't there? The commander-in-chief asked, probing for more information. What do you mean? The man continued, If the strongest martial artists in the country are participating in this martial arts competition, should we take the opportunity to eliminate the super mutation point in Haithuang City? The others listened intently to his idea, knowing that success would not only reclaim Haishur City, but also terrify foreign cultivators. After all, no country has ever been able to repel a super-mutated emergence point. The others agreed, nodding with smiles. A great idea. That's right, Limupi hastily added with concern. Absolutely not. He continued, I completely disagree. Do you know how much responsibility I'd have to bear? Why doesn't everyone just go to another city? I think West Hong City next door is pretty good. I'm too old to endure your torment. The commander-in-chief then calls him by name. Liang, do you have to be so agitated? Old Liu's suggestion is indeed bold, but not impossible. As long as our army takes comprehensive protective and preventative measures, the situation will never get out of control, and it won't cause you any trouble. The reason he's so worried is that the words, precautionary measures, are all he's heard for years. But how does it always turn out? The grander the guarantee, the greater the chaos that follows. Please just leave me out of it. I'm too old for this. I just want to retire in peace. I really can't do this anymore. At this, Commander Shen's expression turned cold as he issued a warning. At this point, Liang could only sigh in resignation. I knew it. Once you guys decide something, no one can stop you. I give up. Do whatever you want. I've said all I needed to say. Then, the commander turned to old Liu and said, Your proposal is excellent. We'll proceed as planned. He continued. Next, old Liu will be responsible for planning the conventions and assisting the relevant personnel in preparing logistics. Meanwhile, he seemed to have other plans, thinking to himself, Ling Yue, we may have news of your parents soon. That night, at Lin Tian's house, a golden light still shone from within the room. Lin Tian sat on his bed, cultivating, his body radiating a torrent of spiritual energy. Then a pillar of light erupted, and sparks flew from his eyes. After a moment, he opened his eyes, his entire being transformed, surging with spiritual energy. Lin Tian smiled, finally reaching the 9th level of the Gushing Spring realm, just one step away from the Iron Meridian realm. The next morning, sunlight streamed into the building as Lin Tian relaxed at home, casually reading a book. Suddenly, he heard a noise outside and wondered, who could be coming at this hour? Soon after, a girl walked in. With a friendly smile and wave, she greeted him. "Hello, Mr. Lin Tian. It's been a while." Seeing her, he was a bit surprised and asked, "Secretary Chen, what brings you to my house so early?" She cheerfully replied, "I'm here today to deliver some rewards and get your signature on a few documents." Hearing this, Lin Tian stepped aside and said, "Oh, please come in then." She politely said, "Thank you." Then, Secretary Tran sat down and pulled out a stack of documents from her bag. "This is the reward the military has prepared for you, including the villa transfer papers, renovation reimbursement forms, and some additional living subsidies. Just sign where indicated." Lin Tian took the documents and said, "That's quite considerate." Secretary Chen then added, "Mr. Lin Tian, there's another important matter I need to discuss with you." Lin Tian immediately understood her intention, and she said, "It's the martial arts competition." The secretary replied, "Yes, that's right." Lin Tian responded, "Go on." Leng Nian and the others heard those rumors online, but I didn't pay much attention to them. He then placed the documents back on the table. Secretary Tran then said, "The martial arts competition will be held at the supermutated anomaly point in Haishang City." Nam shuddered at this news. Another supermutated anomaly point. "So, what makes Haishang City so dangerous?" she continued. "Shanghai City sits at the crossroads of ley lines, and since the resurgence of spiritual energy, its surge has spawned many dangerous anomalies." Hearing this, Lin Tian muttered in surprise, "A nexus of ley lines. No wonder there are so many problems." She smiled in response. "Indeed. If Haishu City can be successfully brought under control, it will be a great thing for all the cultivators in our country." She continued to speak calmly and politely. "According to our information, this ultra-mutated anomaly contains extremely pure lightning elements." Secretary Tran smiled at his expression, saying, "Indeed, the spiritual energy with lightning properties at this singularity is extremely concentrated, and here are the details." She then produced another stack of documents. But Lin Tian, eyeing the documents, refuses, saying, "You've gone to great lengths to get me to participate in the martial arts competition, haven't you?" But Lin Tian didn't press her, taking the documents and saying, "All right, no need to worry. I'll look over these first before deciding." Hearing this, Secretary Tran stood up and said, "Thank you so much, Mr. Lin. You can call me anytime." A few hours later, after buying breakfast, Lin Tian grumbled, "Hey, ladies, wake up and eat." Fei Fei then yawned and came out. She was wearing a sexy purple negligee, still half asleep. Meanwhile, Ling Yue sleepily emerged, wearing a simple pink nightgown. As Ling Yue walked out, she noticed a stack of documents on the table and immediately asked, "What's this?" Lin Tian looked on, annoyed. "Those are the documents from the martial arts competition with the reward from the last mission that the military brought this morning." As he said this, he took out the food, and as soon as she saw it, Fei Fei opened it to take a look. "Oh, let's see what Grandpa's offering as a reward. Are there any ranks or positions involved?" Lin Tian nonchalantly says, "It's not as extravagant as you think. It's just the villa transfer and reimbursement of decoration costs." Fei Fei is surprised to hear this. "What? Why is Grandpa being so stingy?" "Just a rundown villa?" Ling Yue was speechless. Fei Fei immediately protested, "Let me ask Grandpa if he can give us another piece of land." Hearing this, Lin Tian stopped her, telling her to wash up and eat her meal. Meanwhile, Ling Yue sighed, then suddenly noticed something. Ling Yuen saw writing between the pages, and her eyes widened in shock. Her face filled with worry. She trembled as she picked up the paper. Could this be the anomaly her parents disappeared investigating? As she opened it and reviewed it, she found it strange. Why were some pages missing? Ling Yue seethed inwardly, her face darkening. Was the military deliberately hiding something? But why hide it? Do they not want me to know the truth? Meanwhile, as Lin Tian nurtured Fei Fei, he glanced in another direction, wondering if she had noticed something. He couldn't help but hope, "Ling Yue, it's best you don't know about this." As night fell and the crescent moon cast its light upon their building, Lin Tian's face darkened as he reviewed the documents before him. The documents detailed a super mutant anomaly and the 4th expedition into the Thunder Maze, including search team members Lan Chao and Tuyet Han. The search lasted 7 days, and contact was lost on the 5th day. Their fate is unknown. Leng Zhou and Shui Wei's daughter, Ling Yue, was adopted by Liu Ying and has now become a spirit cultivator. He suddenly drops his phone and calls someone, "Secretary Tran, I've decided to go to that anomaly." She immediately replies, overjoyed, "That's wonderful." "Mr. Lin Tian?" Lin Tian pondered, gazing into the distance. But I'm not at all pleased with how your military operates. Hearing this, she stammered. You mean... He felt a little uncomfortable, but his expression remained calm. You know Ling Yue's parents are connected to this special position, and I can't ignore it, so you're trying to force my hand. Secretary Tran, on the other end of the phone, hurriedly said, There may be a misunderstanding or coincidence. We didn't mean it that way. Lin Tian continued, You think I'll believe that? She stammered. Mr. Lin, I will definitely report your concerns to my superiors. Lin Tian immediately got to the point. Spare me the excuses. I don't care what the military thinks, but this probing is extremely irritating. Clenching the paper in his hand, he says, This is the first and last time. If it happens again, don't blame me for turning against you. Secretary Tran quickly replies, Mr. Lin, rest assured, I will convey your words to my superiors verbatim. After that, Lin Tian put away his phone and, with a heavy heart, went inside, where he saw Ling Yue dozing off on the living room sofa. Suddenly, he noticed some writing on the table, and Lin Tian moved closer to read it. Afterward, Lin Tian covered her with a blanket. Gazing at the sleeping girl, he vowed, Don't worry, I will find your parents. Time passes, and days later, a car pulls up to a building, where Lin Tian steps out with a grim expression. As soon as he got out, a voice suddenly called out, It's Mr. Lin Tian! The people inside rushed out to greet him, overjoyed. Let's welcome Mr. Lin Tian. Immediately, the entire group bowed respectfully before Lin Tian, greeting him. Lin Tian stopped in his tracks, startled. Seeing this, he waved his hand, lines on his head. Everyone, please don't, I'm embarrassed. The leading man then smiled and said, Mr. Lin Tian, you deserve it. If it weren't for you eliminating that beast Shinkai, we don't know how much we would have suffered. Seeing them like this, Lin Tian said a little flustered, Okay, stop praising me. I just did what I had to do. Xiaofeng smiled proudly, adding, You have no idea how much the Jinkai incident affected the army. The brothers are truly grateful from the bottom of their hearts, and you deserve all the cheers. Another young man smiled and added, Mr. Lin, I heard you defeated Shinkai with a single sword stroke. Is that true? Hearing this, Lin Tian stroked his chin and recalled, Yeah, that guy wasn't too hard to deal with, and just a little annoying. At this, the whole group immediately cheered. As expected of brother Lin Tian, so cool. Lin Tian was speechless, quickly waving his hand and saying, All right, everyone disperse, no need to crowd around. From inside the car, Fei coolly remarks, Honey, you better get used to it. There'll be plenty more of this to come. The sooner you adapt, the easier it'll be. Lin Tian sighs. All right. It's not my fault everyone loves me so much. He then walked outside, asking, Commander Han, do you know where Chairman Liu Ying is? I need to speak with him. Han Xiaofeng responded, and they headed to another camp. There, Liu Ying was reviewing a document, thinking to himself that the anomaly point contained too many unknown dangers and that the list of entrants had to be carefully checked. Suddenly, Lin Tian entered, looking displeased. Director Liu, it's been a while. Seeing Lin Tian, he looked up and said, Lin Tian, you're here? Come, sit down. What brings you to me? Calmly, Lin Tian sat down and said coldly, Director Liu, I heard Secretary Chen say that you arranged this anomaly point mission, is that right? Liu immediately lowered his voice and said, Yes, I know this will upset you, but I have no other choice. He sadly looked away, explaining that Yuer seemed well-behaved, but often cried in secret at night. The more he spoke, the more sorrowful he became. Before I met you, I relied on the military and my own strength to help her find her parents. But I've led teams there over 5 times, and not only have we found nothing, but many have died. With that, Liu Ying looked at Lin Tian. I hoped you'd join the martial arts tournament to inspire other cultivators, but more than that, I wanted to use it as a chance to help Ling Wei find her parents. If this displeases you, I'll bear the consequences. Just don't let it affect your feelings for her. She's innocent. Lin Tian sighed. Uncle Liu, just tell me these things directly next time. There's no need to beat around the bush. Hearing that, he immediately looked up, overjoyed, and said, Huh? Just say it directly? Lin Tian looked down and continued, Ling Yue and I are friends, so I don't need a reason to do this for you. Hearing this, he immediately said happily, Thank you, Lin Tian. Finally, the day of the martial arts competition arrived. Standing above the arena, you addressed the participants, Welcome to the first martial arts tournament for cultivators. I believe you all know that this competition is not just a contest, but a challenge. The commander-in-chief looked down and addressed everyone. Next, I will talk about the important things in the anomaly point that you are about to face. Everyone is silent, their faces serious as they listen intently. The location for this competition is the catastrophe-level mutation point in Hai Thuong City. This place lies at the intersection of ley lines, containing extremely powerful lightning attribute spiritual energy, and is also extremely dangerous. I'm Mo Chu, a cultivator from Shin City. Lin Tian indifferently reached out to shake his hand, saying, "Oh, hello." Hearing this, he scratched his head in delight, saying, "Wow, I didn't expect Sword Saint Lin Tian to be so friendly." Upon hearing the nickname, Lin Tian was immediately stunned and full of question marks. Sword Saint who? He immediately cleared up Lin Tian's confusion. Oh, that nickname came from the legend of you killing Shinkai with a single strike. It's all over the Jinland Cultivator Association. Hasn't it reached you yet? Hearing this, he was speechless, glad the news hadn't spread here, or he'd be mortified. He then asked the man, "Is there a reason you came to find me?" Mokyu quickly replied, "Oh, that's right, I almost forgot." He smiled obsequiously and said, "Young Master Lin, after we enter the anomaly point, can I join your group?" Feifei, upon hearing this, angrily retorted, "Huh? Join us?" Lin Tian remained calm, asking, "Why would you want to join us? Is this a mission assigned to you by the New Spirit Association? Or?" Mo Cho whispered nervously to Lin Tian, "Mr. Lin, I'll tell you quietly, but don't let anyone else know, or I won't know what to say. Although I was sent by the New Spirit Association, I'm just here to fill a quota and have no real skills. And the New Spirit Association sent someone like you? Aren't they afraid of losing face?" He shrugged, looking scared, and said, "Lose face? They don't care if I lose face, just that they have enough people. I'm just a half-baked cultivator. They threw me in because they liked the look of me." Seeing this, the three of them were speechless. Just because he looked good, he was sent. The New City Spirit Association is certainly amusing. Mocho covered his face, terrified, saying, "I'm really scared of dying. I heard that even veteran cultivators find that anomaly difficult. If I go in, I'll probably die instantly." Lin Tian followed up, "So you want me to take you with me?" Mokyo stammered, "That's right, Mr. Lin. You're so strong. If I follow you, at least I'll have a chance to survive." Fifei scoffed. "What a coward. It's because of people like you that our reputation is so bad internationally." Hearing this, Ling Yue quickly added, "Fifei, don't talk bad about people to their face." Fifei immediately retorted, "So I'm supposed to do it behind their back and be the bad guy?" Then, Fifei said with a hint of animosity, "If you promise not to cause trouble or implicate us." Mokyo immediately raised his hand and said, "No trouble, no trouble. I promise to follow orders and absolutely not bother anyone." The girl beside her spoke up, "Captain Lin, why don't we let him come with us?" Lin Yue added hesitantly, "Yeah, he doesn't seem like the type to cause trouble, so why not let him tag along?" Fifei still looked displeased. Lin Tian finally replied, "All right, seeing how sincere you are, I'll let you tag along for a bit, but remember, don't act on your own." Mokyu scratched his head and said, "Thank you, Brother Lin. Thank you, sisters. Rest assured, I definitely won't cause any trouble." Suddenly, they sensed something strange and looked in another direction, as the portal door began to open, revealing a dark abyss. The man above them then solemnly announced, "The first National Cultivator Tournament of Ha is officially underway." Beyond the Black Gate, a rocky wasteland stretched out, swept by howling winds. All the martial arts contestants immediately jumped into the black hole. Lin Tian's group landed on a nearby cliff first, and the others found their footing as well. They stood up, alert, scanning their surroundings as Feifei spoke. "Isn't Haixiang a city? How did it come to this?" Ling Yue added, "Supermutated special-grade beast can alter the terrain. It seems it prefers this environment." The girl beside him added, "Captain Lin, what's our next move?" Just then, the ground began to shake violently, and the others cried out, "What's happening?" Mocho immediately covered his head and sat down, crying, "Help!" Lin Tian quickly warned everyone to be careful. Anything can happen with the landscape. Suddenly, the earth and sand transformed into humanoid monsters with gaping maws and glowing red eyes, covered in thorns, charging towards them. Lin Tian immediately yelled for them to prepare for battle, unleashing a flaming strike. The approaching monsters are immediately blown away, leaving Lin Tian's group to look back in astonishment. Just then, a figure with red hair, red clothes, and a red sword appeared in the sky, saying, "You must be Lin Tian." Lin Tian looked at the newcomer and asked, "Who are you?" He casually slung his sword over his shoulder, looking down with arrogance. "I am the strongest cultivator of the Crimson, Song Jin Gang. I left a message online a few days ago." Hearing this, Feifei remembers and immediately says, "Could it be that you are the apex of West Red?" Song Jingang then points his weapon at them, saying, "If your woman has seen the post, then this will be easy." "Lin Tian, I'm here for you," he nonchalantly says, challenging me. "Sorry, I have neither the time nor the interest right now. If you're here for something trivial like this, please leave." Song Jingang retorts, clearly displeased. "How disappointing. It seems the story of him killing Shin Kai with one strike was just military propaganda." Then he sped off, arrogantly saying, "Come find me when you're brave enough to face me." Hearing this, Fei Fei was furious, saying, "You bastard! Come down here if you dare. I'll teach you a lesson." Lin Tian then said, "Fei Fei, let's go. We have more important things to deal with." Meanwhile, Mocho smiled and said, "Brother Lin, don't be angry. That kid was on the same flight as me, and he didn't say a word to me the whole time, which annoyed me to death." Lin Tian looked in that direction and said, "I don't care about that. Next, we'll head towards that mountain, and we need to be careful along the way." Meanwhile, over here, Quach Sam looked grim, thinking to himself that Lin Nguyet's parents had to be safe. Then the group rushed off, when suddenly he noticed something and said, "Wait, something's wrong here." Looking down, they saw another dark pit, and the group flew down. They arrived in a very deep cave, with flickering flames inside. Looking around, Ling Yue assessed the area, concluding that a battle had definitely taken place, likely involving a fire attribute beast. Lam Thien then led the group forward, saying, "Now that we're here, let's go inside and have a look around." The group ventured deeper, guided by a red glow, each carefully scanning the cavern. Suddenly, Lin Tian spoke, and they turned to see a group of martial artists battling a massive monster. The monster roared in fury, claiming another life with its claws. Then a massive flame began to gather in its mouth, engulfing those caught unprepared. Seeing this, the others fled, desperately crying out for help, until one of them looked up and saw Lin Tian's group, and they rejoiced. "Big brother Lin Tian is here." The group immediately cheered. "Big brother Lin Tian is here to save us. And that shameless guy who wants to be your foster father, save your son." Seeing the monster roar, Lin Tian estimated its strength to be around the 4th level of the Yongquan realm, perfect for Leng Yue and Yu Ting to test their skills. So he turned to the two behind him and said, "Ling Yue, Yu Qing, you're both ice element users. Take it down to hone your skills and gain combat experience." They immediately agreed. The two girls immediately rushed towards the monster, which unexpectedly unleashed a powerful torrent of flames. Wu Qing creates an ice barrier, swiftly blocking the monster's attack. The monster can't break through the defense. Meanwhile, Leng Nguyet rushed behind the monster and unleashed an ice spike attack. The monster's legs were immediately impaled by shards of ice, causing it to shriek in agony. Ling Yu then leaps back, dodging the monster's spiked tail, and activates her ice thread wheel, which transforms into 2 crossed swords. Immediately, the crossed swords struck the monster, inadvertently activating the ice spear and creating a beautiful ice sword. She immediately fired the blade towards the monster's abdomen, causing it to buckle before shattering into pieces. Witnessing this, the onlookers were instantly amazed and delighted, exclaiming that a goddess had descended. Immediately, the men surrounded Wu Qing and Ling Yue as Lin Tian watched, thinking it was good for them to experience the cheers of the crowd. Then his eyes caught sight of something else. A brilliant yellow stone revealed after the monster dissipated. "What's this? A fire elemental spirit." Lin Tian rushed over, overjoyed. "Perfect! This elemental stone will help Fei Fei take the next step." Just then, a voice called out, "Wait, that fire elemental stone is mine." Annoyed, he turned to look. The one who spoke was Song Jingang, his face still arrogant as ever. Lin Tian, out of patience, coldly said, "It's you again?" With arrogance, he pointed and said, "Hey, hand it over or you'll regret it." The others present were immediately filled with indignation. Where did this trash come from? Exactly. He disappears when we're fighting monsters, but shows up when there's treasure. What's he running for? Seeing this, the others glared down in anger. "You worthless trash, shut your mouths." Immediately, Song Jingang unleashed a fiery attack, engulfing everyone in flames as they cried out, "Watch out! Get away!" Seeing this, the others immediately dodged as the flames shot forward, leaving a long, scorched pit in their wake. Seeing this, everyone exclaimed, "He's strong! We're no match for him!" Song Kim Kwang raised his sword, saying, "If you're not afraid to die, come and talk to my sword." The others nervously backed away. Seeing this, the man burst into gleeful laughter. "Ha ha! I thought you guys would have more backbone, but now you just look like a bunch of cowards." He looked down on everyone with arrogance. "This fire elemental gem is mine. Anyone object?" Lin Tian, who had been holding back, finally spoke coldly, while Su Jingang looked over with disdain and said, "Who do you think you are?" He looked at Lin Tian. "How strange, Lin Tian. When we met before, you were just a coward, so why are you so bold now? At this point, Lin Tian couldn't hold back any longer and said coldly, "If you're seeking death, don't blame me." Immediately after, he wasted no time drawing his sword and charging to attack. Without emotion, he uttered, "Flame Fist." Then, before Song Jinggang could react, Lin Tian struck him in the chest, and blood immediately gushed from his mouth. With a hole in his stomach, Song Jinggang collapsed to the ground, shocking everyone who witnessed the attack. Meanwhile, consumed by rage, Song Jinggang ignited in flames, shouting, "Do you want to die, Lin Tian?" Immediately, Song Jinggang roared in fury, flames erupting wildly around him. The others quickly scrambled back as he became engulfed in fire. Someone noticed this and wondered, "What's going on? How did his aura suddenly become so powerful?" It's the fire element. He himself is a fire elemental spirit, and within this cave, the fire element is incredibly abundant, making him far stronger than usual. Hearing this, they immediately worry. What? Does that mean he's invincible in here? You could say that. Meanwhile, Mochio grew worried. "Sister-in-law, is Brother Lin going to be okay?" Fei Wei calmly says, "Don't worry, I've never met anyone who could hurt Lin Tian." Song Jinggang looks down and sneers, "Lin Tian, this cave is full of fire elements. I am a god here." Lin Tian coldly looked at him with disdain. "You're just a peak 7th stage Yongquan realm dog, yet you dare bark in front of me?" Enraged, the man roared, "Die!" Hearing that, he swung, and a blazing flame attacked Lin Tian, who stood firm, facing the fire. Lin Tian calmly draws his sword, saying, "Too weak." Then he activates Thunderflame Slash, unleashing a torrent of lightning. Instantly, the sword extinguished the approaching flames, and Thunderfire Slash tore through the blaze, heading straight for Song Jinggang. And just like that, he was slashed across the body, his screams echoing in agony, before Song Jinggang collapsed to the ground in disbelief. He clutched his shoulder, crying out in pain, You dare cripple me?" Lin Tian looked down at him coldly. "You ignorant fool. I didn't bother with you before because I had other things to do. You really think I wouldn't dare kill you?" He pointed his sword directly at Song Jinggang. "Consider this your warning. Out of respect for the military, I'll spare you this time." He was drenched in sweat as Lin Tian coldly looked down. "Next time, no one will save you." Only then did the man realize his fear and immediately said, "I was wrong, Lin Tian. Spare me. I'm willing to submit to you." But in his heart, there was no remorse, only seething anger. "Lin Tian, one day I'll make you pay." After watching, the others exclaimed in joy and shock, "Lin Tian is too strong. He defeated Song Jinggang in one move." That's right, but Song Jinggang is at the peak of the 7th level of the Yongquan realm. Lin Tian is truly the chosen one, an unrivaled warrior. Afterward, Lin Tian returned to his teammates. Seeing him, Mocho immediately exclaimed with pride, "Big brother Lin Tian, you're amazing. You're my idol." Wu Qing added, "Captain Lin, you're really too powerful." Fei Fei gushed, "Love, you're so cool." Then Lin Tian took out the fire spirit stone and said, "Fei Fei, absorb the energy inside this fire elemental stone when we get back." She took it, smiling, and said, "Really? But you also have fire elemental energy." Lin Tian replied that it wouldn't do much for him anymore, and she immediately smiled and kissed him on the cheek. "My love, you're so good to me." Lin Tian couldn't help but blush. Then he quickly looked at Ling Yue and said, "Do you know why we're here?" She replied, "Isn't it for the martial arts tournament?" Lin Tian immediately revealed his true purpose. "No, I have no interest in this tournament. I'm here to help you find your parents." Hearing this, Ling Yue was shocked. Lin Tian quickly added, "Don't be too surprised. I saw your parents mentioned in some of the mission data." Ling Yu suddenly remembers and says, "You're the one who lost some mission data pages, aren't you?" Lin Tian looks away, slightly embarrassed, and says, "I was afraid you'd overthink it, so I hid those pages." He continued, "According to the files, your parents came to this anomaly when you were young to search for something, and this is the last place they were seen. Do you know anything else? Like, did your parents say anything to you before they left?" Hearing this, she felt saddened. She replied that she was too young to remember what her parents had said, and if not for the photos, she might have forgotten what they looked like. Lin Tian placed his hand on her shoulder, comforting her. "Don't worry, I'll definitely help you find your parents this time." She looked up and said, "Thank you, Lin, but this anomaly is very dangerous if we go too deep." Lin Tian quickly replied, "Don't worry. No matter what this anomaly is, I will destroy it today." He then told everyone, "Fei Fei, you all stay here. Don't go any further. I'll take Ling Yue deeper into the anomaly." Fei Fei worried, hesitated, and asked, "Honey, are you sure that taking Ling Yue alone into the depths of this anomaly is—" He smiled reassuringly. Don't worry, this anomaly is like a walk in the park for me. Then he turned to Mo Chu and asked, Mo Chu, will you come with us? He immediately waved his hands, saying, No, absolutely not. I don't like running headfirst into danger. Hearing this, Lin Tian smiled and said, All right, I'm entrusting Fei Fei and Yu Ting's safety to you. If anything happens to them, I'll hold you accountable. Hearing this, Mo Thu hurriedly said, Wait, didn't I tell you I'm useless? He was flustered, but Lin Tian ignored him and said to Ling Yue, let's go. They silently observed the cave, her gaze filled with tension. Seeing her unease, Lin Tian reassured her. Relax, there's no need to be so tense. As they continued, he suddenly noticed something in another direction, a vibrant bluish-white light emanating from ahead. Upon seeing it, Ling Yue asked, puzzled, What is that? Lin Tian immediately activated his scan, and the system reported detecting spirit energy attributes, discovering high-level fire element spirit energy, and identifying the purifying lotus flame. Seeing this, he was overjoyed. He's struck gold. He's hit the jackpot this time, finding such a rare spiritual energy. So, Lin Tian immediately jumped down, saying, Let me go take a look. You stay here. Ling Yue replied, Okay. After descending, he quietly observed the flame, noting the absence of toxic fumes and surprisingly low temperature. Lin Tian activates his spiritual energy, ready to test the fire's strength, when the system announces the absorption of high-level fire elemental energy. Gaining 154 fire element experience points and continuous savior experience points, Lin Tian's face lit up with joy. But then he suddenly noticed something at his feet. Suddenly, a horde of monstrous fish surged up from below, ferociously attacking Lin Tian. The monster roared and charged. Unable to bear it any longer, Ling Yue jumps down, shouting, Lin Tian, be careful! She immediately leaps into action, attacking the monster. As if to vent her anger, Ling Yue stabbed the fish, kicked the monster, and leapt into the air. Without hesitation, she attacks, throwing her knife. It strikes the remaining monster, which howls before falling into the water. Ling Yue anxiously turned to Lin Tian, asking, Lin Tian, are you all right? Lin Tian, in the middle of absorbing essence, replied, I need a few minutes to absorb this flame. Can you keep watch and stop the other monsters from disturbing me? Hearing this, she resolutely said, Rest assured, I won't let anything near you. Just then, a monster appeared above Ling Yue, its long tongue darting out as it lunged with its gaping, tooth-filled maw. She quickly realized this and dodged the attack, causing the monster to slam into the ground. But it quickly rose and lunged at her again. It was fast, its claws slashing at her. She cried out as her arm was cut, and she immediately launched an ice thorn attack. But it seemed unfazed, shaking its head and glaring at Lin Yue, who was shocked, her face darkening. What? The monster then spewed venom forward. Ling Yue immediately dodges the green substance, leaping away just in time. Ling Yu immediately summoned ice to defend against the incoming attack, but the monster's tail shattered the ice and sent her flying. As she hit the ground, Ling Yue coughed up blood, her body trembling as she lay there. I can't move my body. The monster slowly approaches Ling Yue. Just then, a blue flame shot towards the monster, instantly incinerating it. It howled in agony as Lin Tian absorbed the power, his body radiating blue flames and fiery wings seemingly sprouted from his back. You dare touch what's mine. Do you have a death wish? The energy around Lin Tian turned green, floating powerfully in the air. How dare this beast act so recklessly? The beast looked up, its massive maw opening in fury, but in that instant, a blade flashed, and it fell lifeless to the ground. Lin Tian dashed forward with lightning speed. The monster tried to retaliate with a claw, but he dodged it. He then drew his sword and unleashed his lightning flame slash upon the monster. It relentlessly whips its tail at Lin Tian, who blocks the attack with his sword. Immediately, Lin Tian retreated, activating his new flame. As expected of a 7th-level Spirit Spring demonic beast, it does possess some power. The monster roars and charges forward. Lin Tian retrieved his sword, saying, Enough playing around. Let's end this. His blade was now engulfed in blue flames. Let's see just how powerful this purifying lotus flame is. Immediately, Lin Tian slashed downwards. Lotus Demise Slash, and the flames rushed towards the monster. Immediately, the monster let out a pained scream, and he rushed to Ling Yue's side, asking, Are you all right? She stood up and said, I'm lucky you were here, or I might have been... Lin Tian looked at her and reassured her, It's just a small lizard, nothing to worry about. Be more careful next time, don't get hit again. Ling Yue wiped away the blood and spoke. I know, she replied, as a strange sound seemed to emanate from the water. Lin Tian says, Come out, don't hide in the lake. Ling Yue is startled and follows his gaze. Suddenly, water droplets shot up from the lake's surface, and a massive dragon-like monster emerged, gazing down at them before speaking. Finally, I'm free from the seal beneath the lake. Seeing the monster, Ling Yue covered her mouth in fear. A star beast? There's a star beast here that can even talk. The dragon haughtily declares, I am the mighty Yongqian of the ninth realm. Is it so strange that I speak your human tongue? Sensing the dragon's aura, Lin Tian calculated, this dragon's aura feels dangerous. I'll try talking first. Lin Tian calmly spoke. Hey, did you create this anomaly? The dragon, wreathed in blue flames, declared, this anomaly wasn't created by me, but for me. Hearing this, Ling Yue was shocked. Created for you? What does that mean? It continued, over a decade ago, I was cultivating in this lake, absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, just to break through the shackles of my bloodline and reach a higher realm. But then, 2 wretched humans barged in, repeatedly suppressing me. They not only sealed me under the lake, but also tried to steal my power. Hearing this, Ling Yue was startled and asked, do you remember what they looked like? What happened to them? The dragon replied, I only remember the man being called Lan Suyen and the woman Tuyet Han. Hearing this, Lin Nguyen was stunned, her face darkening as she stammered. Those are his parents' names. The dragon laughed. What a twist of fate, my liberator is their descendant. The dragon looked down at them and said, it seems I must thank you too properly. Sensing that it wasn't going to let them go, Lin Tian immediately went on the defensive. So your gratitude is repaying kindness with malice? The dragon then took flight and laughed heartily. Paying kindness with malice? This is the law of the jungle. Pay the price for what your parents did. Lin Tian quickly told Ling Yue, get out of here now. No, I can't leave you. Ling Yue was determined to stay. Besides, I need to know the truth about my parents from it. The dragon then spewed blue flames, attacking. Don't even think about escaping. You'll all become sacrifices for me. Lin Tian swiftly deflects the incoming flames with a sword, then turns to Ling Yue. Ling Yue, don't push yourself. You're no match for it right now. I'll handle this dragon. But Ling Yue insisted, no. Even if I'm not strong enough, I can't leave you to face it alone. Meanwhile, the dragon sneers, how touching this camaraderie. Too bad none of you are leaving here alive. Lin Tian patiently reassured her. I'll handle the dragon. You go look around for any information your parents might have left behind. Hearing this, she finally calmed down. Information about her parents? He continued. Go, leave this to me. Ling Yu quietly thanked him, then turned and ran. The dragon immediately attacked, determined not to let her escape, its tail lashing out. Lin Tian blocked the attack with his sword, his entire body engulfed in blue flames. You're too confident. Elsewhere, Blue Dragon and Ling Yue continues to dash through the cave. She then ran to another location, where a white stone appeared. Ling Yue muttered in surprise, what is that? It was then she saw her parents sleeping inside, and her eyes widened, turning red as she cried out, Father, Mother. Ling Yu frantically pounded on the stone, saying, I'll save you both. She then unleashed her ice thorns toward the ice block, but the ice remained untouched, deflecting her attacks, leaving Ling Yue stunned. What? She frantically attacked the ice, relentlessly asking why. Why? Tears streamed down Ling Yue's face. She kneels before the ice. Why? Why is this happening? Elsewhere, as the dragon fights, it declares, Your death is the first step in my revenge. It immediately conjures a vortex of blue fire, attacking, Die, Dragon Wing Storm. Lin Tian directly blows it away, saying it's not qualified enough. Immediately, his attack merges with the flames. Seeing this, he coldly snorted, Looks like you've got some strength. He then launched the blue flames towards him. If you're so eager to die, then I'll grant your wish. Lin Tian coldly lunged forward. Too weak. Immediately, his sword clashed with the flames, and the two energies collided. As the dust settles, Lin Tian asks, Is that all the power you've got? Unscathed, he continues, So this is the strength of a Spirit Spring 9th stage being? How disappointing. At this point, the dragon was furious. How could he have blocked 8/10 of my power? That was only 8/10 of the 9 Springs Abyss's power, Lin Tian said coldly. I'll give you one last chance. Use your strongest power and move or die. The dragon immediately took flight, roaring with arrogance. You asked for this. Now I'll show you my full power. Immediately, it unleashed a full-force attack of blue flames toward Lin Tian, declaring that he would regret angering it. Lin Tian gets into fighting stance. Is that all you've got? He immediately blows away the flames and charges toward the dragon. The dragon's eyes widened in shock as Lin Tian slashed at its neck, and it roared in agony. He then landed on the ground as the dragon glared at Lin Tian, annoyed. "Damn it, if not for that sword, I would have burned you to ashes long ago." Lin Tian simply hummed in response. Lin Tian tossed his sword aside and said, "Let's try again." The dragon was shocked and asked, "What did you say?" Lin Tian continued to challenge him, saying to try again. The dragon began to gather blue flames in its mouth, declaring, "This is your death wish." Immediately, it unleashed another blue flame, the demonic dragon blaze, hurtling towards Lin Tian with incredible speed. Lin Tian grimly says, "Very well, your whole body is now covered in that blue flame." Then he reaches out and creates another blue flame. The blue flame engulfed Lin Tian's fist, and the two pure lotus flames collided, creating a massive explosion. Lin Tian's flames immediately overwhelmed the river's fire, attacking it head-on, prompting a cry of disbelief. "Impossible. Human. How can you block my demonic dragon wave with your bare hands?" you calmly reply. Also at the 9th level of the Courage Spring realm. "Why wouldn't I be able to block your demon dragon wave? You're nothing but an outdated relic. I am the master of this realm now." Lin Tian drew his sword and said, "Since you've used all your moves, it's my turn." The dragon immediately soared into the sky crying, "I can't die. I must live on. I've reached the peak of the Yongquan realm, just one step away from the Iron Meridian realm. I can't die here." As the dragon tried to escape, Lin Tian said, "Trying to run? It's too late." He gathers blue flames on his sword, then unleashes the thunderflame severing slash upon the dragon. But it seems to be trying to escape. Lin Tian placed his hand on Ling Yue's shoulder, reassuring her, "I'll go check out this crystal." Saying this, he slowly approached the crystal in front of him, secretly sensing a terrifying aura from the runes. Lin Tian quickly asked the system to identify the runes on the crystal. A notification chimed indicating the scan was in progress. Scan complete. This energy is rune energy. To absorb it, you must evolve to the Iron Meridian realm. Lin Tian stroked his chin, realizing the problem. "I see. Looks like there's no way for me to break this crystal for now. If I can't break it from the top, I'll start from the bottom." Immediately, he plunged the sword in his hand into the ground. Ling Yue curiously asked from behind, "Lin Tian, what do you want to do?" Lin Tian smiled, glancing back at her. "I dug this crystal up, now come out for me." A surge of power surrounds him, impacting the crystal as the ground trembles and the crystal rises. Lin Tian breathed heavily, finally having dug it up. Ling Yue stared blankly at the crystal, wondering what to do next. Hearing this, he smiled and decided to move out, but she couldn't believe her ears. A nearby azure dragon secretly watched the two. It glared at Lin Tian from afar, vowing revenge once it healed from the human's attack. Its eyes burned with hatred as those outside the cave began to whisper. "I told you, Brother Lin Tian is amazing. That sword strike was so powerful, he's on a whole other level compared to Song Jin Gang. Keep it down, he's right over there." Humph, so what if he's there? A bully who preys on the weak and fears the strong. What's so respectable about that? Kim Kong, armless and enraged, vows to kill them all if he hadn't lost an arm, as a sudden surge of power leaves everyone stunned. The azure dragon begins its assault, unleashing its dragon breath. Screams of terror fill the air as everyone warns each other. "Dragon, everyone, be careful. Focus your strength and attack this azure dragon. Flame strike, ice strike, water dragon calamity." The azure dragon gleefully unleashed a barrage of attacks. This is the power I was meant to have. True strength. True dominance. This is the feeling of power. This is the feeling of dominance. Kim Kong turned and fled, realizing this monster was beyond his power to defeat. He had to retreat immediately. He couldn't die here. Blue Dragon had seen through his escape. Trying to run? Kim Kwang is caught off guard by Blue Dragon's attack. He's dead. He's been discovered. Blue Dragon asks him with a dangerous smile, "You think you can escape my grasp?" "Humans," Kim Kong pleaded desperately. "Don't kill me. Don't kill me. I'll do anything for you." Blue Dragon asked him suspiciously, "What good is a cripple like you with only one arm? What could you possibly do for me?" Kim Sang quickly promised, "I can help you kill all these cultivators." The others behind him began to protest. "Song Jin Gang, you'd betray us to save your own skin? We should have let Senior Lin kill you, but that's not enough to keep you alive." "I can kill them in the blink of an eye. I can even release you from this anomaly." Kim Kong continues to bargain. Hearing this, he asked suspiciously, "You can release me?" Seeing his hesitation, it continued, "I can use the spirit energy of the anomaly's portal and enough spiritual energy to break the shackles of this space, helping you enter the outside world. As soon as he finished speaking, Azure Dragon unleashed his power, swiftly delivering a devastating blow to protect Kim Kwang. Seeing this, the other female cultivators condemned him. Song Jin Gang, you dare betray humanity? You ungrateful beast, don't forget who raised you. Witnessing this, Kim Kwang sneered, ungrateful? No, this is called knowing where one's bread is buttered. The monster, hearing this, laughed with delight. Well said, knowing where one's bread is buttered. I'm giving you a chance to prove your worth. As he finished speaking, Kim Kwang felt consumed by its power, as it enveloped his entire being. Kim Kwang seemed to grow even stronger, causing the nuns to grit their teeth in anger. Blue Dragon ordered Vajra, prove your worth now. Hearing this, he grinned wickedly, raising his arm covered in dragon scales. Understood, Lord Azure Dragon. Seeing their disadvantage, Vu Tin turned to Fai Fai. Fai Fai, we can't let this traitor escape. Hearing this, she agreed, knowing they had to stop him, even if it cost them their lives. Kim Kwang smirks, thinking these two want to stop him. How utterly laughable. Let's see what you two are capable of. Mokyu quickly stops everyone. Let's talk this through. No infighting. Wu Qing nervously brushed her aside. Get out of the way. She quickly unleashes her power, crying out, Crimson Ice! Take this. Kim Kwang sneered at Vu Tin's weak charge. With that, he slashed apart her attack as Fai Fai ambushed him from behind. A dragon-scaled hand grips her leg tightly. Fai Fai's eyes widen in shock as Kim Kwang turns back to her with a sinister grin. He lifted Fai Fai and slammed her into the ground, drawing the sword from his back with a maniacal grin. Fai Fai looked up in horror. I'm done for. I can't dodge it. Just as Diamond swung his sword, a force blew it away, leaving him in disbelief. What's going on? What is this strange feeling? Wu Qing's expression darkens as she unleashes her power, demanding that Jin Gang release Fei Fei. Annoyed, Jin Gang throws Fei Fei forward, who looks at Wu Qing with gratitude. Thank you, Yu Qing. She quickly helped her up and warned, we have to be careful of his attacks, Fei Fei. Diamond looks down on them, saying they were just lucky, but their luck has run out. Let's see what other tricks they have. His descending sword strike caused the surroundings to tremble violently, sending Fei Fei and Yu Qing plummeting into the rubble. They plummeted to the ground in agony as Fei Fei struggled to sit up and rush to Wu Qing's side. Wu Qing, wake up! She helps Wu Qing up to check on her. Damn it, Wu Qing's wounds are too severe. Diamond looks down on them from above. Have you seen the difference in power yet? Fei Fei glares up at him. Song Jingang, you spineless traitor, groveling for survival. When Lin Tian returns, he'll make you pay. Hearing this, he looked at Fei Fei with determination. Don't worry. Even if he doesn't come, I'll take the initiative to find him. After all, my power is terrifying now. Die. Fei Fei gritted her teeth, clutching Yu Qing tightly. Lin Tian, I'm sorry. Suddenly, the diamond's attack was deflected, leaving a long gash in the rock face. Fei Fei stared in disbelief. What? Mothu sighs, slowly approaching. You scared me to death. I almost wouldn't have known what to say to Brother Lam Tien. Fei Fei looked in surprise at the person who appeared, and Mokthu Kim Kwang suddenly realized the problem. That previous attack of mine couldn't have been fatal. You were playing tricks, weren't you? Moshu awkwardly scratched his head. Brother Song Jingang is indeed powerful. My little tricks can't hide from you at all. How about we just end things here today? Hearing this, he secretly assesses, never having seen this brat's abilities, he must be careful. Diamond glares at Mokyu uncomfortably. What are you implying? Moku quickly stepped forward, explaining, what I mean is, can you get that dragon away from this anomaly and then we can pretend none of this ever happened? Fei Fei immediately retorted, no way. If the dragon leaves the anomaly, the army outside will be completely unprepared. Who knew how many people would die? Makthu tried to persuade her. Sister-in-law, you and Yu Qing are badly injured and need treatment quickly, or how can I face Brother Lin Tian when he returns? Besides, I only came to the tournament for the experience. I didn't expect to encounter such a situation. Sister-in-law, listen to me. Even if those two get out, they won't cause any trouble. This Song Jingang is just a defeated underling of Big Brother Lin Tian. When Big Brother returns, he'll take care of him in a flash, right? Hearing this, Kim Kwang roars in anger and unleashes his attack. You want to die? Dodging the attacks, Mo Cho cries out, how terrifying! Brother Tong, your aura is overwhelming me. But Kim Kwang continues his assault with the fiery Deka Slash. Mocho continued to plead with him, Brother Song, let's just stop here. I'm a pacifist. But Diamond ignores him, grinding his teeth in anger. If you've got the guts, stop using tricks and face my attack. Hearing this, Mocho sighed in frustration. Are you angry? Brother Tong, I've always been weak, so I hate fighting head-on, but that doesn't mean I don't have my own strengths. A surge of power erupts from him, hurtling towards Diamond, who is instantly engulfed by its immensity. He gaped in disbelief at the scene before him, as a blinding light appeared in the vast sky. He was forced to his knees by the attack, desperately holding on with his sword. Diamond trembled, gritting his teeth. "You shameless bastard, what kind of power have you awakened?" Mochu feigned ignorance, replying, "Who would reveal their abilities to an opponent? Brother Song, take Azure Dragon and go. This fight between us is pointless." "I am Song Kim Kwang. I can't lose to someone shameless like you." Mokyu calmly received his attack. "Brother Tong, this attack will only hurt yourself." Diamond cried out in agony from the force of his attack. He cried out in defiance, "I don't believe it." Mokyu calmly reached out, unleashing a torrent of power that engulfed Diamond. He stubbornly gritted his teeth, watching. This kid's power was too strange. Did he really have no chance at all? Fei Fei tensely watched the battle, wondering what kind of power this was. How could he be this strong? Diamond slams his sword down in anger. "Mokyu, I don't believe you can absorb this flame too." He steadied himself with his sword and unleashed a fiery shockwave, sending torrents of power towards Mokyu. He casually reached out, easily deflecting the attack, sending Diamond reeling back. He fell, defeated and confused, wondering why. "Why did I lose?" Mokyu asked calmly. "This noisy Song Kim Kwang should end here." Lam Long, witnessing the infighting, laughed with glee. What a fun game. Mocho turned in horror as Lan Long ambushed him from behind, leaving him no time to react. Fei Fei screamed in panic as Mochu and Jingang stared speechlessly at Lan Long. "Lord Blue Dragon." Blue Dragon smirked, saying that the human's spiritual energy not only healed his wounds but also elevated him to a higher realm. "Next, I'll leave this singularity and take revenge on the humans who once sealed me away. They will pay the price." Crawling towards Azure Dragon, Jingang begged, "Lord Azure Dragon, please take me with you. I'm willing to serve you, to help you conquer the world." Blue Dragon glanced at him, sizing him up. "You've performed admirably, but I have no use for trash." Hearing this, he desperately tried to stop him. No, Lord Azure Dragon, I've given you everything. You can't do this." The Diamond Realm's roar echoed throughout the anomaly. Lam Long casually tossed his corpse aside, turning towards Fei Fei's group, saying, "You're next." Fei Fei held Wu Qing, watching in alarm. Mochu struggled to his feet, instructing, "Sister-in-law, come here. I have something to tell you both." Fei Fei glanced at him, wondering what was up. He quickly explained, "The moment Azure Dragon attacks, I'll create a spatial rift leading to the anomaly's exit. You need to take Wu Qing through it immediately." Fei Fei looked at Mocho worriedly. "What about you? You can't stay here alone, you'll die." Hearing this, he smiled. "Brother Lin Tian entrusted you to me, so I must get you out safely." Just then, Azure Dragon quickly launched an attack towards them. "Go to hell!" Mocho roared. That's when he opened a spatial rift in front of Fei Fei, and Mocho quickly announced, "Now's the time, go quickly." As Fei Fei helped Wu Qing, she urged, "Mocho, you have to survive." With that, she took Wu Qing through the spatial rift. Instantly, Long Lam attacked Mo Thu, glaring at him with fury. "If you want to be a hero, then I'll make sure you die first." Hearing this, Mo Q smiles with amusement. "Kill me? It won't be that easy." Back with Lin Tian and Ling Yue, Lin Tian sets down a crystal, complaining, "Damn, this thing is heavy." After hearing Fei Fei's story, Lin Tian grows even more anxious. "Mocho, what happened to him? How did you two get injured?" Fei Fei's face fell. Mocho was gravely injured by a powerful Azure Dragon while protecting her and Yu Qing. Lin Tian looked at her suspiciously. Could it be the escaped Azure Dragon? He quickly turned to leave. "All right, I'm on my way. Ling Yue, you and Fei Fei need to get Yu Ting and Shui Jing out of here, quickly." She suggests going with him. Didn't Fei Fei say that Blue Dragon had evolved to the Iron Vein realm? Lin Tian smiled, reassuring her. "Don't worry, I'll bring Mokyu back." Ling Yue silently prayed. "Mokyu, you have to come back alive." Back at the scene of the battle between Azure Dragon and Mocho, Mocho is quickly overpowered and knocked to the ground. He struggles to sit up, wincing at the pain, and attempts to create another spatial rift to escape. The gap is too small for Mocho to pass through, and he breathes heavily with exhaustion. Running out of spiritual energy? Seeing this, Azure Dragon quickly explained why he couldn't tear through space. "It's not a lack of spiritual power, but because I used it to forcibly close the spatial rift you tore open." "How does it feel to await your death?" Mocho slowly replied, "To be honest, not great, but it's not the first time I've experienced it." Hearing this, Azure Dragon furiously unleashed a series of attacks. Then today, I'll make sure to beat you until you beg for mercy. It roared, unleashing a torrent of dragon breath towards Mo Q. He painfully struggled against the immense power, collapsing to the ground in agony. He simply smiles, saying his mouth is his favorite part and the dragon is out of luck. Blue Dragon roars in fury, ready to kill. Mochu remained collapsed, ignoring the fierce attack when suddenly another force intervened, deflecting Blue Dragon's blow. He narrows his eyes dangerously. It's you. Lin Tian appeared, sword in hand, a heroic figure. He spoke slowly. Mocho, thank you so much for this. I owe you one. When we get out of here... Mocho quickly stops him, saying, I don't want to die yet. Lin Tian turned back to comfort him. You've done well. Leave the rest to me. With that, he slowly advanced toward Azure Dragon. I didn't kill you before because I was worried about Ling Yue's safety, but you won't escape this time. Lam Long sneered. I've successfully evolved to the Iron Vein realm, while you're only at the 9th peak of the Brave Spring realm. Killing you now is as easy as crushing an ant. Hearing this, Lin Tian stared intently at him. Oh, if you think you're so powerful, let's see if you've got the goods. With that, he stomped the ground, launching himself forward, fearlessly charging towards Azure Dragon. Blue Dragon quickly makes a move as well. Child's play. Lin Tian swiftly dodged the attack, retaliating with a sword strike, inwardly acknowledging the Iron Vein realm's formidable defense. But Lin Tian unleashed a direct strike at Azure Dragon. Thunderflame, blazing slash, which Azure Dragon immediately countered. Dragon Wing Storm. Lin Tian is blasted backward by its power. He was blown straight into the cliff face, but he just chuckled defiantly. Blood Chi Realm, is that all you've got? Blue Dragon grits his teeth in anger. You damned insect, why aren't you dead yet? Lin Tian seizes the opportunity to continue his attack, unleashing the Thunderflame Burst Slash. Blue Dragon retaliates, using Dragon Scale Shield's Spirit Energy Storm to beat Lin Tian to a pulp. Seeing this, Azure Dragon sneers, declaring the difference between him and a mere human. Lin Tian mutters darkly, acknowledging that using Peak Spring Realm against Iron Meridian is proving a bit taxing. Hearing this, the Azure Dragon scoffed, A little taxing? Watch your tongue, boy. You speak as if you're deliberately suppressing your power. Lin Tian smirks. That's right, I'm suppressing my power. Blue Dragon couldn't believe his ears. What? He says he's suppressing his power? Could it be that he's already reached the Iron Meridian realm? It retorted, annoyed. What nonsense are you spouting? How could a mere human reach the Iron Vein realm? Lin Tian plunged his sword into the ground. I originally wanted to break through in a safe place, since it was my first time. And I didn't know what unexpected things might happen, so I always kept my spiritual energy under control. But now that you've killed all the cultivators in this anomaly, and Fei Fei and the others have safely left, it doesn't matter what happens. The system screen appears before him. The host's spirit energy is full and ready to evolve to the Iron Meridian realm. Proceed. Lin Tian taps the screen, ascending to a new realm, as the Blue Dragon marvels at his immense power. What? Lin Tian looks up defiantly. Come on, let's go. Blue Dragon gaped in astonishment. How can this be? How can a human reach the Iron Meridian realm? Yet the aura emanating from him fills me with dread. Seeing its hesitation, Lin Tian issued a challenge. What's wrong? Are you too afraid to attack? The Azure Dragon roared. You're just a temporary product of someone else's power. Let me show you what's what. Suddenly he froze, as Lin Tian's sword was already pointed at his throat. He casually said, Sorry, I had a breakthrough just now and didn't control my strength well. I almost killed you. Don't worry, after the misery you inflicted on those underlings, I won't let you die quickly. Lam Long roared, throwing himself to his doom. It quickly retaliates with a resonance fist, but Lin Tian easily blocks the attack, unfazed by its violent power. Seeing this, Blue Dragon was shocked and speechless. How could he be so fast? Could he really have reached the Iron Vein realm like me? Lin Tian retaliates with Thunderflame Slash. The attack makes Lam Long scream miserably. He raises his sword again. Next. I'm aiming for your left abdomen. Don't move around too much or I might accidentally kill you, and that would be difficult to explain. Enraged, Azure Dragon roars and unleashes another attack on Lin Tian. Dragon Claw Windblade Strike. He counters decisively with Thunderflash Strike, shattering the blow. The clash of their powers shook the very heavens and earth. Lin Tian quickly retreated as Azure Dragon thrashed its tail wildly. He swiftly dodges the attacks, then decisively plunges his sword straight into the dragon's head, cleaving through its body and eliciting a pained roar. It couldn't believe what was happening. How could this be? Lin Tian continued to stare at it. having avenged Fei Fei and Yu Qing. Now it was time to settle the score with Mo Q. Lam Long grits his teeth, assessing his opponent. This kid is too evil. He has to find a way to escape. Using your family's lives to help me escape, he aimed at Mothu and struck a blow. Die. Lin Tian's face darkened as he gritted his teeth in pain. He quickly parries its next attack, aimed at Mochu as the azure dragon laughs gleefully and flees. He rushed to his side, asking, "Are you all right?" Mothu struggled to his feet, replying, "Lin Tian, forget about me. We can't let that dragon escape." Lin Tian coldly replied, "Run? It's not getting away. Mocho, you have to keep the skill I'm about to use a secret." Hearing that, he firmly replied, "Understood." Lin Tian begins to unleash his power, and it swirls around him. Mocho tries to shield herself. Is this the power of the Iron Vein realm? Within Lin Tian's body, there exists spirit energy with 3 attributes. Lin Tian raises his sword, shouting, "Die!" His attack was swift, unleashing the lightning flame aurora slash, its immense power hurtling towards Azure Dragon. It was speechless, shocked by the aura it sensed. The force of the blow sends it reeling, coughing up blood as it cries out. A girl? No. Mocho was stunned by the display of power. It was overwhelming. Is this truly the power that Iron Meridian Realm cultivators can achieve? He wondered, questioning Lin Tian. "Lin Tian, are you really at the Iron Vein Realm?" He quickly replied, "You're pretty strong yourself, forcing Long into such a state. Why pretend to be useless when you possess such immense power?" Mochu sighed. "Because I fear losing control one day. My awakened ability is spatial division. Once I lose control, the damage will be unimaginable." Lin Tian placed a comforting hand on his shoulder. "Great power must indeed be wielded with caution, but you mustn't be afraid. Just master it." Inside a tent, a voice echoes. The Azure Dragon in the singularity has evolved to the Iron Vein realm, and Lin Tian and Mo Q are struggling to resist. With a look of shock, Xiaofeng exclaimed, "What? There's a dragon? What about the other cultivators?" Fei Fei slowly replied with her eyes closed. The Azure Dragon slaughtered them all. His face paled, revealing his alarm. They're all dead? They were all cultivators of the 7th spring of Courage Realm. Blue Dragon evolved to Iron Vein tier, his power beyond our wildest dreams. Xiaofeng gritted his teeth, slamming his hand on the table. Iron Vein tier? What kind of existence is that? Han Xiaofeng, assemble a team and reinforce Lin Tian at the anomaly point immediately, or the consequences will be dire. Ling Yue added, "Uncle Liu, if we don't act, Lin Tian and Mo Q might not hold out." Hearing this, he said sternly, "Oh, yes, miss, I will immediately assemble an elite team to enter the anomaly." Before the entrance to a massive cave, a line of soldiers stood ready to advance. Squad 1, check your ammo. Squad 2, review the tactical plan. Roger. Suddenly, 2 figures emerged from within, surprising them all. Inside, Lin Tian, supporting Mo Chu, was equally surprised. "Hey!" From behind, Fei Fei and Ling Yue called out to him, "Lin Tian, are you all right? Thank goodness, are you hurt?" As he walked over to them, he replied, "I'm fine, don't worry." Fei Fei, what are these soldiers doing? She heard Lin Tian's question and replied, "We wanted to help you defeat Azure Dragon." He lowered his head and calmly said, "No need to worry. Azure Dragon is dead." Those present were stunned by what they heard and exclaimed, "What? Brother Lam, are you saying you defeated the Iron Meridian Realm Blue Dragon?" Lam Tian calmly replied, adding, "Yes, the anomaly is no longer dangerous. You can go in and check for any surviving cultivators. With Lam long gone, no one in there should pose a threat." He took the lead, ordering them to enter the anomaly and search for survivors as the others followed, shouting in agreement. The group moved deeper inside, only to halt at the sight of a corpse amidst rubble and pools of blood. They whispered, "Is that really a dragon? It's the first time I've ever seen one. Brother Lin Tian is too strong. The aftermath of this battle is more devastating than a nuclear weapon." Xiaofeng looked down, bewildered. Did Brother Lin Tian kill a dragon, and one at the Iron Vein realm, no less? Sweat beaded on his cheeks. Shouldn't something like this only exist in novels? The others began to spread out, searching for survivors. "Over here, someone's alive. We need assistance." Inside the hospital room, glass cabinets overflowed with medicine as doctors examined Mo Thu, who was covered in bandages. A doctor turned to Lin Tian and said, "The wounds have been treated. Blood loss wasn't severe, and his life is not in danger for now." He crossed his arms and glanced at the bed, asking, "How do you feel?" His face pale, he breathed, "Don't worry, I won't die." "Lin Tian, I need a favor." Hearing this, he asked what it was. "Please keep my strength a secret for now." Without hesitation, Lin Tian agreed to his request. Fine. If you don't want to say, then I won't. Thank you, Lin Tian. He turned and left the hospital room, saying, Now that you're okay, I'm going to visit Ling Yue's parents. Outside the room was a rather spacious area, and Lin Tian spoke as he entered. How's the research going? Liu Ying asked, noticing him. Lin Tian, you've arrived. Ling Yue, standing nearby, spoke up. We still haven't found a way to break the crystal. He turned to face the crystal. This crystal seal is extremely strong. We've tried many methods, but it seems we can't break its structure. Now that I've broken through to the Iron Meridian realm, it's the perfect time to try absorbing it. After thinking it over, he said to them, I can try to open it. Everyone except Ling Yue, please step outside for now. Without question, Liu Ying immediately left. All right, he steps outside, followed by a group of researchers. She looked at him and softly asked, Lin Tian, what do you plan to do? Do you need my help? He touches the crystal, saying it seals a powerful energy. This power is incredibly unstable. Its very existence is what makes the crystal so strong, nearly indestructible. Lin Tian's face suddenly darkens. He plans to absorb that energy, guiding it into his body through his spiritual power, thus breaking the seal on the glass. Ling Yue, worried, quickly asks, You want to absorb that energy? Will that hurt you? This power is immense. Can you withstand it? He smiled, reassuring her. Don't worry, this little bit of energy is nothing to me. Then, Lin Tian said something that made Ling Yue jump. But after this, I realized you're growing too slowly, and the dangers ahead might be too much for you to handle. She looked at him, exasperated, thinking, Too slow? You're too fast. It's only been a few months since I met you, and you've already broken through to the Iron Meridian realm. Lin Tian continued. So, when I absorb the energy in the crystal, I'll synchronize and transfer some spiritual energy to you, so that your strength can also be improved a little to deal with the dangers in the future. She raised an eyebrow, a little surprised. What? You want to transfer spirit energy to me? Does that mean you've awakened Ice Attribute spirit energy? He quickly replied, No, I only have spirit energy with the 3 attributes of lightning, fire, and light. Ling Yue looked at Lin Tian in confusion. Then how will you give it to me? My body can't handle other elemental spiritual energy. A system notification appears. Congratulations to the host for successfully evolving to the Iron Meridian realm, rewarding 1 spirit energy pill. Taking this pill will enhance your new spiritual attribute, Lin Tian said with a grin. Don't worry, I just so happened to find a treasure that suits you in the anomaly point. He held the pill before Ling Yue, stunning her. This is... Ling Yue recoiled, yet stared intently at his hand. Isn't that the spirit energy pill recorded in ancient texts? This kind of medicine is extremely rare. Rumor has it that only ancient alchemists could create them. They're impossible to find now. But Lin Tian remained calm. Since you know what it is, I won't explain. Now swallow it. She waved her hands frantically in refusal. No, this elixir is too precious. I can't accept it. You keep it. You'll need it someday. He remained firm, unswayed in his decision. Don't worry, I have plenty of ways to get stronger. I don't need this pill. Besides, I want you to take it so you can withstand the power that's coming. Otherwise, your body won't be able to handle it. Ling Yue, hearing this, had no choice but to obey Lin Tian. Fine, I'll eat it. She takes the elixir and slowly puts it in her mouth, as streams of energy envelop her body. This spiritual energy is too strong. I don't think my body can handle it. Blood trickles from her lips. Ling Yu's eyes widened as she screamed, Ah! Lin Tian's face darkened as he rushed to calm her. Don't resist the flow of spiritual energy. I'll help guide it. Hearing this, she complied, raising her hands to calm her mind as a golden aura enveloped Lin Tian's other arm, ancient characters swirling around him, their golden light growing brighter and brighter. He placed his hand on Ling Yue's head, surprising her. What are you doing? Lin Tian smirked, replying, From today on, you'll also be a cultivator with 2 attributes. Ling Yue was taken by surprise. What? Lin Tian was actually able to help me become a cultivator with 2 attributes. With her eyes closed and body relaxed, Lin Tian smiled and said, From today on, this power will belong to you. Outside a large house, Lin Tian opened the door and stepped inside. Seeing him, Fei Fei rushed out and hugged his arm, happily saying, Welcome home. She quickly asked, Were Ling Yue's parents rescued? Lin Tian replied, They're saved, but they're in comas at the hospital. They should wake up in a few days. As they sat down, he added, That's great. Where's Ling Yue? Is she all right? She's fine, but she awakened a new ability, and the hospital wants to keep her for observation. Fei Fei tilted his head and asked, A new ability? What kind of ability is it? Lin Tian sighed. Go ask her yourself, I'm not saying anything more. Suddenly, Fei-Fei's phone rang. Why is she calling now? What's going on? He glanced over. Who is it? Why do you look so surprised? It was my good friend Su Mengjiao, she rarely calls me. As Fei-Fei greeted him, Lin Tian's face paled. Hello, Mengjiao, what's going on? The voice on the other end said, Fei-Fei, there's a cultivator named Mo Chu from our Xincheng participating in the martial arts tournament. Have you met him? She frowned slightly, asking, Mengjiao, what's going on? Your voice doesn't sound good. Mengjiao then shouted, making Fei-Fei stand up abruptly. Xincheng has been hit by a super-level disaster. The army cultivators all wiped out. She anxiously calls out to her friend. What? A super-level anomaly? Are you okay? Where are you? I'm safe for the moment, hiding in an underground shelter, but things are bad. Hearing Mengjiao's reply, Fei-Fei calmly sat down to listen. All the cultivators are dead, and the army has been almost completely slaughtered. I don't know what to do. She glanced at her phone screen. Mengjiao, don't panic. I'll go talk to Grandpa right away. We will definitely save everyone. The voice on the other end replied, Actually, I don't have much hope. I'm calling to ask you to tell Mokyu not to come back. He's too weak and won't survive. Just stay with them from now on. New City has become hell. Fei-Fei lowered the phone, turned to look at him, and called out softly. Lin Tian pointed a thumb skyward, saying, The time it takes me to resolve the Sin City crisis depends on how long it takes to fly there from here. Hearing this, she relayed to the other side, Mengjiao, don't worry. I will definitely rescue you. The other end quickly responded, then suddenly went silent. Thank you. Fei-Fei, she cried anxiously into the phone. Hello? Mengjiao, are you still there? Lin Tian stood up, putting his hands in his pockets. Don't rush. I'll handle things in Tanthan. You prepare the helicopter, and I'll discuss the specific plan of action with Makthu. Understood. I'll prepare immediately. Early morning sunlight streamed down on the hospital. Mocho sat on the bed, happily drinking water, when he suddenly entered and asked, Almost recovered, right? Mocho suddenly collapses onto the bed, his face pale. Brother Lin Tian, I can't take it anymore. I don't think I have much longer to live. The nurse, Mobi Dan, who checked the ward earlier, said that Shin City has been hit by a super entity disaster. Most cultivators and the army in the city have been wiped out, and Shen Fei-Fei's friend, Chu Mengjiao, called. Hearing this, he suddenly sat up in shock. Something's happened to Chu Mengjiao? Lin Tian calmly asks, You know her. Mo quickly replied, She's the daughter of our Cultivator Association's chairman. Everyone in the association knows her. He narrowed his eyes, wondering if Lin Tian had something to do with Mengjiao. With one hand on his hip, Lin Tian countered, I need to go to Xincheng to save her, and I need a guide familiar with the terrain. Can your body handle the trip? He replied with a serious expression, Rest assured, I can guide you through Xincheng with my eyes closed. The large screen displays a world map, along with charts and data, creating the feel of a modern, high-tech monitoring center. Lin Tian says indifferently, I need a laptop that can connect to satellites for use on the road. As the officer typed away, he grumbled, Lin Tian, I acknowledge your contributions, but the Military Courage laptop contains too much classified information to be taken out of the army. He frowned, his face showing discomfort. I'm informing you, not negotiating. His eyes narrowed, his voice growing harsher. Lin Tian, don't push it. The military has its rules. Even with your accomplishments, you can't just take classified equipment. He smirked, his voice mocking. Rules? You're talking to me about rules when Newtown has suffered a super mutation disaster? The faces in the room paled as panicked voices cried out, Newtown suffered a super mutation disaster? How did we not know? Lin Qing glared, radiating a murderous aura. Because your army in Xincheng has been completely wiped out. Then, he gently took the laptop from the table. Lin Qing raises the laptop, declaring, I'm taking this. A helicopter sits on the landing pad, sunlight creating a calm, professional atmosphere. Sitting beside him, Mocho asked curiously, They're really going to let you borrow this? Lin Qing stared at the laptop screen and said firmly, This contains a lot of classified information. Whatever information it contains, since the resurgence of spiritual energy, these so-called secrets have become trash. He agreed firmly. He's right, times have changed, and documents once considered priceless are now just scraps of paper. Lin Tian, sweat trickling down her cheek, she anxiously urged, You have to be careful. Lin Tian gave an okay sign, reassuring Fei-Fei, Don't worry, I'll be back before you know it. She put her hands on her hips and said with a frown, How can you joke at a time like this? The helicopter blade spun, creating a strong wind, and the fuselage vibrated slightly. As Fei-Fei watched the helicopter take off, she silently prayed for their safe return. Outside the window, endless layers of fluffy white clouds reflected a pale blue light. Lin Qing gazed into the distance, lost in thought, hoping they could still make it to Xincheng in time. Mo Chu. What was the initial number of cultivators in Xincheng, and what was the highest level? He replied clearly, Newtown is a mid-sized city with about 5,000 cultivators, most of whom are at the 6th level of the Spirit Spring Realm. About 20 were at the 9th level of the Spirit Spring Realm, and the strongest cultivator I know is So Meng Jiao, who may have reached the peak of that level. As for the military, Tanthan has an elite force of 1,000 soldiers stationed there, equipped with a large number of firearms. Suddenly lost in thought, Mokyo hesitated. If they've all been wiped out. The pilot turned. Young Master Lin Tian, please prepare yourself. The helicopter flew towards the smoke and fire, and the pilot continued. We're entering Xin City airspace. The two men wore expressions of shock and fear, his voice trembling slightly as he spoke. These dilapidated skyscrapers covered in green moss, the gloomy sky, the cold and desolate air. Below, a horrifying scene unfolds as hordes of staggering zombies roam aimlessly, prompting a bewildered question from the helicopter. What exactly happened here? The undead's eyes flashed a dark red as they growled and trudged forward. Lin Qing was surprised. Was it dark spiritual energy again? The pilot stammered, turning to Lin Qing. Where do we land? Lin Qing calmly waved his hand. No need to land, open the door, which made the pilot panic and raise his voice. What? We're at an altitude of 6 kilometers right now. Lin Qing ignored the pilot and opened the door with a sly tone. He gripped the helicopter's frame, timing his jump perfectly. Lin Qing turned to Mocho, his voice even. I'll go down first and clear out the monsters. Helpless, the pilot added, You really don't like taking the normal route, do you? He leaps from the helicopter, plummeting towards the city at breakneck speed, prompting the pilot's worried cry. Is he insane? This is 6 kilometers up. He'll be minced meat if he falls. Mocho smiled, his voice firm. Minced meat? You underestimate iron skin. A blazing light tore through the sky, hurtling towards the city. A violent explosion erupted amidst the grim scene, with fire and smoke billowing. The atmosphere turned horrific as the undead near the explosion were thrown back by a powerful force. Zombies rise amidst the smoke and fire, gaunt and terrifying. Lin Than lands ablaze, cracking the earth as the undead swarm toward him. The zombies roared and charged towards him, and Lin Qing readied his weapon, preparing for battle with a shout. Seeking death, he swings his sword, and light immediately bursts forth, cleaving through the undead. They fell to the ground only to rise again, emaciated, clothes torn, shambling forward. Lin Qing lowered his head, his eyes sharpened, and he emphasized each word, get lost. As if understanding his words, they became enraged, growling as they charged forward. His eyes narrowed, a fierce aura radiating from him as he sneered, If you're so eager to die, I'll indulge you. Lin Tian was engulfed in blue flames. He wields a sharp, blood-red sword as a horde of zombies surges forward, eager to make him one of their own. Among the zombies, one stood out with its gaunt frame, blue skin, piercing red eyes, and razor-sharp teeth. It slashed with its claws, but Lin Tian easily dodged, sending debris flying. He teleported behind the zombie and slashed it, saying with disdain, Too slow. It was stunned by Lin Tian's incredible speed. Before it could react, Lin Tian effortlessly sliced it in two. The zombies paused, witnessing the demise of one of their own. As Lin Tian turned, his gaze sharp and piercing, he asks, What's wrong? Scared already? That taunt seemed to enrage the zombies, who roared deafeningly. The helicopter pilot exclaimed in astonishment, Is Mr. Lin a monster? But no matter how strong he is, he'll eventually exhaust himself and die at this rate. Mocho, sitting in the back, disagreed, replying, Exhausted and die? You underestimate him. What? The pilot said anxiously. Oh no, he's about to collapse. Below, he continued to strike, felling zombie after zombie as they relentlessly attacked. Suddenly, Lin Tian was enveloped in a blinding light, appearing godlike and freezing the zombies below. The pilot, beads of sweat forming on his brow, watched intently, wondering what it was. The Thunderflame Annihilation spell, its golden light reduces everything to dust. It pierced through skyscrapers and even reached the helicopter, despite its incredible altitude. Witnessing this, the pilot exclaimed, Is this even possible for a human to do? Mochu then said to the pilot, Find a place to land, I want to join him. The pilot asked the obvious, Aren't you going to jump? He replied, If I jumped, I'd be nothing but paste. I'm still human after all. The pilot chuckled awkwardly. Oh, right, okay. Below, skyscrapers were shattered, and zombie blood and serum splattered everywhere. As Mo Chu drove an observation vehicle, he thought to himself, Lin Tian's destructive power is truly terrifying. Is this the Iron Meridian realm? Then, the car arrived in front of Lin Tian, and Mo Chu called out, Big brother! He asked, Are you all right? Are you hurt? Lin Tian got into the car, replying to Mo Chu, These monsters aren't enough to make me show my true power. Let's get down to business. As he sat down, Lin Tian asked, Where exactly is the hideout that Chu Mengjiao mentioned? He replied, In the outskirts of Newtown. Mo Chu pulled out a map indicating their destination. He added, The refuge is in an abandoned factory, recently used as a haven for cultivators. Looking ahead, he told Mo Chu, Let's go. We need to rescue Chu Mengjiao first. The car starts rolling, and Lin Tian suddenly speaks up. Mo Chu, this disaster in Newtown is rather strange. How do I put it? Lin Tian said that even with super mutants, a normal disaster wouldn't cause this kind of situation. He continued, The number of monsters is too great, and their distribution is extremely wide, making it seem more like a premeditated plot than an accident. Mo Chu's face paled. Did he mean that there were people like Song Jinggong here too? He looked into the distance and replied that it was very likely. With a worried look, he prayed, Mengjiao, you must be safe. The car sped along the road, finally arriving at their destination. They stepped out of the car, each lost in thought. This place was too quiet, not like a haven at all, but more like an abandoned trap. The door opens, and Lin Tian and Mo Chu step inside, into a dark and gloomy space, where a single beam of light pierces through the shadows. He stopped, calculating in his head. Something wasn't right. There were no defensive measures at this shelter. Had they not been set up, or had someone destroyed them? The footsteps of Lin Tian and Mo Chu echoed in the silence, their faces grim as they ascended. His voice filled with worry as Mengjiao lay on the cold floor. Mo Chu rushed to her side, his face etched with worry. Mengjiao, what's wrong? He shook her, but she didn't respond. Wake up, don't scare me. She's badly injured. Her spiritual energy is fluctuating wildly. She needs immediate treatment, Mo Chu said to Lin Tian. Lin Tian frowned, thinking, This isn't good. Then, sensing something was wrong, he shouted, Be careful! Mo Chu didn't have time to react and was trapped with Mengjiao, but he managed to escape, gritting his teeth as he glared upward. Lin Tian frowned in anger. Perhaps you're not happy to see him here. Suddenly, a man's laughter echoed. Is our little lapdog here to rescue his goddess? Mo Chu blurted out in surprise. The voice belonged to a man in white, a lewd smile on his face, as the man in the cage uttered, Tianlin, why are you here? With a sly look, he casually replied, Because I want to use that bitch Chu Mengjiao to lure the granddaughter of the military's commander-in-chief, Shen Fei, and use that to control the military's entire upper echelon for my own use. At that moment, Mo Chu and Mengjiao were trapped in a large cage, and he angrily shouted, Gao Tianlin, why are you doing this? What did the New Capital Cultivator Association ever do to you? You were a death row inmate. If not for the spiritual energy recovery that awakened your great power, you'd still be waiting to die in prison. Tianlin approached the cage and said, A death row inmate? Mo Chu, are you still living in the past? Laws and order? The world has no need for such things anymore. Moga retorts. So you can just do whatever you want? Just because you're strong, you disregard human life and turn New City into your hunting ground? Tianlin casually replied, Yes, what's wrong with that? The New City Cultivator Association, what right do they have to order me around? They died because they deserved it, because they were weak. He continues angrily, Gao Tianlin, do you know how many people have sacrificed themselves for you on your cultivation path? They could have abandoned you and survived. Mengjiao was gravely injured to help you grow stronger, and yet you dare to harm her. If they're willing to sacrifice themselves in vain, that's their stupidity. A true powerhouse would never die for ants. Hearing this, Mo Thu couldn't help but shout out in anger, while Lin Tian, who was also present, spoke up after hearing their conversation, saying, That's interesting. Lin Tian, who had been standing there uncomfortably, finally spoke up. Who are you? With his arms crossed, he confidently replies, I'm Mo Q's friend, and what you just said makes you sound incredibly naive. Hearing this, the other man feigned surprise, finding it amusing. Naive how? Lin Tian continued. You assume the strong dictate the world's rules, but have you considered, if someone stronger exists, couldn't they decide your fate on a whim? Hearing this, Tianlin's eyes turned bloodshot with rage. Kid, are you threatening me? He calmly replies, I'm just reminding you that you're not strong enough. Immediately he attacked Lin Tian, yelling, You want to die! Seeing this, Mo Chu quickly warned him, Lin Tian, be careful, Gao Tianlin also awakened the lightning spirit like you. Hearing that the guy had the same lightning spirit as him, Lin Tian was a little surprised. He attacked head-on with a powerful surge of spirit energy, but with just one sword, Lin Tian was able to block the move effortlessly. Seeing this, Tian Lin was caught off guard and exclaimed, "What?" A system notification appears, detecting powerful lightning energy that can upgrade the host's lightning affinity upon absorption. An unexpected bonus, he muses. At that moment, Lin Tian unleashed a glowing golden weapon, sending a powerful arc to strike his foe as he told Mo Chu, "Take Chu Mengjiao and get out of here now." But as he gripped the cage, he realized, for some reason, my powers won't activate. Seeing this, Lin Tian laughed maniacally. "Fools, did you think I'd let you escape so easily? This iron cage is made of special materials designed to imprison cultivators. Trapped inside, they're no different from ordinary people." At that moment, Lin Tian's eyes darkened as he spoke. "Mocho, lie down." Seeing this, he was surprised and confused, wondering what method Lin Tian would use. He raised his hand and a surge of spiritual energy instantly appeared. It was as sharp as a knife. "Let's see how tough your pathetic cage really is." Instantly, the cage imprisoning Mocho is sliced in two and he collapses to the ground. Seeing this, Tian Lin was furious, grinding his teeth. Mocho quickly picked up Meng Jiao and said, "I'll take Meng Jiao to safety and come help you right away." Lin Tian coldly replied, "Don't come. You'll just get in the way. The crack from when I cut your cage is still there." It was decisive and clearly etched on the wall right in front of him as he began to provoke him. "You're awfully arrogant, Lin Tian. Do you think you can run wild in front of me all by yourself?" He slung his sword over his shoulder and calmly replied, "I'm just stating the facts. You're not good enough." As he began to power up a new attack, he said, "Don't think destroying a broken cage makes you invincible." Immediately, a spirit energy sword appeared, and he quickly reached out to grab it. "Half of your face is shadowed now, and I'll show you the true power of a cultivator." Just then, a flash of sword light streaked past. Tian Lin unleashes Annihilation Spear Shadow, and Thick Sat hurls a spirit energy sword at Lin Tian, who swiftly dodges it. He attacks Lin Tian's shoulder, but Lin Tian remains unscathed, calmly remarking that he's somewhat skilled. Enraged, Tian Lin unleashes a barrage of immense spiritual energy, roaring, "Dodge this! Let's see how long you can keep it up." But Lin Tian effortlessly evades every attack. "What's wrong? Weren't you so arrogant before?" he taunted as he attacked. "You don't even have a chance to counterattack." Tian Lin swung his sword, but he quickly jumped high into the air, landing back on the ground to face him. Seeing this, Tian Lin sneered, "Weren't you so arrogant just now? Now you can only be suppressed by me?" Seeing this, Lin Tian sighed in disappointment. "How disappointing. Is this all you've got?" Lin Tian was furious after seeing Lin Tian's contemptuous look. "What did you say?" He pointed his sword at him and said coldly, "If this is all you've got, I'm afraid you'll die here today." At his breaking point, Tian Lin roared, unleashing a torrent of power. "You want death? I'll show you the true might of the 9th stage of the Yongquan realm." He then unleashed the Thunderclap Spear technique. He wields a great spear and charges towards Lin Tian, but his movements are astonishingly faster than his attacks. He calmly states, "Too slow." Tian Lin's face darkens as he yells, "Take this!" He relentlessly attacked, but he couldn't match Lin Tian's speed. Not even a little bit. As he defended, he calmly said, "Great power, but sadly, no brains." Instantly, Lin Tian vanished, and his voice echoed, "I'll show you just how vast the distance between us truly is." He reappeared in a flash, face to face with Tian Lin, who was paralyzed with fear. His eyes darken as he coldly declares, "It's over." Immediately after, Lin Tian unleashes a devastating blow. Tian Lin could only stand there, paralyzed, his face drenched in sweat and etched with utter terror as Lin Tian's attack, like a blade of pure spiritual energy, struck him decisively. Instantly, blood gushed from the wound as he cried out in disbelief. How is this possible?" Tian Lin struggles to stay up, one hand on the ground. I'm at the peak of the 9th level of the Spirit Spring realm." With a cold glare, Lin Tian replied, "So, 9-level Spirit Fountain is all that great?" Blood still flowed from his mouth as he stared in disbelief. "Of course, are you also at the 9th level of the Spirit Fountain realm, but I don't sense any power from you." Lin Tian replied, "I used to be, but now I'm at the 1st level of the Iron Meridian realm." Hearing this, Tian Lin's eyes widened. "Iron Meridian realm? You've really broken through to the Iron Meridian realm?" Lin Tian glanced down with a cold expression. "Are you afraid?" Immediately, he bowed his head and cried out, "Big brother, spare me. I was wrong. I was really wrong. I was blind. Please spare my life. I will be your loyal servant forever." Hearing that, he scoffed and continued, "The strong rule. The weak obey. Wasn't that what you told Mochu? Now that you're the weak one, you want to change the rules?" At this point, Tianlin abandoned all shame, bowed deeply, and quickly confessed, I'm not the mastermind. I was forced into this. I was just following orders." Lin Tian held a sharp sword to his neck and said, "Aren't you the strongest cultivator in Newtown?" He replied in fear, "No, I'm not. The strongest cultivator in Neo City isn't me. It's someone else. This whole crisis is his plan. He doesn't care about Neo City at all. He said it's just to test a few things." He asks, "An experiment? He sees the lives of the entire city as mere test subjects?" Tianlin replies that he doesn't care about anyone, and even the Xincheng army is just a pawn in his hand. Lin Tian then asks, "So, do you know how strong he is?" With the sword to his throat, a terrified Tianlin trembled as he revealed that he was a third-stage Iron Meridian cultivator. After hearing this, he thought to himself, "So, that's the Iron Meridian Stage 3. He quickly followed up, "Lin Tian, you're not going to kill me, are you?" He then activated a surge of spirit energy on the sword's blade, causing a terrified Tianlin to back away and shout, Wait, I've told you everything I know. You promised to spare me." With a cold look, he replied, "Did I? When did you ever hear me say I'd spare you?" Seeing this, he screamed, "No, you can't kill me. You can't." Without hesitation, Lin Tian swiftly ends him with a decisive strike. Tianlin stares in disbelief, uttering, "You really killed me." The Earth's spiritual energy is restored. The world's rules have truly changed. But no matter how the rules change, wrongdoing must be punished, he said, as the man fell backward, laughing maniacally. "Lin Tian, you think you're the embodiment of justice? You're just a fool. Do you really think you can win? You have no idea who you're up against. You're going to die soon. You're no match for him. He's a powerful cultivator in the 3rd level of Iron Meridian. You've only just entered the Iron Meridian realm. Did you really think you could win? Can you even survive this?" Lin Tian coldly replied, "That's none of your concern. He'll be joining you soon enough." Now this Tianlin is about to leave this world, collapsing to the ground, gone forever. The system's voice echoes, "Lightning attribute spirit energy detected. Absorb?" He answers, "Absorb." Immediately, circles of spiritual energy began to emanate from his corpse, rising continuously. Lin Tian quickly reaches out and his body absorbs all of the energy. The system voice continued, announcing that the lightning attribute spirit energy had been upgraded, and its power was clearly spreading throughout Lin Tian's body. The lightning attribute spirit chi has reached level 2. He opens his eyes. The spirit chi still floats in the air. Lin Tian clenched his fist, feeling a surge of power, and said, "So, this is the strength of the 2nd stage of Iron Meridian." He stepped outside to see Mochu and Meng Jiao unconscious in the car and called out to Mochu. Seeing this, he quickly turned around. "Boss, are you all right?" "Where's Gao Tianlin?" he asked calmly. "Don't worry, he's dead." Upon hearing this, Mochu exclaimed in utter shock, "What?" "Dead, that was fast, but he was a peak 9th level Yongquan expert." Lin Tian continued, "Once you break through to the Iron Meridian realm, killing him will be just as easy as it is for me. Now go see if your sweetheart is safe." Mochu blushed with embarrassment. "Big brother, don't talk nonsense." No, I didn't." He turned away and said, "Then why were you so worked up when you saw her fading? How cowardly are you normally? You'd never dare to stand in front of me like that." "How is she?" he asked, and the other replied, "Her vital signs are stable, but her consciousness is sealed by dark energy. Without immediate expulsion, she could become a vegetable." Then he activated a swirling bolt of lightning and continued, "Rest assured, lightning's affinity will dispel the dark energy seal." Instantly, the lightning transferred spiritual energy into Meng Jiao's forehead, which then radiated throughout her body. Meng Jiao has now awakened, stirring uncomfortably as the lightning energy drives out the darkness within her. Meng Jiao's eyes snapped open, and before she could process anything, she saw Mocho and Lin Tian standing before her. Startled, she cried out, Who's there?" He thought to himself, her brain doesn't seem to be working too well. Is this the type of girl Mocho likes? Waking up and seeing him, Meng Jiao exclaimed in surprise, "Mocho, why are you here?" He scratched his face, forcing a smile. "We received your distress signal, so we rushed back from Tianhai City." Hearing this, Meng Jiao blushed and was a little moved, thinking, "Did he come back to save me?" Immediately after, she grabbed Mochu's collar and shouted angrily, "No! Are you crazy? With Shin City so dangerous, you, a weakling who can't even fight head-on, dared to come back. That's suicide." Lin Tian then asked, You call a ninth-level Yongquan master a weakling? Surprised, Meng Jiao asks, a ninth-level spirit fountain expert. You? She then berates Mo Kyo for dragging others into this, saying Shin City is no place for them. He awkwardly replies, it's not like I wanted to come. We received your distress signal. Were we supposed to ignore it? The terrain of New City is complex, and since you're not familiar with it, I have to lead the way. Meng Jiao hesitates. Really? Blushing, he replied. Really? Really? She sighed and continued. What's done is done. There's no use blaming you now. Turning to Lin Tian, she said, I don't know your name, but thank you for risking your life with this idiot to save me. He thought to himself, does she have feelings for Mo Kyo? No need to be so polite, it was nothing. Meng Jiao's face now turned serious. We have to leave Newtown now or we'll be trapped. Lin Tian wondered what exactly had happened in Newtown. Meng Jiao replied, from the time Mo Kyo left Shin City for Tianhai City, it began to rain for days. At first we thought it was just normal climate change, but the rain showed no signs of stopping. After that, everyone touched by the rain turned into the living dead. Hearing this, Mo Kyo's face turned pale. What? Lin Tian asked, his face darkening. Everyone, she continued. That's right. At first no one noticed anything strange. Some people even played in the rain, but soon after their bodies seemed to be invaded by something. They started convulsing violently and then went completely insane. Their eyes turned black, their rotting flesh transforming them into zombie-like monsters, attacking anyone nearby, even their own families. By the time anyone realized what was happening, it was too late, and the rain kept falling. Almost no one outside survived. The Army and the Cultivators Association tried to control the situation, but they didn't know what the monsters were, and even spiritual attacks had little effect. Mo Kyo angrily exclaimed, has the entire New City become a dead city? Meng Jiao's face fell. That's right. Lin Tian asked, did the military and cultivators also turn into monsters? She quickly replied, not all of them. A small portion who were initially exposed to the rain turned into monsters, while the majority have gone into hiding. His face darkens. Where are they now? Her eyes grow somber, her heavy expression revealing disappointment as she replies, they vanished. Mo Chuyu asked in surprise. What do you mean, disappeared? Meng Jiao continued. We detected an extremely strong energy signal at the central tower of New City. The signal was like a gathering place for abnormal spiritual energy, very likely the source of this disaster. The military and the higher-ups of the Cultivators Association decided to send people to investigate, but everyone who went to investigate disappeared. Hearing this, Lin Tian raised his hand to his chin and thought, disappeared, you say? She continued. No bodies, no cries for help, no signs of struggle. They were simply swallowed by the city, never to return. Intrigued, he replied, interesting. I have some news that might solve this mystery. Before coming here, I sent Gao Tianlin to meet his maker. Hearing this, Meng Jiao exclaimed in surprise. You killed Gao Tianlin? He was clearly a ninth-level spirit spring cultivator. Lin Tian continued. Before he died, he told me that the mutations in this city weren't random, but man-made. And that person is at least a third-level iron vein cultivator. After hearing that Lin Tian had killed Tianlin, Meng Jiao exclaimed in surprise, how could there be a third-level iron vein cultivator in Sin City? The strongest in all of Newtown was Gao Tianlin. Right, brother. Could Gao Tianlin have made it up to save his own skin? He crossed his arms and calmly replied, he had no reason to lie to me before he died, so you should all think carefully. Suddenly, it began to rain, and a drop of water fell on Meng Jiao's hand. They shouted, let's go, it's raining again. She and Mo Kyo quickly opened the car door to get in. Lin Tian sensed something was wrong. Turning around, he wondered if someone knew about his dog's death and came looking for him. Seeing him standing still, Mo Kyo shouted, hurry, get in the car. Just then, a grotesque hand landed on his shoulder, radiating terrifying dark energy. Lin Tian's face darkened as he replied, I told you he was at the third stage of Iron Meridian. The hand remained firmly on Lin Tian's shoulder. Seeing this, Mo Thu cried out in alarm. Be careful. A tall figure stood behind Lin Tian, but he remained calm. Was this the culprit behind the Xincheng disaster? Instantly, Lin Tian conjures a massive surge of spirit energy, launching a surprise attack. The figure is sent flying backward, crashing into a nearby car. At that moment, Mocho and Meng Jiao stepped down, staring at the man in shock, realizing it was a tall man in military attire, now enveloped in dark, spiritual energy. He exclaimed in disbelief, a member of the military grave. Dark energy seeped into the man's body, consuming his face. Lin Tian watched silently as the dark energy consumed the man's body, leaving no trace behind. He thought to himself, vanished. The filth then moved toward Lin Tian's feet, and behind him a terrifying monster materialized, raising its hand to strike. Its eyes gleam, and dark energy crackles in its hands as it lunges forward. Mothu, paling, shouts in alarm, "Big brother, watch out!" But Lin Tian quickly recognized him and became vigilant, while Mocho used space severing to unleash a barrage of spiritual energy directly at him. Just as the figure approached, Mocho's attack shattered its form, and he leaped into the car as his anxious companion urged, "Hurry, get in!" They immediately sped off in the car, the rain still pouring down. Mocho was baffled. What exactly was that thing? Meng Jiao turned around and screamed in terror, "We're done for, it's still alive." The dark energy is rising again. It is now transformed into a massive panther, which is rapidly gaining on their vehicle. Turning back, he despaired. It could even transform. Lin Tian quickly asked Chu Mengjiao where the signal station was. She suddenly asks, "Why do you ask?" He replies, "This mad dog is one of the Iron Vein triads sent to hunt us down." Mocho exclaims, "No way!" Lin Tian continues, "I'm almost certain he's the cause. I killed Gao Tianlin, so he's here for revenge. If I kill him, this mad dog and the New City anomaly will end." Meng Jiao turned pale with fear. "Are you crazy?" "That's the third realm of essence." Lin Tian's eyes turned as cold as ice. He said seriously, "Give directions?" She quickly replied, "Go straight down this road for 15 kilometers to the commercial area, then turn left and you'll see the signal station." Outside, the rain continues to pour as their wheels spin ever faster with the panther hot on their heels. They've finally reached the signal tower. Mokyu drifts the car around the base as the panther gives chase. Lin Tian immediately jumps out of the car, striking the beast with lightning-infused spiritual energy and yells, "Die!" The beast collapses. The dark energy began to crack and rise, ready to take a new form, as he turned to them and said, "Mochao, take Su Mengjiao and leave New City immediately." But worried for him, he refused. "I'll fight alongside you, brother." Lin Tian turned away, coldly replying, "Enough talk. Take her and go. Before the Iron Meridian realm, you're all just burdens." Mocho had no choice but to obey, saying, "Boss, you have to survive." Immediately, he started the engine and drove off, regretting that he wasn't strong enough to keep his leader from facing danger alone. Now, their vehicle is far from the signal station, and the dark energy has materialized into a tall, muscular man standing before Lin Tian. The Black Panther trembled before Lin Tian, then fixed him with the cold eyes of a predator. He frowned slightly and muttered, "It won't die." With that, Lin Tian unleashed his power, and blue light enveloped his entire body. "All right, let's play a little." They charged at each other, man and beast clashing in a flurry of blows, a blue aura emanating from his fist as it struck the Black Panther. The panther bit Lin Tian's arm as he braced himself, preparing to channel electricity into his fist. Lin Tian lands an uppercut, sending the Black Panther reeling backward, spitting up black blood. And he doesn't stop there, pressing the attack. Thick purple smoke coalesces into grotesque shapes when suddenly a girl cries out, "Help me! Please! Someone help me!" Lin Tian stared at her and said, "These petty tricks are useless," before delivering a thunderous blow. She barely managed to cry for help before her beautiful face twisted into a grotesque mask, and she screamed. He said nothing more, focusing on compressing his power, as intense blue light radiated out, forming an electric sphere. And the creature was gone. Lin Tian withdrew his hand, his power fading with it, leaving only fragments behind as he turned to see the true strength of a third-stage Iron Vein expert. He pushed open the iron door with a creak. Lin Tian slowly stepped inside, where darkness reigned, barely revealing a murky lake and thick purple smoke, the water below swirling with shades of black and purple. He stared into the lake, lost in thought. The water was just like the rain that formed the monster from before. From the shadows, a stranger emerges, surprisingly a second-level bloodline realm expert. The man gazes at Lin Tian with deep eyes and continues, "It seems that useless Cao Tianlin didn't die unjustly." Lin Tian frowned slightly and asked, "The disaster in Sin City, was that your doing?" He bowed slightly and replied, "Indeed. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Tuong Than Than, third level of the Iron Shard realm. The water in this pool is spirit water born from the resentment and spiritual energy of tens of thousands of decaying citizens of Tan Than." He spoke as if boasting of his accomplishments. "These waters, at my will, can coalesce into all manner of immortal beings." As he finished speaking, a small vortex of black and purple formed in his hand. "And I am the god of this land." Tiancheng laughed maniacally, a purple light enveloping his entire body. In this era of awakened spiritual energy, there are very few who have reached our level. As he approached, Tiancheng extended his hand, eager to make acquaintances. He asked, "Want to work with me? You'll be second to none, with endless power, wealth, and beauty. We'll reshape the world order." He offered benefits if Lin Tian accepted. Then Lin Tian asked, "Are you done?" Tiancheng was confused, his gaze turning dangerous as he looked at him, now covered in lightning and blue light. Lin Tian retorted, saying that now that he was done talking, he could die. Quickly, Lin Tian created an electric orb, preparing to charge. Seeing this, he smiles with excitement as a dark purple aura and thick black smoke envelop Tiancheng. Lin Tian lunges, delivering a powerful blow, but Tiancheng easily blocks it. Lin Tian strains, blue electricity crackling from his hand, sweat beading on his face. Lin Tian throws a punch from above, forcing Tiancheng back, head bowed, face dark, his body enveloped in black and purple. Tiancheng scoffs, "Impressive." He raises his hand, a look of confidence returning to his face. "You don't know what's good for you. Then die here," says Tiancheng. Around Lin Tian, pools of black water began to gather, and countless dark figures emerged. His face stoic, he realized the missing people had been turned into this black water. Tiancheng ordered his dark army to attack Lin Tian, shouting, "Die under my army, kid!" Unafraid, Lin Tian draws his sword, declaring, "I'll set you all free now." Undying holy flame art. A vertical slash, the blade wreathed in holy fire and crackling blue lightning. Lin Tian unleashes a chaotic torrent of blue lightning, causing Tianqing to panic as dark energy erupts from his body, and he roars, "I'll tear you to shreds!" From his palm, he unleashed a dark energy blast, but Lin Tian countered with his electric power. From the dark aura, bolts of purple lightning crackled, but he dodged the sudden, powerful blow just in time. Lin Tian realizes that after taking a hit to the face, his spirit energy can suppress thunder and fire. He stands tall, surrounded by streams of black spirit energy. Tiancheng says, "Don't even think about running. I'm going to beat you to a pulp." He reaches out and a series of dark purple streams surge forth, all attacking him at once. Lin Tian calmly slashes them all away, but suddenly senses something is wrong. The thick, dark purple smoke feels like it's trying to penetrate him. It suddenly dawned on him. His opponent's power wasn't suppressing his lightning flames, but devouring them. Lin Tian retreated, creating distance to avoid further attacks. Tiancheng looked at him with disdain, uttering insults. "You dare flaunt your thunderflame spirit energy in front of me? My netherworld energy can corrode all other attributes." He calmly approaches him. "I'll give you one last chance. Kneel or die." The tension is palpable. Lin Tian seemed overwhelmed, his face paling as he desperately searched for a solution. Suddenly, a blue screen appeared, and a mechanical voice announced, "Host detected to be invaded by Ming Dynasty spiritual energy. Yama spiritual energy differs from Ming Dynasty spiritual energy." Lin Tian suddenly remembers, realizing he'd forgotten about the light attribute spirit he'd exchanged for, never expecting it could be used this way. He abandons resistance, regaining his composure and an air of certainty. He gathers all his energy, closing his eyes as the purple mist thickens, showing no signs of fading. He scoffs. "Giving up already? Looks like your little brat isn't all that strong." Ignoring him, Lin Tian frowned slightly, and a fiery light erupted, as if to incinerate the person before him, shattering the arrogant one's dark energy. The light is so intense it forces him back. Tiancheng is terrified. What kind of power is this? From within the circle of light, he stared coldly at him and replied, "This is the cleansing flame of the sunfire." Tiancheng, channeling his spirit energy, roared in anger, "No, impossible. No one can cleanse my spirit energy." Fueled by rage, he attacks with dark energy, shouting, "Die!" But the light obliterates everything he throws. He calmly tells him that if he has no other tricks, this farce is over, to which Tiancheng replies, "You're only at the second level of iron veins, yet you dare to be arrogant in front of me? I'll show you my true power. I didn't want to resort to this, but you forced my hand." With that, he transformed into a beastly form, his entire body covered in black. Tiancheng roared, his sharp teeth glowing, then charged at Lin Tian, who scoffed, "You think turning into a beast will help you beat me?" Tiancheng's massive arm smashed into the barrier as he spat, "You're asking for death." The punch cracked the floor, sending debris flying. Tiancheng continues to throw punches, his voice full of murderous intent. "I'm going to beat you to a pulp." Then, a flurry of blows rains down on the light, kicking up dust everywhere. He tilted his head back as another surge of power flowed out, striking him directly. The purple light was blinding. Suddenly, a golden-orange light soared into the sky and pierced through him. Lin Tianzi coldly said, "I told you, if this is all you've got, then die." With a swing of his sword, the light formed a curved solar flame strike as Tiancheng stubbornly roared, "No, it can't be. My black water can't be purified." The sword strike came, blowing him away in a beautiful vortex. Just when it seemed the stubborn foe was defeated, Tiancheng transformed once more, his power surging to new heights. Lin Tian was taken aback. "Is that your true form?" This higher form, with its galaxy-like colors, stared at him, and Tiancheng replied, "I can't believe you pushed me this far." His entire body radiating purple energy, he continued, "That's right. I've evolved into a higher life form, having long abandoned my human body." As he finished, purple flames erupted. "Now you'll taste the full power of the Iron Vein 3 realms." Tiancheng rushed towards him, adding, "The current me is truly invincible." Lin Tian summons a ball of energy, asking, "Invincible, are you sure you know who you're up against?" A massive fireball hurtles towards him. The ultimate truth of solar flames, the grand verdict of the sunfire. Even from afar, his light shines through as Mo Q's vehicle circles the area, searching not far from the battle. He asked Yunji, who was sitting next to him, if she still couldn't contact anyone outside. She quietly replied that she couldn't. There was still no signal. She was afraid that... Before Yunji could finish, a massive explosion echoed in the distance, followed by billowing smoke. They both worried, asking, "What was that?" Amidst the falling debris and lingering flames, she hesitated, asking, and Mo Q replied, "That must be Brother Lin Tian's ultimate move. Now that New City is saved, we don't have to run anymore. Let's go back and find Brother Lin Tian." The dying man asked, "Why? I'm clearly a third-stage Iron Vein, so how could a second stage like you defeat me?" Lin Tian casually replies, "Who told you a second-stage Iron Vein could never beat a third?" Yenling calmly sat in the car with her legs crossed, while Mo Qiu hurriedly got out and shouted, "Big brother!" He rushed over and anxiously asked, "Big brother Lin Tian, are you all right?" He calmly replied with an indifferent tone, "I'm fine." Seeing this, her face showed surprise, wondering just how strong is this Lin Tian? Could a human really cause this much destruction? He asked calmly. "I just took care of the ringleader in Newtown, a man named Jiang Tiancheng. Have you heard of him?" Dongjian's pupils shrank, her face momentarily panicked. "What do you mean, Jiang Tiancheng?" "No way, that's impossible. Jiang Tiancheng is dead. How could he still be alive?" Lin Tian asked suspiciously. "Oh, what do you mean? Do you know him?" She stated clearly, "Before the spirit energy was restored, Jiang Tiancheng was a death row inmate who committed over a dozen brutal murders. I was in the military at the time, and I witnessed his execution on the day the spirit energy was restored. He should have been dead a long time ago." After a moment's thought, his eyes hardened. "I found this at the scene after he died. Could this be what brought him back to life?" Yan Ling's eyes widened as she questioned the Dawn Church's symbol, and Lin Qing tilted his head in wonder. "The Dawn Church? What is that?" she asked with a serious expression. In the early days of the Mana Revival, a group of cultivators with innate mutations secretly formed an organization, believing that mutated mana was the ultimate evolution of mankind, and that ordinary people were just useless obstacles. They sought to establish a new order, where the strong rule and the weak are prey. This is their creed. Not yet. Before Yanling could finish, he quickly cut her off. "All right, the Third Realm bloodline is dead, and the crisis in New City has been averted. Let's talk about these conspiracies tomorrow. I haven't slept in a day and a night, so I need to get some rest." She raised her hand slightly, her voice filled with gratitude. "Brother Lin Lintian, thank you for saving Jincheng, and for saving Mochu and me." Yenling pushed his head down, urging, "Hurry and thank him." But with a calm look, he indifferently replied, "No need for formalities. I was just doing someone a favor." She suddenly stopped, surprised and questioning. "Someone asked you to?" Lin Tian smirked, his eyes full of meaning as he turned his head. Someone, upon learning what happened to her, even forgot about their own injuries. "Isn't that right, Mo Q?" Yanling said, shaking him, her voice rising. "Oh, Mo Q, you're hurt. When did this happen?" His face flushed red as he stammered an explanation. "Lam Tien, big brother. Lam Tien was his best friend. Wasn't she calling her for help?" She seemed to realize something. "Ah, I forgot to call Feifei to let her know I'm safe." In a towering modern building, sunlight reflects off the glass as a voice echoes through a meeting room. Yesterday, Shin City suffered unprecedented spiritual pollution and a blackening disaster. The investigation revealed that over 80% of the city was uninhabitable, with over 10,000 civilian casualties. Chen Ming asked sternly, "How is the recovery effort in Xinjiang progressing?" Ching Chung immediately stood up and replied loudly, "Reporting, Commander. The main roads in Sin City have been cleared, and the people besieged by zombies have returned home." He crossed his arms, lowered his head slightly, and added in a low voice, "The losses in Sin City were so low. All thanks to Lin Tian alone." Hearing this, the officers began to murmur. Indeed, if Lin Tian had arrived any later, I can't imagine how many more people would have died in Sin City. I used to think he was just a little better than everyone else, but now it seems he's 1,000,000,000 times better. Chen Ming tapped the table, silencing the room. The disaster in Sin City is a wake-up call. We don't know how the Dawn sect revived the supposedly dead Tian Cheng and turned him into a third-stage Iron Meridian cultivator, but we can be sure there's a power behind them beyond our comprehension. The military must increase surveillance of the Dawn Church, especially in their origin city of Northwest. The Spirit Qi Association will also assist the military in their operations. Jizhong replied cautiously with a serious expression. Commander-in-Chief Shen, the Northwest City is the core area of the Dawn Church and where they are most active. Our Spirit Association has sent elite teams many times, but none have returned successfully. If the military wants information on the Dawn Church, the Spirit Association alone may not be enough. Chen Ming acknowledged the information and replied evenly, "Understood. I'll ask the military to coordinate with you. We must uncover detailed information about the Dawn Church quickly. Finally, Lin Tian's identity must be classified at the highest level. The military cannot leak any information about him." The officers in the room responded in unison. His eyes turned cold, the atmosphere grew tense. As long as Lin Tian lived, their nation would never fall. He trembled, struggling under the weight of the packages. "Fi, is this what you call ordering a little food?" Already tipsy, she raises her glass, excitedly shouting, "A toast to my husband!" Fei throws herself at Lin Tian, wrapping her arms around his neck and calling out sweetly while he looks back, flustered. "How much did this crazy girl drink? She reeks of alcohol, and you didn't say anything to her even though she's like this." Ling Yu smiles faintly, replying, "I told her, but she wouldn't listen." Lin Tian glances away, silent as if in thought. Seeing this, she asks suspiciously, "What's wrong?" With gentle eyes, he advised, "You should smile more. It's a waste to have such a beautiful face and always look so serious." Lin Nuyet's eyes widened, her face flushed as she thought, "Did I smile?" As Lam Tien grabbed a slice of pizza, he quietly asked, "How are your parents recovering?" She answered clearly, "They're doing quite well. In 2 or 3 days, they should be able to come off life support and begin recovery." "Thank you, Lin Tian. If it weren't for you..." Lin Tian turned away, cutting Ling Yue off. "Don't be so polite. Without you, I wouldn't have reached the Iron Meridian realm. By the way, can you control your second spiritual attribute yet?" Her beautiful face broke into a smile, her eyes filled with admiration. Meanwhile, within a vast building, the atmosphere was eerily somber, as one figure knelt while others in white robes stood around. One of them, wearing a bizarre mask, clasped his hands in prayer, bowing as he spoke urgently, "High Priest, the new city's spirit communication tower has been destroyed, and Jiang Tianzheng has been killed." 2 others turned with horrified expressions. Hearing this, the figure turned away in silent contemplation. Suddenly he turns, his eyes glinting with cold fury, and he asks, each word laced with venom, "Who